Okay, we will reconvene our hearing. Thank you everyone for your attendance. We will start with submitters this morning, but Mr. McHennick, is there anything you'd like to cover before we get into that?
No, thanks. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. And thank you we provided us some documents overnight. We obviously haven't had a chance to review those yet, but we have them in our folder, so thank you both.
Yes, those were the documents that we requested yesterday, including the detailed environmental court cases, the earlier Helios consents, and Mr. Schlichting's note that he spoke to today.
Okay, great. Thank you. Do you think we need to turn the heaters off again? It's a bit loud, a bit hard to hear. Great. Thank you. So while we're doing that, Parker earth moving, Daniel Parker, would you like to come on up? Take a seat, thank you. So we have read your submission, thank you, but if you'd like to take us through any highlights you'd like to. No. Happy to do that. No, you're very welcome.
So yeah, I'm Dan Parker, Director of Parker Earth Moving. Just quickly a little bit about us and our company and why we've made a supporting submission is we live locally, got 2 children, 6 and 4. We employ 8 to 10 full-time staff all year round, 2 to 3 extra casuals during busy periods, numerous subcontractors to help on various projects we undertake throughout the area. And just a bit more in detail to the reasons for my application. We locally sponsor 15 to 20k per year throughout the Maniatoto and Manahia communities, schools, daycares, rugby clubs, rodeo, which we fully constructed from scratch for no cost, all the local dog trials, winter feed competitions, school sporting events such as hockey teams, basically anything the community asks of us, we get on board with. And to hear what Helios is proposing to contribute over 100,000 into the form of a community trust, it's pretty awesome and special for our small community. These things just really are really heard of. Positive effects with the regional employment. As a business owner and specifically a contractor in the area, it's very hard to attract staff here. Such a large scale project like this is only going to help attract good operators to the area, as it requires skilled operators and opportunities grow businesses and train more staff. I'm by all means not guaranteed to get any of this work within this project, but what excites me is the opportunity of potentially be involved in some way, and if not help in any way, some contractor will be doing the work, which will only bring operators to the area. And if they enjoy it here in the Maniatoto, I'll happily be tapping them on the shoulder and try and convince them to jump ship to our team. Yeah, maintaining landscape and amenity values in the rural environment. From what I've seen of the design and the layout of the proposed solar farm, it's a tidy, well thought of, good access by roading and adding to the visual landscape via major planting works. I was touching on the next few points of my submission. We've built small to large earth irrigation dams on 3 of the neighbouring boundary farms to this proposed solar farm. We operated 30-tonne dump trucks, 24-tonne to 30-tonne bulldozers, 20 to 28-tonne diggers, 12-tonne rollers, various road trucks carting rock in various locations. We never had a single complaint due to noise or land area disturbance during these projects. These projects vary from 2 months to 6 months long. And adding to the landscape aspect, throughout the Maniatoto, we've removed many kilometres of tree breaks, rows of trees, bulldozed in gullies, removed hills, basically seriously change the landscape of farms within the Maniatoto to benefit these farms and make them more productive through pivot irrigation. Then we as a community really complained about a solar farm going in due to landscape effects. Helios had a single development of well over 1,800 hectares going to pivot irrigation, which we were majorly involved in. That's 30 large steel structures scattered from Helios right across the valley. And that amount of earthworks required to get these pivots moving around will greatly change the existing landscape. This solar project would require small machinery to complete this project. Use a lot of moving machinery, but medium-sized diggers, trucks, and other plant. Not machinery burning 400 to 500 litres of diesel per day. Earthwork effects as a company, we're currently 4 years straight site-wise gold accredited. And to gain this and maintain this, you need to prove comprehensive occupational health and safety management systems and comprehensive environmental policies. In terms of earthworks, we achieve this by having modern Cat Komatsu machinery, which have advanced noise reduction and exhaust systems, AdBlue reduction emission systems. With this type of machinery, we have in place that allows us to be accredited contractors within Department of Conservation, Otago Regional Council, Central Otago District Council, Hilton Hogan, IFS Forestry 1, New Zealand Fire Service, and McConnell Dow. So we are well equipped to complete the earthworks in accordance with the construction process as outlined in the AEE. I think I've covered most of the points in my submission. And yeah, thanks for the opportunity to speak, and best of luck to Helios with this application. I really hope it goes ahead. The community needs it. And even better, you had a few panel installers that were 6'8", big, scary, and wanted to play rugby for the maggots. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Parker. Your presentation is very clear. Understood all of your submission points. I was interested in your experience. You mentioned it had been challenging to attracting staff to your business in the area. Could you talk about that? Explain that a little further, please.
Probably to some operators or some enjoy this rural work and working on farm. I've got huge range and stuff, but then a lot of operators are used to working in towns, built up towns, and doing such jobs as trenching and working in more larger crews and find that that's sort of hard to attract because they haven't worked on a mountain before, putting a track in, and it's definitely a lot different. But it's I've worked and started out in Queenstown working in built up areas and nothing like being out here, and it's awesome.
Thank you. And you said you lived locally.
Paddy Row.
Right, so you're not too close to the site itself?
No, what we'd probably do 80% of the work with moving contracting in the Maniatoto. So as I stated, we've worked on all the boundary farms and the farms that get you out or some of the solar farm.
I'd just say one question. With all those earthworks you do for the pivot irrigators, I didn't know how much work was involved in that. It sounds like quite a big operation, and so that you change the landscape, to help the farms operate. Does the district plan, in your view, do you need to get resource consents for that sort of thing, or is that covered?
We need to be on farming to contacted to.
I was just curious as to what the plan sort of envisages as normal practice, because obviously there's a fair bit of stuff goes on.
Water storage dams, a lot of it's size.
Right.
And resource
For that, okay.
Certain size. All
right. Okay, no, that's fine. That's all I had. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I don't have any questions. Thank you very much for your time. Appreciate you coming and answering our question.
Oh.
Yeah. We have Susan McKeague.
Rips and all, yes.
Morning, welcome.
Hello.
In your hand.
Good morning, panel. My submission is in support of the application for the development of the solar farm. And I guess it's more at a higher level. Our reliance on fossil fuels for energy needs has to decrease and the use of renewable energy increase. In the Maniatoto, there is already a small hydro generation scheme utilising Coyote River flow, and this solar option is a good balance to that supply. When the hydro generation capacity is reduced due to lower stream flows in summer, the solar panels will be producing electricity. This sentiment and desire to maintain and create more renewable energy was captured as clear objectives in the most recent policy document, the Otago Regional Policy Statement 2021. The Otago Regional Policy Statement captures high-level visions, policies and objectives of Otago's people. And regional plans and district plans are developed, as they are developed, they are required to give effect to the regional policy statements. So it's, I guess, a fairly important capturing or summary of where the region wants to head. In the most recent RPS, there's an energy chapter with objectives that state the health and well-being of Otago's community and economy are supported by renewable electricity generation with the region that is safe, secure and resilient. It also states objectives that include development is located and designed to facilitate the efficient use of energy and to reduce demand if possible, minimising the contribution Otago makes to total greenhouse gas emissions, and that the generation capacity of renewable electricity generation activities in Otago is protected and maintained and where appropriate increased, and that it contributes to meeting New Zealand's national targets for renewable electricity generation. So our most recent document that captures where we're heading sends a very clear message that it's that as a region we want more renewable energy. And there are other policies that then support that, those objectives. The policy statement has acknowledged that renewable electricity generation is considered a region significant infrastructure and as such is also afforded a level of protection in the rules hierarchy. So that's the policy statement that is nearly through its processes. I guess I highlight it because it's actually the most recent gathering where Otago people would like to see the province go. The current regional policy statement also prioritises renewable electricity generation, just not to the extent that this one will. In summary, maintaining and developing further renewable electricity generation has been squarely identified as a vision for Otago. It would be a positive step towards that vision to see this proposal go ahead.
Any questions, Karen?
No questions, thank you. Understood that.
Thank you, Ms. McKee. I note in your original submission, you had a statement around the proposal not using land with high value for primary production, but is not lost to grazing altogether. Are you able to expand on that?
Yes.
In terms of your understanding of what's proposed on this site?
Yeah, so the land is dry land and it's without irrigation. It has, I guess, a compromised production potential. And so with the panels going in, you've still got the ability to graze underneath. You're not going to have irrigation. Nothing's changed. And then I read the summary and around production, and it's unclear whether it's going to increase a little bit or stay steady. So we've got a dry land pasture that basically isn't going to change. So I don't see that we're losing production potential.
Thank you, that's helpful.
Thank you. I don't have any questions. Thank you very much. Richard Smith. Good morning.
This morning. So I'm Richard Smith, been suggesting.
Okay, great.
In a 2-for-1 deal.
2-for-1, excellent. Thank you for that. So they're quite similar submissions.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay, great.
Good morning. I'm Richard Smith from Naseby. And my first job is to declare an interest to the panel. Part of the proposed solar farm is on my brother and sister-in-law's farm, which I had no financial interest in.
Thank you.
My wife Cheryl and I own and operate Auto Super Shop Ranfurly. We are a Toyota parts and service dealer, plus farmer sales and service agent. We provide a towing service for roadside breakdowns and crashes. And we provide impound services for New Zealand Police. All of this operates in conjunction with our mechanical workshop here in Rampley, and we're part of the Auto Super Shop group, which is a nationwide group of independent operators workshops. This is my 32nd year in business, so I've seen the true economic hard times for the mini Toto. Economic slowdown we've just recently had is only a blip on the screen compared with what we've been through previously. Droughts, low commodity prices, not getting Radcliffe's $100 sections, not that up. Houses for sale for years, there were mortgagee sales, and Main Street looked deserted. I believe in business that you must spread your risk and diversify. We have got lots of little things going on that keep us relevant. But as a local economy, mini Toto relies on farming and tourism. There's a very few small other contributors around the fringes, which puts us at great economic risk as a community. This solar project will not only give us an economic boost during the build process, but it allows farming to continue once it's up and running. The double win as the farmland is dry land, alluded to previously, and has limited production currently. When it gets dry, like there's a lot of grass grows, so we're not losing a lot there. The landowners have significant stock resources, keep grass growth in check to reduce fire danger. And with no cropping, extra soil moisture retention from the shading panels, and roading infrastructure acting as fire breaks, there is a likelihood the fire risk will be less than with standard farming practices. This project also provides jobs once it's completed, ensuring a long-term income source for our community. The diversification of our portfolio as a town and a community. We lost a generation of young people in the 1980s and 90s. They all left town. For employment elsewhere. Very few, if any, have returned. And we really struggled for people to be here to pick up when things got going again. We just lost those families and businesses. As a former community board elected member and past chairman, I'm a great believer in democracy and process. We live in an awesome community. It has a good heart. When the chips are down, people step up to help you. As past and recent fundraisers have shown, we built ourselves a hospital. We step up. We brought youths for the fire brigade. Community, it's awesome. We are a hugely proud employer. We employ There's 5 of us full-time and, 1 part-time, which is almost full-time. Lost some spot.
No, you take your time.
Yeah, we are a huge and, hugely proud employer and a community orientated business. Trying to bring the best services and products to Ranfurly, and the significant investment by Helios in our community will help everyone's bottom line. We've invested heavily in our business. We've built on, we have good gear, we do what we can to make it work. And it's great to have someone else willing to come to this community and invest as well. Don't believe there'll be anybody who's travelled past the site more than myself. Most days, 42 years. And yes, it'll change. But I'll still see the glorious open vista and the stunning views we all love. I would, however, like to see some gaps in the perimeter. So you can see the proposed solar farm working and farming to continue within the area. In finishing, I'd like to offer my support to the Helios solar project. Say thanks for choosing the Minitaro. Our economic future looks a lot brighter with the significant investment we will see with this project. It will also offer us more energy security. I don't know about anyone else's business, but we can't do anything without power. We're hamstrung. Just nothing works. Yeah, true, we've still got some hand tools, but your lifts don't work, your tire machine doesn't work, you've got no air. Yeah, so we need power. We need that security as a business, and we need that security as a country. And solar project complements our hydro, and that's a win-win in my book. Thank you for your time, due consideration of the project in front of you.
Very much.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Very clear presentation today. I'm interested in your comment around the perimeter planting. You mentioned just now that you would prefer to see gaps in the perimeter, so that you can see the solar farm functioning.
Yep.
Are you referring to the visibility of that from Ranfurly Road?
Yeah,
Right.
just like, when I'm driving down the road, I like to see what's around me and what's going on, and it's a beautiful bit of countryside, and it'd be good to be able to see the panels working, how they work, and what sort of thing. And also, hey, I enjoy seeing stock out in the field and doing what they do, and I think that would be a win. I'm not talking about huge areas, but if there's somewhere for people to be able to get a bit of a look as they're going past, stop and have a look, and that's all bonus, I consider.
Okay, thank you. And do you have any views on the back road, Ranfurly back road?
It's not a hugely travelled road. There's no reason why there couldn't be, but maybe mitigating neighbours on that side. So yeah.
Thank you.
No questions. Thank you very much.
I have no questions. Your points were really well made. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Very much. Robert Gardine. While you're setting up, Mr. Gardine, can I just ask any submitters who have a written statement that you're reading from today, if you could provide, it'd be really helpful, if you could provide a copy of that to Taryn at some stage, and she can get that through to us. It just helps us with our when we're reviewing the material post-hearing. That's obviously a lot to take in on the day, so it'd be great if you're happy to share that with us. That would be very helpful. Thank you.
You got the copy of mine already?
Yes, yes, I do. Let me bring that up. Thank you.
I'd just like to thank the district council for arranging this and giving us the opportunity to speak to you, Commissioner. I am a semi-retired farmer who doesn't live in the Maniatoto now. I'm semi-retired in Alexandria, but I'm here today because I'm intimately familiar with the farm itself. 3 of the last 4 lambings of our stud sheep have been on the property. And that involves going around all those sheep first thing in the morning to find newborn lambs and to tag them. Then going around in the late afternoon to see any more newborn lambs and tag them. So you have to search every square inch of each paddock because they are undulating. And so I became very familiar with those paddocks. A lot of those paddocks are not visible from either road. I can't overemphasize enough the undulation of that property. It's very undulating. I was quite grateful for it because 2 lambings ago, I was catching a set of triplets and I ended up on a crumpled heap on the ground with a very bad groin strain and a hip that was wearing out. So I was quite grateful that for most of the paddocks that I was tagging in, people from the road couldn't see my hip. Catch newborn lamb. So that's how I became very intimate over the 3 lambings, because sometimes it was different paddocks with 20 other paddocks on the property. And it is very undulating. It really is. So it's been mentioned the sheer size of the solar farm being so large. From nowhere can you see all of that property. From nowhere. There's even one paddock I can think of that I tagged in where you can't even see 25% of that property, of that paddock, on the, even although it boundaries the road. You can't even see it just because there's a big drop off not far into the paddock. I do have one concern which I will go back to, and that is the height of the beam above the ground that carries the panels on the top. And I'll go back to that at the very finish. The need for the solar energy cannot be overemphasized. Matera Valley Milk Factory at McNabb, just out of Gore, has an electrified 1 of 2 boilers. Just that one boiler uses more electricity than all of Gore's houses, businesses, and industries put together. Fonterra Edendale has converted its first boiler to electricity and is going to convert 2 more as part of the reduction of carbon emissions. Fonterra's announced that by 2030, which is just 5 years away, that it will reduce its emissions by 50%. Now that they've announced that they're going to put in 150 million extension at Edendale for UHT milk. They've already, the next 2 boilers they were going to install have had to increase those substantially, and they are going to be built next year. So the huge demand that we've seen nothing like before. All the 3 milk companies in Southland that are converting to electricity, and Open Country's already electrified 1 boiler. There's 10 boilers the same size as that one at Matera Valley, and I know it's the same size because I personally know the manager of the company that's installing those boilers. And he also alerted me to the fact that because of the new 150 million extension, the next two boilers have to be much bigger. I forgot to ask them how much bigger, but the electricity demand in Southland is going to be huge. Southland has 6 meat processing plants. Silver Fern Farms is well on the way to lowering its emissions at Charlton and Finnegan. Charlton just out of Gore and Finnegan at Belfast. Alliance has already replaced all its heat pumps in this last 12 months at Nelson, Picuri, Longville and Matara. It is about to replace all its coal-fired boilers across all plants. Some will be biogas, but most are going to be electric. Now, Silver Fern Farms and Alliance have been making losses, yet they're still going ahead with that very expensive decarbonisation of their plants. And they've publicly announced that they're doing that this coming year. We need to remember Fonterra at Edendale is probably not only the largest dairy factory in New Zealand, it's definitely the largest in the southern hemisphere, and I think it's probably the largest in the world. So to decarbonise that, there's a huge chance. A few years ago, I think it was about 2020, I can't be exact about that. Malco had been playing off the government and the electricity provider, threat of closure, trying to get the best deal they could. And in the finish, their threats were so serious that the authorities made the decision to, in case they did close, that was 14% of New Zealand's total electricity. They made the decision to upgrade the transmission line heading north from just out of Invercargill up to Twizel, so that it could then be dispensed anywhere. 14% of New Zealand's total power is an awful lot of electricity that was going to have to be shifted. So they put 8 cubic metres of concrete under each foot of each pylon, and then they doubled the number of transmission wires so that that's 14% of power could be shifted. That's the opportunity that was done because that's the very transmission line that this solar farm can now use to go south, to take the sunshine from the Maniapoto to the huge industries that are now decarbonising in Southland. It couldn't have been planned better. So there's no infrastructure needed to shift the power. It's already there. How does it fit in with farming? I would have given anything for the panels to be there last Lemmy. Right in the middle, the huge snowfall, and it went to the top of my ribbon. And it stayed there for the day. If the panels had been there, there would have been a third of the farm with no snow on it, with the sheep grow. And the land was sheltered. 2 days later, after the thawed, 7 o'clock at night till 9 o'clock, it rained, a heavy rain, absolutely poured. Then it stopped, and because all the snow was still on the Hawkins just up the road, there was half an inch of ice on the water the next morning. I went out expecting all the new land to be dead. They were all alive. All the young ones were alive, but I was picking up lamb after lamb the ones that were a fortnight old, because they'd grown enough wool that they got absolutely saturated in the rain and then didn't warm up in that big frost. And I really missed that because it didn't give me the selection I needed in the ram lambs for next year's rams that I'll be selling. So it can be a huge benefit as a farm. It means you could shear any time of the year and you would be able to sleep very soundly. There's no stocker going to die sheltering under a solar panel. It's just that one concern. It has to be practical, and I'd ask you as commissioners to remember the vote. It is still to be an operating farm. So it says in the information we have that the horizontal beam is 1.6 above the ground. Now, is that the top of the beam or the bottom of the beam? If you're to be realistic about this being an operating farm, the bottom of the beam has to be high enough for a four-wheeler and its rider to go under. Not by ducking, because you have to see, for animal health and animal welfare reasons, it has to be practical to go around looking for calf sheep, by stock, when you're mustering paddock, whether you're shifting it or whether you're bringing it in for shearing. There'll be nothing more annoying than missing half a dozen, and the shears are gone, the wool's gone, and what happens with those half a dozen that have missed the shearing? Or if you're dipping, there'll be nothing worse than missing some because you need 100% muster. So I just ask you, before it's constructed, it's too late once it's constructed, just to get the height of the underside of that beam line. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gadding. In terms of that point you've just made around the horizontal beam height, you've said it's planned to be 1.6 metres. What height do you think it would need to be able to be
You would
functional?
have to get, that's probably the point I should have made. Possibly from Russia or China, you can go and get some Mickey Mouse, but that's not realistic. It has to be something that you can obtain locally, get serviced locally, and can be repaired locally. So there will, different brands will have different heights. I don't think but if you, and it has to have reasonable power because it has to pull a trailer with maybe 2 ewes in it. Up some of the parts of that farm. So it has to be realistic. Because it is still a farm.
No, understood that, thank you.
We don't have any further questions.
As far as the rest of the panel goes, it would be such a benefit. On the really hot days, the ewes would like nothing better than to eat the grass in the morning while the dew's still on it, and then go and chew their cud in the middle of the day, and then go back out and graze again and cool again. And just, they wouldn't be able to thank you enough.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Your local knowledge of the site has been really helpful to us. So thank you for coming.
Mhm.
Nairi Barton.
Question for Nairi.
We do?
Yeah.
Morning. Would you just wait one moment and I'll just pull up. Got Richard Smith
And then
tabled photos.
submit a file.
I've looked at the menu.
Just a moment, Mrs. Button. We're just sorting out the documentation. If you just give us a moment. So sure.
I don't have anything on that, something's not saying that.
In the hearing.
Applicants And submitter summaries.
No.
We'll go into the link I sent you this morning.
We've got four things. It's four there.
It's just a little.
Oh, click that one.
No, do we need to refresh?
Refresh.
Oh, there we go.
Is that better?
Yeah, that's great. Excellent. We have it now. Thank you very much.
I'm Mary Barton. I've lived in the Manitoba and farmed in the Manitoba for 27 years. Coming from the west coast of the house, working as a cattle musterer, milking cows, calf rearing, and raising 3 children. The Manitoba has always drawn me to it, its beauty and the breathtaking landscapes. From any of the mountains around on the Manitoba, from mustering up there, you can see the whole basin. It is the entire area is it's very distressing to hear of this eyesore monstrosity and the height of our buildings it will bring. It scares me on what it will become for our children and their children, as it can never be put back to what it was before. And the glass parts can only be used as landfill. And how this is clean New Zealand. People come to New Zealand for its beauty. Why are we destroying it? How can our council be on board with this, as they can tell us what we can do in the height of our buildings and what colour they can be, and how can this be built in our backyard? It's distressing for all of the benefit of our people that don't even live here. The noise pollution, the glare, you will see forever. No matter how many trees you plant, it will take 27 years for them to grow. I know this, as we've planted a lot. Please do not allow this into our community.
I just thank you for that. Just one question on the it'll be there forever. You do understand the applicant has said the consent would only last for 35 years and then that has to be decommissioned or taken away. Have you got doubts about whether that would happen, or what are your concerns?
That's that, because
Yeah, okay.
overseas and the stuff that I've looked at, some of them only last 10 to 15 years.
Right.
And then if we had a hailstorm, what then? Do they just walk away?
Okay. All right. We'll have to consider that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your point well made. Shelley Insall.
Nothing written.
Yeah.
Should be next. Or I haven't heard from
But Shelley. No. Yeah. Okay.
The next four, so, yeah.
Vanessa O'Donnell.
Taryn hasn't heard from the next four.
All right. And Sarah Anderson
Sure, Edwards possible.
and Cheryl Edward.
Taryn hasn't heard from that.
Ewan Carr. If we are running a bit early, what we'll do, I think, is we'll take our morning tea break now. Karen might try and get hold of some people. Can I just double check if we do need to sort of juggle things around? Is Amy Pont here?
Hi.
Thank you. And the voices, you're here, aren't you? Great. And Stephen Goodluff? Not here. Great. Okay, thank you. And Jill Wolfe and Neil Rout? No. And Tracy Crossan? Yes. David Brady? Not here yet. Regan Healy?
Sorry, it's Richard, not Regan.
Oh, it's Richard.
Apologies.
Right, that's okay. Richard Healy? You're here. Great. Eric Swinburne?
Yes.
Jenny Grimmett?
Yes.
Marilyn Swinburne? And Michelle Bissett. Okay, great. All right, well, we've got enough to be going on with. So what we'll do is we'll adjourn the morning tea until 10:30, and then we will, depending if any of the others who are ahead of us turn up before then. Otherwise, I'll start with Amy Bond. If you'd like to talk to Taryn, if you've got any further comments, thank you. No, not yet. That's fine. So just so that everyone's clear, there's no problem in terms of order. So if people aren't here and they arrive a bit later, we'll just slot them and everyone will get the opportunity to be heard. So the next on the list is Vanessa O'Donnell. If you'd like to come up and just sit up at the table here. Thank you very much. And I'll just get your notes loaded. So if you just give
So
up
if
a
you
moment.
just refresh for Mrs. One should be in there now.
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you for providing your statement. Open up the-
Those are them all.
Yes. Yes. Sorry, 80, mission 80. This is going. Oh, that's it. I'm sure it's funny.
Oh, yep. If you give it a refresh now, I can see it. It's about 1, 2, 3, 4 from the bottom.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Perfect.
Right, thank you very much.
Thank you for the opportunity to be here. I want to acknowledge firstly the enormous responsibility this panel has to protect the environment and community here when assessing this application and any negative impact it might have on the people and environment we live in. Regenerative energy is a solution to reducing carbon emissions and the heating of the planet beyond levels that can sustain human existence, and it is, I believe, the single most important issue facing humanity. Paris Accord, the Kyoto Agreement and UN directives are the result of people from all around the world collectively creating a path forward to address this crisis. It is also the reason for a New Zealand national directive to local government to push through regenerative energy projects. However, a national directive to local government is not a license to allow further environmental damage, increased risk to human health, nor be at the expense of food production. That would simply be a nonsense and in direct contravention of the Paris Agreement New Zealand is a signatory to. I personally am opposed to an industrial solar installation of this size being built in the location of the house. Overseas installations of industrial scale solar plants are beginning to reveal their downsides, the negative impacts on environment, property values, and people. When I set out to research this issue and look at the pros and cons of such projects overseas, it became clear there was a great deal of literature promoting them and very little evidence of the effects of them on environment, neighbours, communities, other businesses, and people's health and well-being. Much of what I read was, in my view, unbalanced and failed to address what appeared to be obvious questions and concerns. What research has been carried out has shown that damaged solar panels can leach harmful heavy metals into the soil and these heavy metals have the ability to cause cancer and impair brain development in children. The effects are irreversible. To expose the town's water supply to the known risk of irreversible contamination is to sign off on people's lives. No amount of safeguards can give a 100% guarantee this will not occur. And anything less is to knowingly expose innocent people to harm. I do not believe for 1 minute New Zealanders are willing to sacrifice people's health and children's brain development for this, and nor do we need to. There is increasing support internationally for a move away from industrial solar plants which cover rural land to placement of panels on existing industrial structures and industrial zones, where there are increased services available and the placement of panels in situ of the electricity demand. New Zealand is well placed to move regenerative solar power into a more environmentally conscious and responsible space. Learn from the now gathering international evidence that leans away from rural land usage toward existing structures and industrial locations, to be at the forefront of sustainability rather than the tail end of environmentally disastrous solar farms. I have formed the view from extensively researching this proposal as the wrong thing in the wrong place. I am also extremely concerned about the potential for voluntary liquidation of this company. With BlackRock as a shareholder, this cannot be overlooked. New Zealand is a small country with a weak economy, and any business, bank or institution that becomes reliant on this project for income will be exposing itself to risk and financial loss. In November last year, Solar Zero, owned by BlackRock, was placed into voluntary liquidation, owing more than $40 million to over 700 creditors and staff. BlackRock is a multinational investment company and the world's largest asset manager, with over 12.5 trillion US in assets under management as of 2025. It plays a significant role in global financial markets. Reports indicate the surprise liquidation of Solar Zero in November had nothing to do with Solar Zero itself, which was tracking as anticipated. The BlackRock Global Renewable Power 3 Fund is a $4.8 billion US monetary fund that purchased Solar Zero amongst others around the world. And it reportedly lost some $1.2 billion US from its GRP3 fund on a startup company called Northvolt, a Swedish battery manufacturer that went bankrupt. This then led to an across-the-board review of the investments that funds had made, and boardroom decisions were made as to what to continue investing in and what not to. New Zealand's Solar Zero was axed swiftly and suddenly, despite it having 40% of the residential solar market share in New Zealand and it tracking largely to what was set out in its information memorandum. Employees and contractors were locked out immediately and left to suffer the losses. There is nothing altruistic in the way BlackRock deals. Another company, Solar Group Limited, owned by BlackRock, went into liquidation in July this year, owing hundreds of creditors more than $3 million, including Citibank and Amandalee, the second major solar company in New Zealand to collapse within the space of 8 months. New Zealanders cannot afford to continue to take these hits, and alarm bells should be ringing. BlackRock is in the business of making money. It has shown us that New Zealand solar projects are vulnerable to voluntary liquidation, despite any assurances that may be given. It would be naive to assume this could not happen with this project. It has proven itself an unreliable investor here in New Zealand. With a small change in policy or direction in New York, they cancelled a major investment in our economy. A tiny blip for them, a major impact for New Zealand. We cannot make the same mistake again. Fool me once, fool me twice. Will this be allowed? And what will the cost be to our people, our environment, our council, and we as ratepayers? What of secured and unsecured creditors? What of other businesses' reliance on this project? Large-scale solar projects in New Zealand have the potential to harm us, not only environmentally, but financially too. And who is left to carry the losses? What would happen to all of those solar panels containing lead and cadmium situated over land and aquifer? Will they be left unmaintained, lead to break down and leach heavy metals? Who will remove the toxic waste? The landowner, council, ratepayers? Where will the specialist removers come from and who will pay them? Your assessment of the negative impacts and potential hazards of this application must be thorough if you are to meet your obligations to protect the people and place. Grand statements such as taking New Zealand to carbon zero are just that, and I implore you not to be gullible. I am sure those who invested in Solar Zero and Solar Energy Limited believe the rhetoric. My own assessment has led me to conclude the risks and potential hazards of this proposal far outweigh any benefit. The health of people, soil, and the food chain are of greater priority and importance than any other factor. No amount of money can repair any damage caused. Placing reliance on a company with black-rock involvement poses an unsupportable risk in my view. To livelihoods, to ratepayers, to the council, who have now been made aware of those risks. You would be exposing yourself and hence all ratepayers in the CODC to potential future liability. This is an ambitious plan to use rural land to make large profit, which could be axed any given day. It is a proposal to spoil the natural landscape, the peace and quiet for those who live there, reduce the community's property values, expose drinking water to potential heavy metal contamination, negatively affect other existing businesses, including quality food production, place New Zealand in a position of breaching its obligations as a signatory to the Paris Accord, and allowing the very rich to get even richer at the expense of those who can least afford it. You as the panel bear the responsibility for this. You are the protectors of those who live and work there. Solar power works in the right place, on the right scale, proportionate to optimal protection of land, water and air. This is not that. There are many paths to carbon zero, many paths that will not sacrifice so much, risk so much, and potentially damage so much. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Ms O'Donnell. I have two questions for you. It's clearly a topic that you have a lot of interest in, and you've done some research yourself. Have you the information and the claims you're making, are they based on internet searches, or where did you get that information
I
from?
looked into peer-reviewed reports and research done. I think it's done online. Written submission, but if it's not, I can try that.
Double check. No, I don't think we have any references from you. So if you would like to provide those,
Yeah.
happy to take those. Thank you. And the second question I have, you refer to BlackRock being a shareholder of Helios. Is that do you have evidence of that?
Not specifically.
That's something that you understood from
Research.
okay, if you'd like.
Things I came across. It was actually difficult to find.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Just a quick one question. Thank you, Ms O'Donnell. One phrase I took from your statement was wrong thing in the wrong place. And I just wanted to ask you some questions about that. Based on your earlier comments about the need to reduce carbon emissions and the like, I just wanted to test with you, are you saying that solar farms are the wrong thing? Or is it more the wrong place you're talking about? Yeah. Scale, okay. Right, that's your main concern, okay.
Yeah.
And in terms of that, you referred to the industrial scale and so forth, and a lot has been made about the size of the site, including questions that I asked about that. Would you accept that a rural location is the only sort of viable location to have a site of that size, rather than, say, an industrial zone, for instance? Is that so? I mean, where would you envisage this would go? Yeah.
Spread across existing industrial buildings.
Like in smaller concentrations?
Yes,
Okay.
because it's then manageable.
Yes. Okay. Understood.
And the risks
Yeah.
from them are manageable.
All right.
And they also have the services available. We have very little here in Manitoba.
Right. Understood. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Your points are really well made, and thanks for answering our question.
Thank you.
We now have Sarah Anderson, I believe, here.
We've got a summary for her.
Good summary.
Okay, thanks. Just give us a moment. We'll just pull up your details here. Sure, thank you.
Okay. There are many parts to this proposal that I find objectionable. I would like to address a few that have made me conclude that this is an entirely inappropriately sized utility project sited in an inappropriate place. The Upper Taiari watershed contains unique species, habitats and landscapes that hold enormous intrinsic value, as well as value to those who live here and those who visit. If you were to visit the scroll plane, drive the back roads, cycle the rail trail, or experience the dark sky wonders, these thousands of photovoltaic panels will be nothing but a blight on the beauty and history of this wondrous place. The panels and all the associated glint and glare will be visible from great distances across the Maniatoto, from the foothills and mountain tops of the Otiaki Conservation Park, Rough Ridge and the Rock and Pillars, as well as along the roads that we drive frequently. The idea of decent screening with native landscaping is farcical in this environment. It is a tough place to grow anything, even with care and plenty of water, and it doesn't happen in 3 to 5 years. The height of some of the known structures far exceeds the growth rate of trees within the proposed life expectancy of the utility. It is not compatible with grazing. How exactly is the grass going to grow in the shade and shelter of this number of panels? The Helios proposal does not belong here. We do not stand to gain more or cheaper energy production. The benefits of this huge solar farm to more than a handful of people in our community are few. There are places in New Zealand that could use the power as proposed. They also have ample insolation, some even more so than the Maniatoto. Would there not be a more suitable site that also does not have to deal with the massive line losses during transmission? A private equity company, as is Helios, does not care for land or community. They can only care for money. Claiming that regulations will be adhered to is meaningless when there are no regulations that address these massive projects involving new technologies, significant amounts of toxic ingredients and hazardous waste into an unknown future. Where are the regulations governing best practices for enforcing a complete cleanup, for ensuring proper decommissioning and management of components at the end of life? So far, too many overseas examples show companies walking away from any responsibility. In fact, companies are sold on or broken up, so there is no one left to clean up except the community that was dumped on. Solar production on this scale is not a green revolution, it is greenwashing. The Helios proposal does not belong here. I oppose the application for consent and request it denied.
Thank you. I have one question for you. In your statement, you talk about examples overseas where firms have walked away or so on. Have you got evidence of that?
I'm not referring to anything directly, no.
Okay, it's just your general understanding. Okay, thank you. Actually, I did
I
have.
mean, I guess the Solar Zero was, it's in that category too.
Thank you. And so I did have two questions. In your paragraph, 1, 2, 3, 4. Fifth paragraph down, you say the Helios proposal does not belong here. We do not stand to gain more or cheaper energy production. When you say we don't stand to gain more energy production, who are you referring to there?
Primarily the local community, but with the current setup of the electricity market in New Zealand, these benefits never come down to the consumer.
So the evidence from Helios is that they will provide power equivalent to about 70,000 homes. And so do you accept that is providing more power generally to New Zealand as a whole, or is it? I'm just interested in your thoughts there.
And semantics. I think that the power is needed by
parts of the North Island. It's not needed in the southern South Island.
I see.
And that's my concern with line losses and the cabling involved and other things.
Okay, thank you. It's very helpful. Thank you. We'll just check if there's any other. Thanks, Rob.
I've got one question.
Yeah.
Please. So Ms. Anderson, in your statement that we have here, you've talked about, you made some observations about the screening, the proposed screening and native landscaping. And you've stated that it's a tough place to grow anything, even with care and plenty of water. And in your view, that wouldn't be achieved in 3 to 5 years. What experience are you basing that on?
I'm a gardener and you only a social.
Right, okay. Can you talk to us about that a little bit more?
Yeah, I have rural property in Wedderburn and I'm trying desperately to plant things that'll grow.
Right.
And I am a proponent of native species. Yes, I grow as much as I can.
So have you looked at the specific detail, given your background and interest and experience, have you looked at the specific details of the proposed landscaping in terms of the species and?
Yeah, I saw a species list early on. And then I heard there was more stuff that happened yesterday that I haven't read yet.
Okay.
But yeah, I mean, we've all got the species list and we're all trying to grow. People here have been trying to grow these things.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. So in your experience, have you had success with, well, how long do you think it would take to grow a specimen to the appropriate height?
There's some question about what appropriate height means, like where you're standing in relation to seeing for screening purposes. I mean, you can just look outside here and see, you know, yeah, macrocarpus would cover it, but they'd throw a lot of shade as well. And they would take 20 years. So you can, in the right spot, you can grow a decent sized flax bush in about 5 years, 8 to 10 preferably. But again, it's getting things established.
Sure. Okay, well, thank you.
Okay.
No questions.
Thank you very much. Cheryl Edwards.
And she doesn't, she's just going to speak. Did you say she would not? Yeah. The piece of paper in front of it?
Good morning. I'll just pull up your submission, Ms. Edwards, won't be a moment.
If she doesn't speak, just I get a copy of that.
Yeah, okay.
Yes, I see you have a written summary there. Are we able to have a copy of that once you're finished? It's fine if you'd rather not share it, but
That's a bit rough.
that's okay. It just helps us with our note taking. But either way, if you would like to share it, just provide it to Taryn. If not, that's fine as well.
It hasn't got any, well, you might think there is, but we'll see.
Thank you. We're in your hands.
Okay. So my name is Cheryl Edwards and I live in Naseby. I don't profess to know the scientific or even legal details of this application. So my submission is coming straight from the heart. Firstly, I'm really concerned with the size of the project. Why do we have to house a solar project that local residents will not get any electricity? The glint and glare from the amount of panels to be installed must have a huge impact. These panels will be seen around the Maniatoto, not just on the roads next to them. There are so many details not provided with consent application. And I know you're going to ask me what those details are, but I don't know them all. But just one example I picked up last night, this is just one little example, is the works required within the Naseby substation. Helios have said, quote, the works within the Naseby substation are in principle agreed with Transpower. However, the detailed design is not yet completed. How can you make a decision on an application with incomplete details? And that's just one. A few years ago, my husband and I built
a commercial building in Ranfurly. And we, of course, had to apply to the council for consent. We went through hell to get that consent. If I had presented something that wasn't complete, I would not have got my consent. But I don't know why this application should be any different from someone like me. I'm very concerned with the construction and the noise that will be generated to the project. One of the things that I love about Naseby is the quietness. The noise from the ramming of the steel, the general construction, and the extra traffic will be heard around the Maniatoto, especially on those lovely frosty, calm days that we value very much. The deconstruction at the end of the project is another concern. We need a set in concrete guarantee that this land will be returned to its original state. I urge the panel to please keep asking questions of the applicants and the council to think carefully on the decision for this consent. Not very long ago, the Maniatoto and the township of Ranfurly was seriously in the doldrums. I didn't live here then, but I know that many people worked extremely hard to establish what we have here today. A massive part of the tourism that we do have is our scenery. I work in a tourism facility, and it's what people say. It's so beautiful. Do we want to be known as the place with the biggest solar farm? Please, please do not spoil our beautiful landscape.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your statement. That was obviously from the heart, and we really appreciate your words today. Do you have any questions?
Thank you, Ms. Edwards. So you said you're a resident in Naseby and you are concerned about the noise from the project. Could you explain the specific concern you have and in terms of the distance between the site and Naseby, it's several kilometres away? What is the specific noise that you're worried about reaching you in Naseby?
Well, the ramming of the steel rods for a start.
That's the piling.
Yeah. The substation is not really that far away. I don't know what that's going to involve.
Right. Yeah.
So I don't know if that's going to be noise there. I was really concerned about the BESS, but of course that's been taken off.
Yes.
But I have a feeling they will apply for that anyway, because they're not going to make enough money without that. And it's all about making money. So the noise from that, which I know I can't really say because it's not there at the moment, but the humming from that will be loud. It'll be very loud.
Thank you. And what tourism agency do you work with?
I work at a B&B
Locally here in Ranfurly?
in Naseby.
In Naseby. Thank you.
No, I have no questions. Thank you very much. Is Ewan Carr here now? No, that's no trouble. We will go to Amy Pont, please. We have a statement, Tara. We don't have this at the moment, but we can, if you can just send it through after at some point today, that would be helpful.
No, it looks like we've got that now.
We've got the submission.
We've got the submission in front of us, so if you can forward that through when you have a minute, that would be very helpful. In your hands.
Kia ora koutou commissioners, ko Taiari Plains toki tūranga waiwai, ko Mānia toto e noho ana ahau. I have left my footprints on the Taieri Plains, and the Maniatoto is where I sit now. For Amy Pontaho, my name is Amy Pont. I have lived in the Maniatoto for over 20 years and have been heavily involved in the community the entire time, mostly in a volunteer capacity, happy to live a simple life in a place I would consider one of the most stunning places on the planet, our world of difference. My submission focused on emissions in the application which were concerning, and I'm here to reiterate some of those points, but also to add comment after attending the full day of witness statements yesterday. I'm most certainly not against alternative power generation in Aotearoa, New Zealand, and this is not a case of not in our backyard. However, I am process driven, transparency focused, and believe in quality communication. Looking back, this application has been flawed from the start. Process and timeframes were restrictive from the get-go, whether that was intentional or not. When one of the landholders first came into our local radio station back in 2023 to ask me as a volunteer announcer to put over the year an invitation to the community to a drop-in afternoon regarding a proposed local solar farm, I was delighted with the idea. I am a predominantly positive person, and all the possible opportunities for our community came to mind immediately. Potential jobs, growth for local businesses, potential corporate funding, injection into the local economy, the addition of solar to our ever-growing local scientific community, and I'm referring to the Naseby Night Sky Initiative, the Otago Central Interplanetary Cycle Trail, and the extensive mahi done by Te Aki Maniatoto with the Spec Creek site, etc. However, now that I think back, a drop-in session versus a public meeting seemed rather intentional. The location of the solar farm was not clearly understood. There were no groups formed to discuss the project once the official information was released. Our community board members were extremely quiet on the subject, as usual, and our local council said nothing about it nor planned any community-wide discussions. Time went by, and the next minute, any perceived benefit of our landscape being used for alternative power generation was marred with the sudden realisation of the scale of the proposal. I can say with complete certainty that the majority of the Maniatoto community did not know we were looking at over 660 hectares of land use here. Yes, it was identified yesterday that the actual infrastructure would only take up a fraction of this land area, technically, but this does not mitigate the visual scale. We did not know that this could lead to more, that the Maniatoto and surrounds had the potential to become a testing ground for Aotearoa, New Zealand's largest solar experiment, and that in the background, other proposals were already underway in neighbouring areas such as Holborn. To conclude from any initial consultation that there was informed support from the community, I think was misleading. My point on timeframe and effect on the community. Suitable consultation would have included CODC's exploration on how such a substantial project could affect us, the ratepayer. While we heard from many witnesses yesterday, they are employed by Helios. Aside from the expert engaged by the affected landholders, where are the independent witnesses speaking on behalf of our community? When the Hayes Wind project was shelved back in 2012, after 6 years, when the consent was first applied for by Meridian, our community was split and had devastating effects to the point where families moved out of the area. These large-scale projects are detrimental to the mental health of communities, and we need processes in place to mitigate this. We need to trust that our council and elected members are all over proposals like this. We have members of our community who, quote, are sick to their stomachs with worry of what this means for our landscape and our community. We have elderly who have literally said they're glad they'll probably be dead and not have to see it happen. We were given a very short time frame to submit, and then, due to perhaps the misguided presumption of wide community support, Helio were given an extension to consider the surprising amount of submissions. There were also
That's, we're saying more than.
Oh, okay. It's probably, they're probably about to leave when he says he's going to use, because he was going to use the sails rather than the umbrellas, but he hasn't told them that yet. He just talked to.
It's embarrassing.
Can you read it from here?
So sorry. Yes.
There's so many. Yes.
There's just so many of them. We have
Yeah.
to find the person that's.
Can I just, sorry for interruption. Can I ask those online? It's really important that you have your microphones on mute because we can hear what you're saying in the room and it's very distracting. Sorry for that interruption.
There are also many members of our community who have been afraid to put their names to the submission. Living in a sparsely populated rural area means we all work really hard to get along as best we can. People did not want to offend or get on the wrong side of either party towards those who voiced an opinion. Also, during the time Helios were given to consider the submission, our community have been given more informed information of the project and have had time to develop their views. Therefore, I hold in my hand a petition. These may not be submittable as evidence, but in just under 2 days, an electronic petition has gleaned over 300 names of people opposed to the solar farm, and there are still those that have voiced they would like to sign it, but are still concerned that they will offend those directly involved. What we can derive from this, and to support my point on consultation, if our community had felt supported to share their views honestly, we would have had over a quarter of the population of the Maniatoto opposed to this proposal. To me, that's extremely concerning. To my current issues, points about Ranfurly's water supply. The site's underground water source was not discussed at all yesterday. Although many submitters highlighted the concerns of toxins leaching into the ground below the site, I presume that this will come at the Otago Regional Council consent stage, but to me this is a little far down the track. If the water source that runs from Aoraki Mount Cook out to the ocean does in fact run underneath these properties, and could be potential sources for Ranfurly and surrounds, I would like to see the risk of affecting the quality of that source mitigated. We might not need it now, but we might need it in 10, 15 or 20 years. The information provided on what actual toxins are contained in the panel themselves eliminated the key ingredient of cadmium. It's slightly more assuring, I guess, but I'm sure there are still many questions relating to how this project could potentially affect our local water sources. We heard yesterday that Helios will be held responsible for the recycling and decommissioning of any materials associated with the project, and that the lifespan of 35 years of the project was widely communicated. The economic development arm of CODs held a meeting last year where we discussed economic opportunities for the area. I attempted to bring up the plan for solar in the area and the potential for the Maniatoto to become a solar panel central and what it would mean for our community. I was hushed by a member of the community stating that it was all under control. This was the first red flag for me, and I became concerned about why things had gone quiet. Then I was approached by concerned residents and adjoining landholders, and I supported the idea of a public meeting to discuss this further, and this was when our eyes were fully opened to the scale of the project. Visibility. To state that visibility would be negligible from 1 kilometre away, as stated yesterday, is completely ignoring the slight on the landscape a solar farm to this scale would create at any other elevation. Their views would be affected. Yesterday highlighted issues for me around the right hand not talking to the left hand, with the landscape plan lacking acknowledgement of planting advice provided by local catchment group Te Āki Maniatoto, nor the opportunity to strengthen and grow the nursery which has been established growing eco-source plants in Patearoa. A huge opportunity for to secure a community entity, but yes, completely missed by Helios. Should this project go ahead, any nursery would require notice to go ahead and begin propagation of eco-source plants years in advance. Our experience with planting natives in the area has been successful, and Te Āki have been proud of our success rate in such an extreme climate. But I have serious concern for any of the applicants planting when Title OT 10B1337 has no irrigation and is a dryland farm. The other title, OT 9C187 does have irrigation via Hawkton Iodaburn irrigation scheme, but cannot be used cross-title. The concept of crystals irrigation was very interesting yesterday, to say the least. If you'd like an example of the requirement of water to grow trees in the Maniatoto, I suggest looking at the boundary planting around the Naseby Space Radar site, where there's no irrigation there and the plants have been left spindly and unhealthy. So although Helios have countered any suggestion of a bond for materials involved in the solar farm's construction, I would raise the suggestion of a planting bond, even if they require an 80% planting success rate to meet consent. Fire risk and batteries. I commend the Otago Regional Council for supporting the removal of the BES battery component, however, support the concern for how introducing them later at a later stage would be mitigated. I have been advised that the battery component has also been suggested on other proposed sites in our area. I was also left questioning yesterday whether the conversations with FENS had actually met with the resolution as well. Benefit to the Maniatoto. Unfortunately, lack of transparency has led to lack of trust. And although we are told the battery component has been withdrawn, as I said, I do still worry about those. It is noted that Helios has plans for a community fund, as I suggested in my submission. I would prefer that this fund is held within our community and not by a panel created by Helios, and that it is nested within the CODC planning department, secured pre-consent, not post-consent, to mitigate the risk of this not being followed through. The bond was discussed yesterday again, sorry, but being privy to the lease agreement without being privy to the lease agreement with the landholders, I would hope that they are satisfied with what they will ensure will happen at the end of the 35-year mark in terms of returning the land back to what it was. Wetlands. My point in my submission regarding full protection of wetlands was somewhat appeased yesterday by the identification and proposed native plantings of the wetlands. As stated, the 5 metre setback from the small wetlands and the 10 metres for the larger wetlands is still in breach and will obviously be addressed in the Otago Regional Council consent process. This breach would affect the commercial viability of the proposal, but I would also suggest that the wetlands be formalised by a covenant and not just fencing. For this would need to be added to title and then would be in perpetuity post-project. Lastly, there is a whakatoki or a proverb in Te Ao Māori, kamua kamuri, that translates to walking backwards into the future or looking back in order to move forward. What we accept today is our future generations past. We are making formative decisions here, and the decision made by our council to consent this process is vital. Are we sacrificing our world of difference to meet New Zealand's renewable energy targets simply because we have good sun? Ngā mihi nui for having me here today and trusting me with your time.
Thank you.
Tēnā koe, Ms. Point. Thank you very much for your very articulate and comprehensive submission. We really appreciate your time, and great that you were able to be here yesterday to integrate your observations within your submission points. It was very effective. Thank you. In terms of, you mentioned some concerns around the visibility and the proposed landscaping screening, and I haven't got your summary in front of me, but I just want to check what I heard. I think you said that at road level or from property levels, while the screening might be effective, the site will be viewed from a broader area and there will still be visibility impact. Is that?
Yeah, I mean, it'll be seen from, for example, for a friend who lives up by Anakore up on the hill behind us, she'll be able to see it from there.
Yeah. So where are you? Where do you?
My example's up on the hills behind us or any of the hills around.
Right.
Potentially it could be seen
From more elevated spots around.
I mean, I think that's still a concern. It's not just about driving past it.
Yeah, sure. Thank you. That's clarified that point for me. Thank you. And you made a comment in terms of your procedural concerns You made a comment around the applicant having expertise here representing them, and your concern that the community had no representation through the CODC. So I just wanted to note that we do have council staff here who are independent, who have independent opinions. And we've got Mr. Vincent, who's written the Section 42A report, which takes all of the information and puts that in a format in terms of a recommendation. And he also relies on the technical expertise from people as well in terms of landscape and ecological. So that's how the RMA system works, and there's nothing unorthodox there that we've
It's
noticed.
been good for our community to hear some of that as much as we heard yesterday.
Yes, and we
They'll
spend,
come. We have that this afternoon or tomorrow morning.
so just the way these processes run, we'll be talking to Mr. Vincent and the other technical experts today. So we'll be checking in with them as well. So, thank you. And I think that was all my questions. Thank you very much.
So I have one question. I'm hearing you around the sort of, I guess, risk to the community fabric if you have a large, some level of opposition and then some support, and we see this a bit unfortunately with projects, particularly in rural communities, that it can impact the community sort of fabric in terms of, some with concern and some seeing real advantages of these types of projects. You're obviously really connected in the community. Do you see a way that those sort of, if this was granted and it did go ahead, do you see a way that that could be healed, or some way that could be, and I guess the reason I asked that particularly is that you said when you first heard about it, you thought there would be some benefit of the proposal and benefit to businesses, and we have heard today from some of those businesses who do think there will be. Do you see any way that there's some community benefit that could come out of this?
As I said in my submission, the trust, financially, what value do you put on your landscape? It's impossible to put a monetary value on that. But obviously, a small community and corporate financial contribution is going to help any town out. I guess that would appease to a certain degree if it's done properly.
And that, just to be clear, that's the community fund that Helios has offered.
Yeah, and I do note that there was in the fourth point of that funding allocation or criteria that it could go towards appeasing high power bills within the community if people were struggling to pay those. I mean, the average household at the moment is sitting at about $700 a month for a power bill, including myself, and that's hard to meet. We all know that the power's not going to come here, it's going to go all the way up north. It was suggested, that yesterday that there may be the time that does come that there is some holding of power in the south, and it may benefit us then, but prices are going to go down. So, it would be a way through that fund that people could actually apply for some assistance financially. I think if we can just learn from the process of this consent, especially that we need to hear from our at community board level and council level, we need to hear well in advance. We need those discussions at ground level, not just from people who are necessarily opposed to it, but so that we can learn what the opportunities are for us and how we can put proposals forward to consent processes like this so that we can benefit more widely from it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Just one question. Thanks, Ms. Pont. We heard yesterday that there are a number of other solar farms throughout New Zealand, and Helios themselves have at least 2 consents that I'm aware of, and there's another one that has been consented nearby. So what I was interested to understand was what you meant by solar experiment in relation to the
size.
In terms of its size. So are there no other size?
This will be the largest.
The largest? Yeah. Okay. I thought I understood the evidence to be that there are some others of the same scale, but that's something I'd like to test. Okay. This will be the largest.
Might know the answer.
Okay. But that's the experiment. The size of it is what you meant there.
I think so. And again, points were made earlier. I agree with the fact that solar panels should be on industrial buildings and not on our paddocks.
Thank you for that.
Okay, thank you very much. Nigel Voice. You just give us a moment, Mr. Voice, or? You don't have a statement?
Yes, there is a statement from Nigel in there. 137.
Oh, yes. Okay. And I did note, just so that we're clear and we're on the same page, there's 3 submissions received from your property effectively, and the submission itself is essentially the same. But I understand that you're going to speak about different topics today, is that right?
And mine will be quite brief, because my wife will be talking this.
Okay, no, that's no
Yeah.
problem. I just wanted to be clear, we don't need to hear the same thing more than
Yeah,
once,
no,
because
yeah.
it's not a numbers game, so.
Yeah, well, we're there.
No, that's
Yeah.
brilliant. Thank you very much. We're in your hands.
Okay.
Thank you.
Good morning, commissioners. As just mentioned, my wife will be talking, a bit more about this, so I'll try and be brief. My name is Nigel Boyce, and I live at 5 Bypass Road, which is one of the neighbouring addresses to the solar.
Actually, Mr. Boyce, can I just stop you? Are we able to bring up the neighbours map? When we did our site familiarisation on Monday afternoon, we had a good drive around and we identified your property. Is that the dog company?
Yes.
Yes, fantastic. Thank you. Just on the corner.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you. And this, it's a bit hard to know what your eyesight's like, but I think it's essentially the property 5. Is that correct? On the corner
Yes.
that she's just highlighting in with the cursor?
Yeah.
We got that right. Excellent. Okay, that's very helpful. Thank you.
Yeah, as mentioned, we are a neighbouring to the solar facility. My wife Rose and I have 4 successful adult children. I moved here 16 years ago with my family from Dunedin, where I served 22 years with the New Zealand Police. The reason we came up here was basically the big sky, the open mountains, just the general view and location of the area and the community. And it was also a great place to grow our business. I initially learned about the solar facility from the project landowner. He said he was putting a couple of solar panels up on his farm. I didn't think much about that, more confused why he had even told us. We then actually looked at a pamphlet and attended the local drop-in session and found out the scale of what was proposed next door. As a keen cyclist and a member of the Central Otago Cycling Club, I regularly cycle all over the Maniatoto. The areas I cycle includes the mapped or the outstanding landscapes. While the project area is not inside the line on a map, I strongly believe that our landscape is a unified landscape, all inclusive. The views I live in, cycle through and enjoy for my own mental well-being will be severely degraded by this large black linear area. Maniatoto is becoming a cyclist playground and has great rides that take in some amazing scenery. The majority of these will be spoiled. Our area is one of New Zealand's unparalleled places. Vast plains, big skies, all inclusive and outstanding. One big amenity that drives local well-being and a huge tourist industry. There must be more suitable places like degraded sites nearer to urban demand, not smack in the middle of one of New Zealand's greatest assets. This project will change and alter the character, amenity, and livability of our own property and the Maniatoto. It will render our home and business non-viable and create effects that cannot be offset, making our property effectively unsellable. This project will bring years of construction, noise, dust, traffic and visual impact to us and our region. Our property is the centre of our working life, the only asset we have to pass on to our 4 children. The generational security, and this property represents will be destroyed and because of our loss to an important community. From the very start of this process, Helios and CODC have treated us nothing as more as collateral damage. My family, their success and happiness is not collateral, it's everything to me. This proposal has had a huge detrimental effect on my family's physical and mental health. We have lived with the prospect of losing everything now for 2 years. The police have also trespassed one of the landowners from our property, hardly in line with a fair statutory RMA process. The strength of community support has been incredible throughout this stressful time. Why should our lives, our identity, our financial security be sacrificed simply because we happen to live next door? We are a good, hardworking, law-abiding, community-minded family. Yet we have been asked to carry the burden of a decision that benefits others while destroying what we have worked for. No one should have to pay this price for someone else's profit. The Central Otago District Plan Rural Resource Area explicitly seeks to avoid, remedy or mitigate adverse effects on landscape and amenity values, noise, visual, etc. I believe that this has shown that supports our expectation of a quiet, rural, residential amenity. Given the scale and the effects on amenity, health and business viability, and generational security, I respectfully request that the commissioners decline this application on the grounds that adverse effect on us as an immediate neighbour and our community are more than minor and cannot be adequately mitigated. Thank you for the opportunity to be heard.
Thank you. I'm interested to hear a little bit more about your business, but is your Mrs. was going to talk to us about that?
Yeah, she's probably a little bit more, knows a bit more than me, probably.
No, that's great. Yeah, fair enough. Very wise. And again, it may be better for Mrs. Voice to answer this, but I'm interested in your view. You obviously very have strong views about this matter and the importance of your family and your property and the impact you're concerned that the solar farm would have on that. What specifically do you think the impact will be in terms of you've talked very clearly about the sort of visual impact of your cycling around the area and presumably from elevated points you'll look across and you'll see the solar farm. Is that what you mean?
Yes.
Particularly?
Rose and I spoke about that and she's mentioned that in her report.
Okay.
A lot more detail than what I think.
No, that's fine. So just clarifying that. And then you're worried about financial loss of your business. Rose talked
she always does that. Well, it was a business covered by her.
Okay, no, that's perfect. I don't have any more questions for you. I'll just check if the other commissioners do.
No, thank you.
No, thank you very much. Really appreciate it. Stephen Goodluck. Here? Okay, that's no problem. So we'll have Rose Voice for the Real Dog Company, please.
Would it be right to change to do my personal one first because there's so much more context for you?
Yeah, that's no problem. Very happy.
I'm happy to go.
Yeah, no, if you come and do yours now, that'd be great. Thank you. It's 136. Yeah. If you just give us a moment to bring up your submission, thank you. And you've provided a written statement Mrs. Lloyd,
Yes.
thank you.
If they've got large, don't be alarmed, a lot of it's stuff I'm not gonna be reading out.
Great,
We do.
thank you. All right, so yep, in your hand, thank you.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. My name is Rose Boyce. I live at Bypass Road, Renfrey. My background is a strong military and medicine background. I also grew up in Alexandra. My father actually held 2 terms as the Navy while I was growing up. I've learned so much in the last 2 years, but I'm not technically robust, but will be honest and hopefully informative. So please accept my lived evidence. The amount I've learned about the RMA, the Local Government Act, District Plan. I think I can see a new career path. We moved here 16 years ago with our family of 5. For obvious reasons, as Nigel mentioned, great place to live, everything about it. Community involvement. At that stage, when we moved here, it was virtually impossible to purchase a lifestyle property. They're not very common around here. We were alerted to a 2.4 hectare block then owned by CODC. Before being considered as purchasers, we had to present ourselves to the local community board with a PowerPoint to prove that we were good, tidy people. They were really concerned about what people were going to see on the entrance coming into the Manitoto, that it could be a junkyard. We had to show them photos of where we lived before, all that sort of thing. Now that same council is considering a proposal that will turn the approach of Rampley and Naseby into an industrial zone. The irony of that is not lost on us. To now come a full circle dealing with CODC, we could not be more disappointed with our local council. 9 days out from this hearing, our own CODC CEO was himself, when speaking to a community board meeting here in Ranfurly, unaware of the timings of this meeting, and date had even been set, and it had been set for months. He was passing this information on to all our elected members. This lapse undermines public confidence in both our council and the perceived fairness of the RMA process and ramifications under RMA and local government. Our property is extremely unusual in the area, being a small lifestyle holding. Most everything else here is considerably larger farms. I do believe we've been misrepresented to the exact distance of the edge of our property to the nearest solar array, but I'm not going to dwell on that because it's, for me, it's, this oversight is also includes the wrongly named roads on their plans in the area. The overwhelming important fact is that we are direct adjoining neighbours, and we spend a good majority of our days outside with our dogs, customers and horses in our raised arena area. It's like saying, because you can't see my stomach cancer, I'm not going to die of it. It's there. I believe the CODC planner has not made enough effort in assessing our living and working situation, and the effect on us is more than minor. The planner has failed to address one of the core RMA considerations, the economic wellbeing of people and communities, by not even investigating or recording potential effects on land value or viability of neighbouring businesses. Lack of engagement. The facility came to attention just before drop-in session. As Nigel had pointed out, the project landowner next door came over and said he was putting a couple of panels way up on his farm, and had told the developer we wouldn't be any problem. And we sort of thought it was funny, as he come and told us. Thought it was a little bit confusing. And to add to this, with everything that's been going on, this 2 years ago, we made it very clear to our neighbour, the project landowner, that this was never personal and not directed at them in any way. Rather, it was CODC and Helios that we were dealing with. Unfortunately, they've chosen to see it differently. Getting our heads around the enormity of this took a moment, and fast became to us that it was bigger than us, bigger than our own community, and it included an entire population of people that hold the Manitoto dear. I had ongoing email correspondence from Sarah at Helios, generally brushing off any concerns we had, only on one occasion acknowledging the main question asked many times, no future property saleability and lifestyle loss, stating, we don't believe this will happen and it is unreasonable for you to assume. At no stage has there been any investigation into our business functions and the realities of our daily operations. Helios, and including the planner from Boffin-Miskell when they visited, at no time discussed planting on our boundary as stated in the report. Many submissions raise landscape amenity, cumulative industrialisation concerns. These remain unresolved. Our concerns remain unresolved. A community drop-in session, I believe, not enough consultation of a project of this scale. Many locals had no idea about it. My family is left footing the cost of fighting a multi-million-dollar company. This is so unbalanced. Typically, rural communities neither possess the technical or financial reserves to fight this legally. I ask the commissioners to give our lived expert evidence as much weight as the legal sections where possible. Property and lifestyle value. I know this is a bit of a contentious issue that I'd like to perhaps explain it as best I can. Lifestyle buyers value being part of a rural environment, not living beside an industrial estate. Perceived stigma will lead to not being able to sell. Lifestyle buyers like us will know the risk that this site can grow in scale and change or be joined by additional energy infrastructure, as was stated by the CODC CEO last Minnesota Community Board meeting. He stated, many more are coming. They will be everywhere. Buyers of lifestyle would not accept the proximity to such an industrial facility. Traditional lifestyle buyers would be looking for peace, character of rural setting, not a vast linear expanse of panels, security fencing, lighting and cameras. Any sense of tranquility would be diminished by constant presence of machinery, noise, operational traffic, especially during construction. Our loss is a generational loss. This is our only investment. My husband gave 22 years with the New Zealand Police to purchase and build our home. This is all we have to pass on to our four children. If another person was to come in and take this from us, it would be in a criminal court hearing. Our family, home and financial security are on the line. Whether the effect on our property's saleability can be measured or not, the probability of that impact must be zero. Anything else is unacceptable. And we can't just wait and see how the situation unfolds because that's untenable. Again, I believe CODC planner has not made enough effort in assessing our living and working situation that the effect on us is more than minor. The planner declines to treat property value loss as a separate effect, but concedes property values may be used as an indication that the effect is likely to occur, para 35. Our property is our only asset. It underpins our business, our future. If this proposal proceeds, its market value will be decimated. That means no equity to pass on to our children, no ability to relocate in old age, nothing to show for decades of work. Proximity and effect. The planner has downplayed temporary and permanent adverse effects, construction noise, visual disruption, loss of amenity, arguing there'd be minor once mitigated. As stated in 44, we would adapt to it. Case law, the High Court ruled the council cannot ignore temporary or permanent effects. Even if future mitigation is a possibility, they must be assessed and treated seriously in notification and overall effect determination. This case emphasises that their effects on neighbouring owners, even short-term ones, cannot be dismissed casually. I challenge anyone here to briefly put themselves, their family, their business and assets in our predicament. That's not something you'd be expected to just adapt to. I've got references here to these case studies.
Thank you.
Again, I believe the CODC planner has not made enough effort in assessing our living and working situation. Key RMA provisions, which I'm not going to read them all out to you, as I'm sure you know, clearly direct planners to give particular regard to amenity values, quality of the environment and enabling communities to provide for their economic and social wellbeing. Neglecting a business like ours undermines these obligations. Consideration of our lifestyle land value decimation has been ignored in the planner's assessment. There's been no investigation into how we operate, how we serve the community, or how these proposals would make us non-viable. And failing to identify these issues for the RMA process, the planner has left the commissioners without the full facts they need to make a fair decision. This is not an oversight, it's a serious failure. I believe the RMA is clear. The decision makers must protect the ability of people and communities to live well, maintain their livelihoods, and enjoy their environment. Approving this size and scale industrial facility beside a lifestyle property would directly compromise these protections, stripping away rural outlook, eroding amenity values, and undermining the very lifestyle the RMA is designed to safeguard. We appeal the outcome of this hearing to honour the objectives of the CODC district plan to protect amenity, the needs of the district's people, provide social, economic and cultural wellbeing. We certainly are relying on the RMA protections for lifestyle, business and wellbeing. The RMA is here to protect people, business and lifestyle. Amenity values, the RMA recognises that pleasantness, aesthetic coherence and cultural attributes of an area matter. A linear industrial solar array beside a lifestyle property destroys those qualities. Quality of the environment, a shift from rural to linear display of industrial character is a degradation of environmental quality without even going into the documented provision list. Social and economic wellbeing, property value loss, reduced marketability and stress on the family's mental health directly breach the Act's requirements to enable people and communities to meet their wellbeing needs. Rangitoto's big sky views, openness and uncluttered rural horizon are key amenity values and advertising a point of difference for locals, visitors and tourism operators. These will be degraded by large-scale linear industrial development. The proposal's national renewable energy benefit must be balanced against the local and regional loss of valued landscapes, tourism appeal and rural character. Sustainable management doesn't mean prioritising one national goal, energy, at the expense of other equally important local values, particularly where alternative sites and smaller scales exist. Otago regional policy explicitly seeks to maintain and enhance the natural character and values of outstanding natural landscapes, which will lead me on to being able to show there's case law showing that non-outstanding natural landscapes, areas that contribute to, I'll just say ONLs, I'm sure we all know what that means, ONL values require a high threshold before change is even considered appropriate. RMA Section 6, matters of national importance. Even if the exact site isn't mapped as an ONL in the district plan, the surrounding Rangitoto Basin and mountain backdrop, Rock and Pillar Range, Pakanui, Ida Range, Hawkton Range form a visually unified landscape recognised locally, regionally and nationally outstanding. The solar scale, 665 hectares, means it will be visible within, across and setting of identified ONLs, diminishing their natural character. That means the definition of inappropriate development in Section 6B context. For example, as my husband said, if he's riding his bike or any of us are riding our horses up around Mount Buster, we look down, we look over the whole vista of the whole area, be right in the middle of it is this big flat block. Doesn't matter that it's not within the ONL on the map. Just because the map line shows the ONL finishes on paper, it does not. It's a unified view and experience. This facility is our character of the area. New Zealand has solid case law to show that landscape values aren't confined to a hard line on the map, and why I most trust new decision makers will look beyond strict mapped boundaries. I've got quite a few here that I'll hand to you, but there's just a couple I want to highlight. There's about 4 case laws about outstanding natural landscape through the High Court, Environment Court. The court emphasised mythology and context for ONL lines and required better linkage identified values, capacity, reinforcing that its values and their visibility foregrounds that drive outcomes, not simply the line. The Environment Court said that where O&L ends is not a technical one, but a robust practical decision based on the importance of foregrounds and the wider context and scale must be considered. This rejects the rigid map approach. As such, it's an inappropriate activity. Another one from QLDC in the Environment Court, this and linked to the High Court. In short, they said, don't treat mapping gaps or sheet boundaries as determinative. And one from Auckland, from the Court of Appeal, that supports looking beyond drawn line when the evidence shows the values extend past that line, which ours do. One more, Environmental Defence Society. It basically states effects outside a line that harm the O&L's values still matter. Traffic uncertainty. There's been much to and fro about the use of Gough Road as opposed to State 85 going in through Ranfurly. Lived local knowledge will tell you almost all traffic and especially HT truck and trailers all use Bypass Road. Unsealed shortcut from our gate to 5k's down the road where it meets 85 again. The CODC has not even considered the further degradation to this road. I can understand the confusion though, because on the situational photos, Helios has State Highway 85 named as Bypass Road. And yes, I have pointed out that to them 12 months ago. The rail trail is a distance away, as stated in the reports. So I guess they thought that was okay. My rebuttal would be, the report states the Otago Central Rail Trail is some distance away, so not negatively impacted. I would argue that many cyclists leave the rail trail to detour to visit our premises and Naseby area to enjoy curling, lurging, mountain biking, trail running, and of course eating, taking them directly by the entire length of the solar site. Gravel bike racing and touring has become a super fast growing sport in New Zealand. Gravel riding was the fastest growing category on Strava in 2023, 55% increase globally. Cycling culture has embraced gravel as a hybrid between road and mountain, appealing to its versatility and accessibility, ideal for this area. Many cyclists are now taking Dancer's Pass down through Naseby, right past the solar site to complete length of it, and on to Ranfurly, Alexandra and beyond. I have attached a new gravel route offered by Te Āki Maniototo and Otago Rail Trail Hub to allow cyclists to explore sites in our region, including ecological, cultural and historical. This loop takes cyclists directly past the entirely solar site. To comment on their comment, New Zealand urgently needs more new renewable energy. New Zealand already produces 85% renewable energy with hydro, wind and geothermal, providing highly reliable baseload. This is far more than most countries and undermines the idea that some urgent large-scale rural solar farms are the only solution. The claimed 70% increase in electricity demand by 2050 is speculative. Demand projections depend on assumptions about population, electrification speed and energy efficiency, all of which could reduce or shift the scale needed. Maniototo is already making significant renewable contribution through existing hydro infrastructure and on-farm solar. There is no
Could I interrupt you? I'm just a bit lost on where you are in your statement. So I had you all the way through until the rail trail is a distance away, and you talked about that, and then on our paper you've got that you're sort of heading end, but you've deviated from that.
Yeah, I'll probably jump.
No, that's okay. That's fine. No,
it's there, but
it's there. Okay, that's fine. No problem. Oh, I see now. It's the New Zealand urgency needs more renewable. Got you. Okay, I'm with you now. Thank you.
I'm in the different order.
No, that's okay. Just keeping track. Thank you.
Yeah, what is that to? Manitoba is already making a significant renewable contribution through existing hydro infrastructure and on-farm solar. There is no evidence that this particular project is the best or most efficient way to meet national demand. It is said in the report, solar is the lowest impact renewable. A 665 hectare industrial installation is not low impact in a rural context. It will permanently alter the character of the Manitoba Plain, which is valued for its open, uncluttered vistas and wide skies. Key to both residents' quality of life and tourism appeal. Lowest impact ignores end of life issues. Decommissioning and recycling of hundreds of thousands of panels is unproven at this scale in New Zealand. Also stated, the site is ideal. Rebuttal. The Manitoba's strong solar resource is true, but so are many degraded brownfield sites closer to urban demand centres. No map restraints doesn't mean no values. Local residents value the uninterrupted view of the Kakanui, Rocky Pillar and Ida Ranges. The fact that this site, as I've said, is not legally classified as an ONL doesn't remove it from community or tourism value. The flat and land proximity to the substation are convenient for the developer and not necessarily the best outcome for the community. Number 5, we consulted widely and resolved concerns. As I've said, our concerns have not been resolved. Rural communities often face a power imbalance in consent processes. Technical reports are produced by applicants, experts, and residents may lack the resources to challenge these assumptions. There was a comment in the report from the Helios CEO that said he didn't know why we were saying that all the power was going to the North Island, because that's what he told us at the drop-in session initially, that all the power would be going to the North Island. And that we would receive cheaper power, which clearly is not true. We have removed contentious components best. Future variation applications could reinstate a BESS once consent for the solar farm is granted. This is clearly a worry for most of us. And would it bypass the current public scrutiny? I've just got a few questions that have come up from, or not so much questions, comments from yesterday. The first one being fire. The 4 metre break. I would question that is enough, and that comes from personal experience. I've worked for some time with the Rural Fire Party. In fact, I was crew boss for some years from Glenorchy Rural Fire Party and worked with the Air Rescue Trust up there in Queenstown. In a wildfire, 4 metres is not going to do it. And the fact that there will be planting all around that just to carry all those sparks even further. The question of the bond, I think this is something I noted that Helios have said they don't want to be paying 2 bonds, but I strongly believe that maybe there does need to be one bond, but it definitely needs to be held in favour of the council. In New Zealand, a company such as Helios Limited is at the risk of becoming unenforceable in the event of the company failure or liquidation. Under New Zealand company law, LLC's obligations are confined to its own assets. Once insolvent, unsecured guarantees are effectively worthless. The Environment Court in Genesis Power Limited versus Franklin District Council emphasised the need for certainty in enforcing bonds under the RMA. It needs to be lodged as a bank guarantee, cash deposit, or independently held in favour of our council. And that would still look after the landowners if that was written into it. But it definitely needs to be held for us. And the same issue as the bond, I feel that we're almost like a bit of a guinea pig for such a massive test of Helios. That they haven't actually built, or all the stuff is so new. And so that's more reason why we need a bond. We don't know what's going to happen at the end of life further down the track. The CEO said that he might not even be around at the end. What if the consent's sold? I mean, there's so many things that are not guaranteed for us. Helios wanted commercial consideration for setback of the wet areas. We have had no commercial consideration at all. For example, the Avon report. As much as I love all my ducks, I believe all animals and life is precious, and I applaud that we look after it. That is the law to look after all that sort of thing. We didn't get a separate report about our business, our life, our operation, anything. And also I'd like to mention dwelling number 2, which is right at the very top, very near to the, they gave a submission of support. I'd like to say this maybe should be treated slightly differently, is by their own admission, they have a vested interest in solar as they're selling land to the developer of the other site, and felt that they had to be seen to support despite their views. This entire proposal rests on the effectiveness on the mitigation planting. Given its pivotal role, why has Helios not committed to investing earlier in much more establishment, larger species and adequate watering to ensure this critical measure is delivered successfully for our community? And lastly, just to show how there's so many things that I guess haven't been thought out, the mention of crystals. That's 20 to 30 hectares of crystals putting into the ground. They're a known carcinogen. This is exactly the sort of short-sighted decision that is not thought out or investigated. All of this and all over sites of toxic materials end up in our property, will end up in our property and our water supply. There's lots of information about the crystals. I'm not going to read it all out, but it's just more to show the point that it's yet another thing that hasn't been thought out. I do feel woefully inadequate sitting here speaking to this hearing. But these past 2 years have shown me the strength that comes when you're fighting for your family, your community, and for those unable to speak today. We will not be defined by that unfortunate family that lost everything. Instead, we want to stand and be determined to protect what matters for ourselves and others. I challenge anyone to put themselves and their family and their business assets in our predicament. It's not okay, is it? We are grateful to be part of this amazing community. We came home to a pie on the doorstep last night, which was really lovely. The toll on our lifestyle, relationships, physical and mental health has already been enormous, but we are grateful for this hearing and the opportunity to be listened to for the first time in 2 years. Given the scale of unmitigated effects on amenity, health, business viability and generational security, I respectfully request that the application be declined on the grounds that adverse effects on us as an immediate neighbour and our community are more than minor and cannot be adequately mitigated. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Ms. Boyce, for your very detailed and comprehensive statement. We really appreciate the time you've clearly put into this. It's obviously been quite a big work exercise for you, and that's very helpful for us. So thank you very much. We're very grateful. I do have a few questions, but I might just see if my commissioners have some first, just to collect my thoughts. And you covered so many topics, so it's tricky for us to kind of know where to start.
I've got one. Thank you very much. It was really heartfelt, and we appreciate that. And you've demonstrated a great understanding of the RMA and the district planning process in a very short time. So I was going to ask you a question that sort of relates to that, and it's a general question. And I think you'll hopefully follow me on this. The district plan sets the sort of expectations that you might have in a rural area, and I think you've talked about objectives and policies. And the way I take the applicant's case has been sort of along the lines of the national policy statement for renewable energy is sort of promoting this type of activity. But the district plan, which you've talked about, sets certain parameters like noise and access and landscaping, all those things. And the applicant's case has generally been that they pretty well meet most of those things, like noise, for example, they're well under the limit. And so those things are sort of ticked off, if you like. But the way I'm understanding your submission is that there's a wide range of concerns, and that even though some of those things might be achieved, met in terms of the district plan, it's a sort of a combination of things, and that's what I'm understanding. Am I correct in understanding it that way? It's a sort of a conglomeration or cumulative thing. Is that right?
Yes, it looks towards that as an amenity value to us as a lifestyle block. It will probably come a lot clearer when I talk about the business. Yes, I had to come back and talk again.
Yes,
about
okay.
It's not long. About the business.
Right, okay.
But that is, yes.
So, yes, okay. No, I understand. Is there one thing that really concerns, and would it be the business, or is it just everything?
Well, from our point of view as a family, it's our security.
Right, okay.
I know it's really very difficult to quantify, saying that our property will be worth nothing, but we live there. We know we're lifestyle block owners. It's something, I guess, because people shy away from it because it's not quantified. That would be out of this.
All right, thank you.
Just to carry on from that, Mrs. Boyce, so you've fairly correctly summarised how property values are sort of dealt with in the RMA space, and you've referred to the council officer's report about that, in the sense that as commissioners, we can't consider any property perceived drop in property values on its own as an effect, but we certainly can consider things that might contribute to a loss in property value. Having said that, you seem very sure in your mind, and I know Mr. Boyce had the same statement in his evidence, that this will significantly reduce the value of your property. Have you had any advice around that? What are you basing that feeling
What I was trying to explain in the examples was, if I was a lifestyle block, a person coming to buy a lifestyle block, why wouldn't I go buying something in the next valley over that gave me what lifestyle people are looking for, not being next door to an industrial area that had the very good chance to extend and others to be all around it. And I know that doesn't relate, but cumulative worry is a worry. And I believe that why would someone, they may as well live in an urban setting, that we're just so different having a wee lifestyle block there. What people would be conceivably looking for, that we can't offer that, what they would want.
Do you think that would change the sort of environment of the Maniatoto to the extent that someone wouldn't want to buy your properties if you wanted to sell it in the future? Okay, thank you. That's very clear. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Royce. Thank you for your presentation. I'd like to commend your courage coming to speak today. That was, there's a lot that you've communicated, and it's very clear the depth of understanding that you bring to the process. So thank you. My question related to, you mentioned an error in distance.
Yes.
What could you explain that? I just want to be clear what you were saying there.
Well, the distances, I'm a runner, I live by my GPS, and I believe that the distance has been overestimated how far we are from our back property boundary to, maybe I can be wrong, but that's my belief. But as I said, I've not really made a big deal about it because I don't believe it's an issue, even if they say, oh, yeah, we live 1.2 away. From the corner of our boundary, even up the main road, that's not the nearest one. Up the main road, when you walk up there, it's less than that distance away to those where it is on the main Ranfurly Naseby Road.
Right, so it's the distance from the southwest of the subject site to your dwelling location. That's what you're querying.
Well, the other one that goes over towards the middle of the site.
Yes.
That's probably nearer, but
So where the dwelling one is marked on the
Yes,
plan?
right. Yes. Okay, so what's your understanding of what that distance is?
I would probably think about 600 metres.
600 metres.
You know, I could be wrong, but as I said, I just believe that was just like the road names, it's just another era.
Right, okay.
And I'm not too hung up about that because it's more about the whole picture.
Sure, okay.
So I don't want to become focused on that.
Thank you. And my other question relates to, you expressed some concerns around the big sky view across the Maniatoto and the backdrop and the vista that you currently enjoy. And I was wondering what in particular, in terms of the height of the structures proposed, in your view, will those heights disrupt that vista, that bigger picture sky view? Is that what you're saying?
It's more from looking down
onto it from these higher areas.
But I mean, I haven't gone into all the planting and everything because I think there's much more knowledgeable people about that. You probably saw at my place. We do have trees and gardens, but our trees are 15 years old and they're hardly as tall as me. So, you know, much of a gardener, and they've had water and protection, and they're still only that big. But yeah, I'm probably talking about when you're standing on all our beautiful landscape around the hills, you look down on it, it's going to be there.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yes. So thank you very much, Mrs. Boyce. Now you have some more to talk to us about from your company perspective. Would you like to have a bit of a break before?
You might want a break from me.
No, that's okay.
Someone else can have another go and I'll come back.
No, that's fine. So I'll just confirm what our next steps are. I just want to double check who we have here. So can I just see whether do we have Shelley Enzor here? No, and does anyone know if she isn't coming?
I don't.
You don't think she is? Okay, that's no trouble. And Ewan Carr?
Yes.
You're here, fantastic. Would you like to come up now, Mr. Carr? Yeah. And probably what we'll do is we'll have Mr. Carr and then we'll break for lunch after that. And then from there, we will start Stephen Goodlass if he's there, and then we will go to back to Mrs. Boyce for the Real Dog Company straight after the lunch break. Do you have some notes on this one?
We don't have those notes.
Hello, you have some papers by the look of you. Fantastic. If you would like to give those to Karen, that would be great. Yeah, no, that's great.
Sure.
Thank you.
This is just that is.
Okay, we're in your hands, thank you.
Take it as read the heading on 6.5. Okay, I started the introduction.
Perfect, thank you.
My name's Ewan Carr, I reside in Christchurch. I also own property in the Payrow Valley located south of Padley Road. I've moved in Christchurch, my family and I have been long-term residents of Maniatoto, variously engaged over time in activities from working in gold mining, farming, tourism, hospitality, a combination thereof. Proposal is set out in my original submission, which was a truncated submission. I'm opposed to the proposal. The proposal will have a range of significant and unacceptable adverse environmental effects, including but not limited to the landscape, visual effects, rural character, amenity effects, and recreational amenity effects. The proposal creates a considerable risk of contamination and fire, and I just qualify that that was prior to the BS being removed.
Thank you.
The cumulative effects.
So can I just clarify then, your point two, there, are you deleting that out of your evidence or?
No, I address that later in the.
Oh, okay.
In the brief, it's just,
In terms of contamination and
to a large extent.
contamination, you've taken out. Thank you, that's helpful.
The cumulative effects have not been properly assessed. And the proposed location, the benefits of the proposal in terms of its contribution to security of energy supply are significantly overstated. Proposal would not represent an efficient use of natural and physical resources. Proposal fails to achieve consistency with the relevant planning instruments. And the proposal overall does not achieve the sustainable management proposed under the Act. Introduction, fourth generation Maniatoda resin, growing up in a sheep and beef farm near Patiaroa, approximately 21 to 26 kilometres southeast of the Girls solar farm. Sorry. I've been involved in several private development and community development projects over the years in and around the Maniatoda, wider Otago and project. One of those projects was the redesign private extension of the Maniatoda irrigation scheme, east and west side extensions post truncation by the government in 83, 84. From further irrigation capacity and financial incentives, we converted the farms to dairying in 1992 and remained involved in that until 2009. In 1988, my wife, Susan, and I purchased the Danzies Pass Hotel, redeveloping that and extending the building to become the Danzies Pass Coach Inn. The inn's located at the old Kaiboon diggings in the northwest of proposed development. Our ownership interest in that ceased in 2010. We were involved in the development operation of multiple commercial recreational activities from the lodge, including horse trekking, mountain biking, cross-country skiing, snowcat skiing, touring, paraponting, four-wheel drive tours, many of which were operated on the Kakanui, the Mount Kaigan, the Ida, Portland and some Baffin ranges. I moved to Christchurch in 2008, where I now have business interests, including residential property development, engineering, residential and commercial landscaping and hospitality. I spend approximately a quarter of my time in the Maniatoda, and we're continuing with preservation and restoration of the historic buildings at Six Hotel, located in the northeastern end of Payrow Valley, which my family has owned since 1909. This property is off-grid and almost entirely run from solar panel, battery and inverter electrical systems. We're in the process of reinforcing this with a small micro hydro system. That's okay.
Yeah, take your time.
In relation to disclosure, I've previously involved in renewable energy resource consent applications. I was involved in the Environment Court appeal of Trustpower's Mahanarangi wind farm development, that potential for 100 turbines. That was consented in 2008, where 18 of those turbines have currently been erected. I represented the Upland Landscape Protection Society in this appeal. I also represented the Upland Landscape Protection Society as well as my own private interests in the Environment Court appeals opposing Meridian Energy's Project Hayes wind farm development that was to be located on the Lammermoor uplands west of the Old Dunstan Trail and the Rock and Pillar Range, with the southern edge near to the Tapanui Conservation Park. Meridian wind farm development was declined by the Environment Court in 2009. Attached the circuit number there for reference.
Thank you.
The Helios application contains several similar issues that were before the CODC hearing panel, and ultimately the Environment Court in the Project Hayes resource consent application. Sorry. While the Meridian application for consent was a very large wind farm project, it was obvious that there are many common elements and issues that need to be weighed in the consideration of the Helios application to establish the Maniatoda Plain Solar Farm. The description of that is largely taken from the documents. Preamble. Now, one of the core objectives of the Resource Management Act is to endeavour to preserve, protect the environment, including ecological, recreational, heritage, cultural and landscape values of New Zealand for present and future generations from inappropriate development and impacts, while enabling people and communities to provide for the social, economic and cultural wellbeing. And then the subtext there is from section 104 of the RMA.
I maintain a strong view that construction and operation of utility scale intermittent renewable energy generation facilities in areas of New Zealand that exhibit high degrees of attractiveness, naturalness are inappropriate activities. I acknowledge that considerable areas of New Zealand countryside and our coastal environments are already modified, the effects of which range from minor to highly modified. I submit that overall these environments generally accommodate appropriately scaled activities and land uses, including historic uses, through to the newly developed. Combined, these represent a diverse New Zealand land and seascapes that attract both domestic and international acclaim, providing for various experiences, including passive, active, and general recreational and aesthetic enjoyment. Continued development and operation of industrial scaled intermittent energy facilities in New Zealand's landscapes, whether they be coastal, rolling hills, inland plains, elevated areas, rolling foothills, block mountains of central Otago, volcanic plateaus and the cones at the north and the peaks and the valleys of the subalpine environments, I submit, not activities that are sustainable. Most of these spaces exhibit high degrees of naturalness and are very legible due to the absence of introduced vertical and monolithic industrial elements, such as the subject application or the previously promoted wind farm developments. My observation is that intermittent industrial energy generation facilities consume significantly, alter, and unavoidably intrude into the immediate environment and project unavoidable effects over vast areas due to their diffuse nature, the scale, shapes, colours, and often animation in relation to wind farm developments. It's my belief, and I contend a considerable number of New Zealanders, including a majority of submitters in this particular application, that the continued sacrifice of these landscapes in the name of doubtful, somewhat illusory local, regional, national, and international benefits of rapid deployment of utility scale intermittent power generation simply does not bear scrutiny when measured against the whole and all of the alternatives. In addition to the landscape and amenity issues, there remains the ongoing difficulty and unavoidable additional costs of integration of mass utility renewable energy into the existing New Zealand grid and the distribution infrastructure. Solar and wind generation are inherently unreliable forms of energy generation, necessitating reliable firming generation to be available and or constructed in addition to the promoted capacity of renewable generation. The challenges of integrating and backing up these sources of energy are well known in New Zealand context, and I reference Mr. Brian Layden, who gave evidence, and I think both of the wind farm cases, certainly in the project case. And there is, through overseas experiences in the UK, Europe, USA, California, and Texas in particular, and closer to home in Australia, there are considerable volume of information in the public domain explaining the challenges, the risks, and the proposed solutions where available and applicable. While this is a common theme, I acknowledge that each country and region will have its own challenges and potential solutions. I understand where there is continuing work streams by the Electricity Commission and Transpower in relation to renewable targets and integration challenges. There's a reference there from the Electricity Authority in a recent paper.
Thank you.
The engagement process, and just before I kick off on this interrogation, I do acknowledge that this is outside scope in terms of what you're able to do, but it's a commentary really in general. While I acknowledge that the applicant has met the minimum requirements for publicly notifying the application, I think it's important to note that the project is promoted as having national significance by asserting that proposed solar farms have the ability to make important contributions to New Zealand's overall energy security and supply. And as such, I believe such claims should be tested by national exposure. I know that since I've become aware of an interest in the solar farm project, I've spoken socially with numerous people in Christchurch, Auckland, and others who have been intermittently connected to central environments. These discussions include mountain bikers, ski tourists, recreational pilots, and general admirers of the unique landscapes of the area. Without exception, they were surprised and shocked at becoming aware that such a development was being considered. Several have gone to the CODC website and subsequently expressed concerns regarding the scale and location. Almost without exception, they expressed their respective surprise at not knowing about the proposed project. I believe the project is where the project is purported to have national significance, and correspondingly it should be nationally notified. I'm positive this would result in significantly more submissions, and that would range from support through to opposition. In my experience, would allow for a more coordinated approach in testing the merits and the effects from the start line. And having stated that, I acknowledge that these are issues which are legislative and policy challenges for another time.
Yeah.
Landscape and amenity. The following text is 4.4.2. They're copied from the property group application. Out of the CODC plan, landscape and amenity values to manage the effects of land use and activities and subdivision to ensure that adverse effects on the open space, landscape, natural character and amenity values of the rural environment are avoided, remedied or mitigated. And there is a comment in the applicant's application. The site comprises an area of improved grazed farmland and has avoided any significant hills or ranges. And in bold, there are no outstanding or significant landscapes or features which relate to this site. Depending on where, in what direction one is looking, the proposed solar farm would sit within the foreground of the Danzigs Pass and Mount Coburn, progressing west along the Ida Range, the Hawkins and St Athens Range, all of which are identified in the Central Otago District Plan as outstanding natural features or landscapes within the district, now to be provided for in terms of Section 6B of the RMA. The majority of these areas are within the Oakaki Conservation Park. And I have attached a map to that further through.
Thank you.
In addition to the obvious relationship with these dominant backdrops, the proposal also has a relationship with the Upper Tidely Scroll Plain, which runs through the centre of the Maniatoto up to the Payara Valley. Views from various points around the valley at similar or greater elevations will be impacted by the proposal in varying degrees. I haven't put it in my text, but I referenced Mr. Espy's peer review, and I think it's at point 10, it was a paragraph where the 2008 district-wide study identifies the elements which I think still remain important. And I don't think it changed any assessment view that I can see.
So sorry, you're referring to Mr. Espy's.
Mr. Espy's brief of evidence at para 10 and para 11.
Thank you.
I don't think you've got that evidence, so I don't think it's necessary.
No, you don't need to take us to that. That's fine. Thank you.
The CODC plan objectives, the objective of landscape and amenity values to maintain and enhance rural amenity values created by the open space landscape, natural character, and the built environment values of the district's rural environment. The objective 4.3.4 to maintain and enhance the quality of district's recreation resources and public access to those resources. By submitting the scale and the comparatively alien nature of the proposed 660 hectares of oscillating black glass cannot be seen as having a minor or less than minor effect when viewed by residents living and going about their daily pursuits, holidaying or transient visitors or people on the Central Otago Rail Trail or other users essentially. These Maniatoto landscapes are vast elongated vistas with rural elements such as open pasture, cropped paddocks, livestock, terraces, foothills, some tree breaks, and in the Naseby locality, the Black Forest, which was planted in 1900. It's one of the two oldest stands of forest in New Zealand. These elements are framed in block mountains and vast open skylines, colloquially referred to as Big Sky Country. There has been some expanded discussion in relation to Part 2 of the RMA Section 6 to 8 and the Meridian Energy Environment Court decisions at Para 199 through 206. There's a decision that I referenced earlier. I haven't copied them in because they're extensive, but there's more reference there. And during those paragraphs, the commentary was that it comes with a sense of caution about reducing. This is evidence in relation to how landscapes can be split. Just to give it some context, it comes with a sense of caution about reducing discussion of any landscape to its elements. There is always a danger of not seeing the landscape for physics. It is my submission that the landscape assessment and particularly Ms. McManaway's evidence diminishes the impact of the project when observed from the limited identified areas and the locations in her evidence. This project is unprecedented in New Zealand context, exceeding by more than double any other proposal consented or utility scale solar that I'm aware of. I submit that the public and hearing panel would have been far better informed had there been a comprehensive suite of photo simulations produced to depict the multiple viewpoints, both near and far, and above the elevation of the proposed development. These could have included progressive simulations of any given point, allowing for time of day, incorporating the glint and glare assessments throughout the day, and potentially moonlit nights. Had this been undertaken, everybody would be better informed and less reliant on assessments. While I acknowledge that the photo simulations have been the subject of considerable debate in both the Mahinerangi and the Project Hazeland wind farm applications, they were nevertheless helpful in depicting and informing the public and those assessing the potential effects. I submit that there should be a comprehensive set of photo simulations produced for this project from identified vantage points and not limited to the scope presented in the Helios application. I also submit that the adage, "a picture speaks 1,000 words," is directly on point in this particular assessment of this application. I concur with many of the submitters' expressed concern of the effectiveness of the proposed mitigation planting. Any resident of the Maniatoto is engaged in gardening or shelter establishment can attest to the very real challenges of producing vigorous, healthy growth that will be essential in attempting to mitigate the visual impact of the development, both in close quarter and from greater distance, and elevation should it ultimately be approved. I submit that it will be essential to ensure adequate irrigation is available for at least 5 years, and that failed vegetation is replaced with similar height replacements to maintain the integrity of the asserted screening mitigation. Matter of cumulative effects also impacts on the landscape effects and visual amenity assessment of the proposal. The consented Solar Bay facility is located directly to the northwest of the Helios development proposal, and given that there's only a separation distance of 330 metres, I submit that it will essentially be read as one from several elevated and adjacent viewpoints, should they both be constructed. I accept that there are conditions that require the establishment of screening plantings, and as I understand it, these must preempt the construction of the solar arrays in the Solar Bay consent by a number of years. I'm not sure of the number of years. I think it's 3. Ms. Stephen, a landscape architect who gave evidence in the Project Hayes case, hearing she assessed the cumulative effects as set out in paragraph 484 of the Environment Court decision, described by the commissioners here as 2 key landscape witnesses discussed the cumulative effects following what was becoming an increasingly standardised methodology for wind farms. They identified 3 different ways in which 2 wind farms, if both are built, might be experienced. Ms. Stephen identified these as simultaneous visibility, where both facilities are seen in the same view, successive visibility. Both facilities are seen from the same point, but not in the same view. The head of that idea, i.e. the head has to turn when the eye is focused on another part of the landscape in order to see both facilities, and then sequential visibility. The facilities are seen one after the other as one moves through the landscape. I submit that these elements will be at play in this instance, but obviously qualified that any observation of cumulative effects will be determined by where one is observing, travelling, perhaps landscape viewing, or engaging in other recreational or leisure activities.
Mr. Carr, I'll stop you there.
Yeah.
I'm mindful that you've got quite a lot to go, and it wasn't pre-circulated, so we're having to digest it as you go. It's far more detailed than your submission.
Yes.
So what I'd like to do is we'll break now for lunch, and sorry to split your presentation, but it allows us time to sort of digest. And so we'll break now for lunch, and we will reconvene at 1:15. All right, we'll reconvene. Mr. Carr, we're mindful your statement is a lot longer than the time allocated to you. What we would like you to do is to try and move through the next part quite quickly. We will read the whole thing when we have time in as part of our deliberations, but it is a lot longer. I don't want to disadvantage others who have kept their presentations to the 10 minutes. So because you didn't let us know in advance, you didn't pre-circulate it, which we had asked to do in the minute. I'd like you to move quite swiftly through the next part, if you could, please. Thank you.
The next section is the recreational tourism heritage values. Do you want me to just paraphrase basically?
If you could. Yep.
This area essentially, I'm not aware of any evidence that has been adduced that covers all the recreational activities that are evident that it's driving, obviously, and sightseeing, tramping, mountain biking, trout fishing, curling, skating, luge, cross-country skiing, four-wheel driving, horse trading, sledding, hunting, photography, art, and other commercial, filming, private, and botanising. These activities, in my view, will be affected by the establishment of an industrial scale element such as this in the environment. I have listed references there for you in relation to the Artifact Conservation Park, the trail hub. One of the key mountain bike trails around here is the Idle Race, which is a relatively novice ride, which is promoted through the trail hub websites. I've got the also Manitoto, Central Fargo websites there, which promote the open space habitat listed and so on and so forth. Specifically into Ms. McManaway's statement of evidence, my criticism here is that the landscape has been divided in the way that she has assessed it and placed not a great deal of weight on the wider landscapes, which I contest are indistinguishable from the foreground. They're redesigned. That is a discussion that's had in the Environment Court in the Hayes decision.
Thank you, which you referred to us already. Thank you.
Yeah. That just refers back to the statement that was in the Hayes decision, seeing the landscape to the Tussocks. At Ms. McManaway's para 9, where the more distant viewing opportunities are available, the visual prominence and consequent adverse effects will gradually decrease with distance beyond 3 kilometres to site. Less than minor effects are anticipated. And I, in my view, think that's a significant oversimplification and misassessment. For the benefit of the panel, there is a map which
Thank you. Yeah.
provides the boundaries of the Artifact. I haven't in that map, Naseby's in the foreground, obviously, and the solar farm is essentially one thumbnail below the Naseby forest.
So the site's not redundant. It's further to the south, isn't it?
It's just, if you see the word Wedderburn and Naseby, and you were to draw an equilateral triangle between those dots down to into the white space, you'd be about with it.
Can you bring that navy plan? Yeah, we're aware of it.
And then in paragraph 12.7, in closing, Ms. McManaway's closing statement, I'm not sure you want me to read that or?
No, that's fine.
A great deal of difficulty in reconciling this statement, and then I've submitted the above submitted a comprehensive visual assessment near and far. Could have easily been addressed with the production of multiple agreed photo simulations incorporated into Lincoln. I submit that these should be produced to further the public's understanding of the scope and the reach of the project and to assist in the comprehensive assessment of effects and the appropriateness of the proposed development. Moving to Mr. Logan's statement on glint and glare, I think the two points that I bring out from that in a statement of evidence, Mr. Logan says, I have not visited, and the glint and glare assessment is essentially a desktop assessment. The scale of a project of this, I think that that was something that I would have expected a site visitation at least. And then further, the study area has been limited to that 3 kilometre perimeter, which I think also deals with maybe the direct link glare from roads and such like that has not in any way, shape or form gone out and assessed the wider implications of glare from angles in the upper elevations of the Maniatoa. And I've included behind you the points of which in the page as Mr. Logan's evidence with the various photographs.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
I'm sorry, the various most important observation points. My submission, coupled with what I believe are incomplete and inadequate landscape effect assessments, the scope of the project potential impacts do not extend to a test of real life experience of those who will be affected by the proposed. Mr. Logan has not visited the site. There's no points, and I think one that is important is like Little Mount Ida. They've got the people quite often. We used to do it with our guests at the Dansies. We'd go up to the repeater station. Pretty stunning vista up there in terms of looking back in both valleys. And these are sort of obvious points that I think have been overlooked. I have direct experience involving glare generated from buildings that were constructed during my dairy farm development days. And additionally, the feed pad lighting that I installed on the south of Paddy Rail. In both instances, our construction and lighting activities impacted across the valley at various times of the day in light conditions, and more than 30 kilometres a day were 30 kilometres away were visible. And the downlights that we had were visible from most of the Maniatoa at that distance. At night time, they're 18 times 500 watts. I'm just reiterating 27, 28. I have listed some case law, which I think is helpful in the discussions. The Tonga Environmental Society, which is rather ironically the owner of the forest at Naseby, an application in the court for a new mill, where that mill had a presence in the valley, reflected qualities and things that couldn't be screened effectively from upper elevations in particular, and I think it's on point for this particular case. The Environmental Defence Society in the King Salmon case, an appropriate case in the location and testing alternatives. That's the Supreme Court case that I've looked at there. And then again, the Environmental Court decision in Project K, so I've looked at that. Your reference as well. Efficient use of resources. This is in summary, it's about the increasing demand, obviously, for energy worldwide. It's a common issue for most countries that everybody's grappling with at the moment. And with the introduction of more of the, if you like, easily implementable energy sources with so-called renewables, these are the ones that people are focusing on. So wind, solar and batteries seem to be the big focus. And so these paragraphs just essentially deal with that. And it's a situation where I think Barack Obama summed it up some time ago, which is we're going to need more of everything. And all of the above. And then I've got back to front there, the chart that I have is further over, which is the fuel summary of the different types of energy and the types of characteristics, which I think is important in the New Zealand context. We have limited hydro. We have available hydro, there's no doubt about it, but a lot of New Zealand hydro is run of river. And much of the contention that there is storage capacity needs to be tested. By evidence, it actually goes through and looks at the capacity of solar through complementary work with hydro. There's no evidence in these Helios applications that addresses those issues. It's just really statements saying it can do. But in the real world, we have shortages of water. We have dry periods, windless periods, foggy periods in Maniatoa. Those relationships need to be tested and to look at the efficient use of resources and capital. It's my view that that's severely underdone with this application. Well, one of the really important aspects of the type of energy generation that we're talking about here is that summer, and solar is a summer peaking energy. In the winter time down here, you've got a latitude issue which diminishes solar capacity. In fact, in the winter, it's going to be largely, probably less than 30% or 40% of its actual nameplate. Oh, sorry, its purported capacity. There are sunnier places in New Zealand, also close to the grid. Further north you go into the Marlborough region or over into the Bay of Plenty, sunshine hours go up by 20%. And so there is an opportunity for other locations to be looked at in the alternative. Most of those have grid connection capacities. Most of the demand in New Zealand is winter demand, so when solar is peaking in the summer, we're led to believe that we can save that water, but my understanding of the hydro system, much of this was discussed in the Hayes and Mahanarangi cases, was that that storage is very limited into months, as opposed to being other like Canadians and Norwegians where you can get years of storage. So a system which is in balance in last year, if everybody may or may not recall it, New Zealand actually had a punch point where there was a shutdown effectively, and there is an ongoing relationship with Meridian Energy down at Tiwai where they have a standing payment, so it's significant. And the Meridian Energy can just say, please shut down for demand, and here's a nice big compensation check. And that stands every year because we are on the brink all the time. And intermittent energy that is unreliable doesn't fix that problem. I think another one that influences price, and that's a thing that concerns obviously a lot of people in the commercial and domestic market, and right through the future use of energy, is that price is dictated, and a large part of the price in New Zealand is dictated by gas supply. And so as gas has become scarcer, the price of gas has gone up, the price of peaker plants has gone up, the price of energy in New Zealand respectively goes up with it. And I guess if you're a wind developer, you're a solar developer, you get bid right at the bottom of the stack, but you get the benefit of the highest price paid in that stack. So it's a system where the people that are bidding in must run energy like solar or wind. You know, Genesis is the top of the stack at $300 per megawatt hour. You bid at $1, you're getting the benefit of that. And to me, that's a subset.
So I'm not sure how that's relevant to our consideration.
It's the use of resources when it comes to the economic use of resources and balanced in that framework of the landscape. What is the investment that's going to go in? How is it going to work with the grid structure? How does that affect price? So for the benefit of New Zealand, you want to get the lowest price and the most reliable energy. That's what the process should be. Sadly, the whole market is such disarray. We're looking at, I don't know, it's literally now hundreds of players in the market. There is no coordinated energy plan. And that's why we're in the mess we're in.
Okay, can you just move on to the next one? Thank you. I think you've covered everything through to para 48. No, right there. Well, I think you've summarised those paragraphs very helpfully. Thank you.
I think one of the points that I'd like to make in there is the resilience issue.
So which paragraph is that?
It's at 40. When we're looking at the structures of how the New Zealand grid operates when we do have challenges, and the Christchurch earthquakes were a case in point. And I think it's important that we look at the overall energy structure and have a look at the capacity for alternative places. And I think we've canvassed in the Hayes decision on the grid scale development, but those who have small energy pockets of generation and capacity to withstand large major events. Actually, that's the they're important things. New Zealand is a long stringy country. We've got one big grid right up the middle of it. And looking at putting energy islands in that allow people to actually cater to their needs in the case of a major cut to electricity, well, I think it's an important part of that. Putting more grid scale and it's isolated from its market and significantly obstruct. I think that's a risk when considering the merits of projects like this. The statements in Mr. One's evidence, I think the deployment of his statement at 6.5, the deployment of solar throughout New Zealand will in time lower energy costs for New Zealanders, act as a hedge against rising power prices and move New Zealand towards 100% renewable energy and enable the electrification of transport and industrial heat. It's a lofty statement, but it's not something that is borne out in the actual real day world as far as I can see. There's no evidence that backs that up, nor is there evidence that conclusively proves that you can actually reduce carbon emissions through the installation of large-scale solar or wind. Again, these are issues that were canvassed in the Environment Court, the Hayes decision. On paper, it looks good, and you can make it logically work in your head, but in practical terms, how it works in the system with the mix of energy that we have in the New Zealand scale, be it coal, gas, geothermal, right down through to the solar, hydro, the lot. It really does need significant study, and the evidence should be available to panel to make decisions on the merits of this top case. I just make just a commentary in terms of outages, and it's one that we've seen again from my experience with the other wind farm projects, is that.
Sorry, can I just be clear? This isn't a wind farm
I know,
project.
but I'm saying renewable energy or rebuildable.
Just be careful with your language. Yeah.
Sorry.
It's a little bit flippant, some of those statements, so it's just be careful of what the words you're using.
Right.
Because you're wanting us to understand the points you're trying to make and make sure that they're valid.
Yeah, I believe that rebuildable energy is a better word for describing the energy resource. The wind is free, the sun is free. That is the fuel that is free, but the machines that do it take an enormous amount of resources to build. And there are consequences of those machinery being built on and the installation, and a lot of it is unrecyclable. Some of it is, some of it's not, but these are big resources that are being put into these environments. And I just put in there, which is an old adage of the longest distance between 2 points is a shortcut. In the matters in relation to fire and contamination, as I stated before, I've diminished my concern in relation to contamination, but I am in the business of EVA foam in Christchurch. We manufacture and install EVA foam decking on boats. And then when that goes on fire, as it did in my factory, it was pretty nasty. So I'm aware there is EVA foam generally sandwiched in the panels. So those are comments. Are you wishing me to go through that, or is that too long?
That is longer than everyone else's total presentation. Yeah, look, that's fine, but just be mindful that if you're repeating what you've already said, it's not going to help our decision. So, thank you.
It's something that's already previously, on 53.
Thank you.
So it's in my submission that there is a real need to add spinning reserve capacity in the New Zealand system while reviewing and implementing the policy that does not allow the consumption of large tracts of landscape, treasured landscapes I believe the geothermal is a sound option. The alternatives potentially run a river hydros, tidal and brook strait, biomass, and bio waste resources for generation. Manitoba and its surrounding block mountains and proximity to Dunedin and other population offers a unique place to live and play. It provides diversity, recreational and passive leisure activities within an environment that's acknowledged for its tonal aesthetics, the landscape and community values. So I think some of that does repeat what I mentioned earlier on. So I said the assessment of whether the proposal promotes sustainable management of the natural resources was the panel to grapple with. But it's my submission that this concept is irreconcilable. There is a proliferation of solar and wind farm development applications throughout the country, and cumulatively they have the potential to seriously and negatively impact the identity of New Zealand landscapes. So, there's a comment there which on that page, which is in relation to Mr. Forster, who's Alberta Department of Energy, the most serious mistake you can make is pretending that markets do things they do not do. Markets allocate risk, they allocate capital, they provide price signals. Markets do not have a conscience, and they do not provide social policy, and they do not do things that they're not paid for. Some general comment there on where I believe the lack of planning is leading to these type of piecemeal applications for renewable energy and damage that, or potentially the damage that can cause. My submission that matters addressed in section 6B of the RMA requiring protection of outstanding natural features and landscapes from inappropriate subdivision is at the heart of this particular matter. Various components that make up this greater landscape are in my submission inextricably linked. They cannot be seen as divisible and able to be allocated in some schematic isolation. And then this probably relatively covered in my earlier stuff. Generally comment on the environment aspects and applicability. So overall, asserted net benefits and increases in reliable clean energy arising from the project measured against the overall adverse effects that cannot be remedied, mitigated or avoided as a consequence of the construction are in my submission simply irreconcilable, and I would submit that the project should be declined. And it's just a little Ambrose BS logic. Quote then. And another quote from Theodore Dostoevsky, which is how we rationalise how these things can help us, but not necessarily without full assessment and evidence.
Yeah, well done, you got through that at some speed. I'm very impressed. Bishop?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Card. You mentioned the Lammermoor, wind farm proposals, and you've obviously had a lot of involvement with the energy sector in that sense. But since then, you haven't made specific reference to the national policy statement on renewable energy generation, but that's come along fairly recently. And do you think that changes that requires councils to be more enabling? Do you think that changes your sort of take on this proposal at all?
Doesn't change mine, but it certainly changes yours.
Sure.
Your position is by the national policy statement, the regional policy statement, and the local plan.
Yes.
Within the guidance of the Act and those statements.
Right.
And we're all grappling with these things. And I think that at that national, regional policy statement level, there is significant need for considerable change. Or you'll see the last sort of cartoon that I had on the back of my submission. The last cartoon.
Yeah.
Fortunately, Larry is always approached from the other side. The natural phenomenon was destroyed before anybody could react. And I think that the risk that we run from our national regional policy statements in New Zealand.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
that's not for here, that's for another day somewhere else.
All right, and just one other question was in terms of the map you provided in the Maniatoto Basin and so forth, and the point you're making about this site would be visible from some of those high points that are ONLs and so on. In your experience, would there be any sites near to the transmission lines in this basin that wouldn't be visible from those high points? Would there be any sites that you would prefer from that perspective in terms they wouldn't be so visible? Or
In terms of the location of the.
for something of this scale along the grid line,
Um,
or that apply generically, that comment, do you think?
I think that in my case that would apply. I think there is a scale that is applicable in some environments. I think there's one of the other solar farm developers in New Zealand that they've got a limitation of around 50 hectares.
Oh, I see.
I don't think that the solar bay farm is much more than that, 54, I think, something like that.
So do you think it would be acceptable to have a smaller farm in this general location and still meet your concerns about visibility from higher points?
I think scale matters.
Scale matters, okay, all right, that's fine. Just thought I'd explore that with you, but thank you very much. No other questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm intrigued and interested in, you said you were representing parties at the Environment Court hearings. What was your role and what capacity were you representing these parties?
Some of them described me as a bush lawyer, but probably more of a concept.
Right, so advocacy, you're advocates for a broader group of people representing certain viewpoints.
Yes.
Yeah, great, okay, thank you. Thanks for sharing your experience with those. It's been very helpful.
Thank you very much.
Sounds bright now.
Have we got Stephen Goodluck? Yes, thank you. You haven't recirculated any information other than your note, that's fine. Thank you.
Don't apologise for it.
Okay, no, that. That's great. Thank you for doing those copies. It's very helpful. Yeah.
Okay, so I'll be as brief as possible. My name's.
No, you take your time. That's fine.
Sorry, what was that?
You take your time. That's fine.
Right. So just basically in opening, I want to begin by saying that I've been a malice to the landowners. It's tough in this region. And this project looks like a once in a generation financial opportunity for them. I understand that. But this also highlights a deeper issue, and I realise that I'm going to go outside of scope for a moment, but I think it's in context. It also highlights a deeper issue, our country's ongoing failure in its strategic planning. Instead of securing energy sovereignty for New Zealand, we are letting multinationals profit from something as fundamental to life as electricity here in our country. This proposal is not, the Helios proposal is not about sustainability, it's about money and precedent. The green branding that we are seeing is window dressing. Is there another way rather than having this? Yeah, absolutely. So to put it in context, I'd say not in my backyard, but put it on our roofs. Okay. So a really simple worked example, and if some particular wants to critique it, then absolutely. But I think we'll see what I'm sort of getting to. A 6 kilowatt rooftop solar system on a house with storage costs about $13,500 New Zealand dollars retail. To match Helios's 300 megawatt proposal, need about 50,000 rooftops. It's $675 million in retail pricing today, and that's retail pricing. That is a really sort of key point. Compare this with the $400 million build cost quoted for this farm in 2023 in the Otago Daily Times. Even with inflation, you can see that there's a really, really narrow margin in this regard. The difference is who benefits. A rooftop model keeps money and resilience in New Zealand homes. Industrial farm sends profits offshore. And let's not forget, one of Helios's investors, BlackRock, tried to monetize household solar in New Zealand not long ago. They collapsed, leaving hundreds of workers unemployed and thousands of households in an uncertain environment. That's the track record we're being asked to trust here at the heart of it. So key policy and planning failures, as far as I see them and as far as I understand. This project fails against several critical planning tests. One, inappropriate use of highly productive land. Planner's own report admits that this solar farm is an inappropriate use of highly productive farmland under the NPS HPL. Policy says avoid these uses, not minimise or mitigate. There is no unique functional need for the site. Ports need to sea. Airports need flat land. A solar farm can be located near where the electricity is actually needed, and it just needs some sunlight, which we happen to have in New Zealand. The national policy is clear, protect productive soils. Approving this would undermine that protection and set a dangerous precedent. And I would just like to talk about precedents. I live in the Ida Valley, one valley over. I believe that Helios is proposing another solar farm over there. And a couple of days ago, I was approached as a landowner there by Midland, who is also going to strike up building a solar farm around the outside of my house. Okay, so they're not looking to purchase my property. They are just notifying us that this is what they're going to do. Okay.
So who's that? Sorry?
So this was Metlen, Metlen.
And they're a solar farm.
So they're a multinational, again, offshore, and you're welcome to, if Tara would like to take a shot of it. Sorry, I couldn't see the respect that I gave to it. I put a coffee cup on it, but we'd like to read that.
Oh, it's okay. I'm just wanting to
You
get
are
the name on it.
more than welcome to. Okay. So that would be 2 solar farms in the Ida Valley. One is sort of Helios stage 2 or 3 or whatever. I don't know. Yeah. But pretty much the key point, just to go back, is
I think you're up to your point 2, loss of
Yeah,
character.
thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, but pretty much just to round that up, it's like it is about setting a dangerous precedent. Yeah. So loss of rural character and landscape values. Maunga Toho's landscape is defined by its openness, its vast vistas and its pastoral character. Council's own report admits that the proposal would substantially change that. Let's be honest, planting a shelf valve around an industrial facility is visual band-aid. It's not a solution. Sheep grazing under 2.8 metre panels doesn't preserve rural ambience when those panels stretch for hundreds of hectares behind deer fencing. This project industrialises our rural environment. District plan gives high weight to protecting open space and rural character. Approving this consent would override those very values. Fire risk, and I've basically sort of said plan now or plan to fail. Fire risk is a major concern here in our environment. We live in a very dry place. Naseby has forest plantation and a community that would be devastated by a wildfire should something start in a facility like this and then get out. The applicant offers 12 25,000 litre tanks for 660 hectares. I rang Fens and spoke to them. Standard fire truck in our region can pump 2,081 litres a minute. If they dispatch 2 to 3 units to a fire, depending on what their particular sort of risk plan is, that means that each tank is gone in about 4 minutes if 3 units were dispatched. Okay, times 12 tanks, so you've got a very, very sort of short sort of time frame. There's no evidence of how close trucks can get to a fire and amongst some solar panels that I know of. I don't know what the width is between the panels. And if they were in a situation where they had to do long hose runs to get water, how long would those runs be? Is that even possible? Let alone the toxic fumes from the burning of these panels. And bearing in mind also that it is local men and women who are the firefighters in this region, and would need to be, would need to be aware of what the particular risks are. So the question is whether there is enough water available on that site to hold a fire until helicopters were to arrive, because that is the typical way that large fires are fought in this region. Yeah. So right now there is no finalised fire plan signed off by Fens. Approving a project of this scale without an ironclad fire strategy is reckless. If the applicants can't demonstrate safety today, the application is not ready for approval. And I've got a question in here, which is what about the BESS? What about the battery? Okay, because this is the great unknown. It's been removed from the proposal. The battery storage system has been dropped, but I say only for now. If this consent is granted, what's to stop it being brought back later on as an add-on? If it was safe, necessary, and well designed, why was it removed from the application? If it wasn't safe, why should we trust the rest of the proposal? The community, our community, needs certainty. If consent is granted, it must explicitly exclude any battery facility, both now and in the future, and on any other site that they are looking at. Right. I made some other notes because talking to someone here, I should have put in a little section about tourism because I am a tourism provider in the area. Central Otago, particularly this area, it's known as Big Sky Country, and others have alluded to this. We've worked as a region long and hard to make this area a destination. Central Otago touring route, which is a roadway between Queenstown and Dunedin, passes through this region. It comes down the hill through the Naseby turnoff, okay? So which basically means that this solar panel array is right in the middle of the touring route. We have guests for our cycle tourism business that head into Naseby, the Naseby Road, it's right up beside that. Okay, so all of the visitors that are coming in through that are going to be sort of like dead there. It's unknown, and someone else may have addressed it, but it's unknown to me as to what the effect is on the dark sky, or what the effect of this would be on the dark sky status of Naseby. But again, that community has worked really hard to put that sort of opportunity and that opportunity in place. Tourism has an ongoing economic benefit to this area. Okay, this the applicant's project will come in. There will be 2 years of construction, and then, if I'm correct in reading the applicant's documentation, then there would be no one that is actually on site. So therefore, the ongoing economic benefit to our region basically goes to zero at that point, other than if there are some contractors that are brought in from time to time. And I say brought in, so then therefore they're probably coming out of region. So again, to do a little back of the napkin sort of exercise, and to provide some really good context for that, as this place as a tourism destination, the Otago Central Rail Trail was established through here. It was the first of the great rides in New Zealand. Has had a significant effect on this local environment, this local economy. And it has actually had a really significant effect on New Zealand as a whole as a cycling destination. It is rather massive. At the moment, cycle tourism, for example, is worth $1 billion to the New Zealand economy. And the government have put the having up, which is the entity that sort of like oversees cycling tourism, they've put them on notice that they need to double that to $2 billion. Okay. So if we look at the rail trail in context, it's about 15 metres wide for the most part. It's 152 kilometres long. That gives us 228 hectares of land use for the rail trail. And it generates, from the economic sort of stuff that I've seen in the past, about $10 million a year that brings into this this area, Central Otago, which is significant and ongoing. And for those of you that that don't live here, we have pubs and cafes that survive where no pub or cafe should ever survive because they get a tourism injection every year. So in closing, Section 42A, the Section 42A report leans heavily on mitigation and speculation to make this project seem acceptable. But the evidence is clear. It misuses highly productive land, it industrialises and damages rural character, it exposes our community to unacceptable fire risk, it leaves the door open to a battery facility that has already been deemed unsafe. And certainly if you look at the evidence from the United States, the largest battery farm that they have in the United States went on fire for the third time. And these fires burn for significant periods of time, and releasing very, very noxious, things into the environment. So approving this would prioritise a multinational's profits over our productive land, wetlands and rural community. Solar power can and should be developed in New Zealand, but not at this cost, not at this scale, and not in this place. Far better to put it on the roofs of every house and business.
Thank you very much for that, succinct presentation. I've got a couple of questions. So in your first page, you're referring to, Helios's investors, BlackRock.
Yes.
What evidence have you got of that?
If I just jump on Google, and it's like it's in the media, 13%, I think is the stake currently. It might be larger than that. But certainly it's a matter of public record, yeah. Because prior to this submission being put, or around about, I think it was about 2 years ago, that they doubled their stake. So they were sort of 7%, they went to about 13%. I'm not sure what their current stake is, but if you'd like me to supply that, there's a factual document, and you're happy to do so.
That's okay. And so you mentioned you're involved in tourism.
That's good.
In the district. Can you tell us about that?
Yeah, so we're a cycle tourism provider.
Yeah.
And we are a full service provider, so we hire people bikes, we book accommodation for them, and we transport them, to the trail, or from one end of the trail to the other end of the trail. We also have a family business as well, where we provide accommodation. One of our recent purchases was was burned down ancient Britain hotel. So we renovated the accommodation there, and we're using that to fund the restoration of that building. It will not be a hotel anymore, it will be a function centre for use by the local community and other corporate groups that should wish to come onto the
And I'm just interested in terms of, so you've obviously got a pretty good understanding of what the tourists come and value when they come here.
Yeah.
And we've heard a lot about Big Sky Country and so on, and obviously we've seen that as we're around here, and some of us are pretty local anyway, spend a lot of time here. What I'm interested in though is the solar farm would be at a fairly low elevation, and there's no suggestion that it's actually going to impact views of this sort of open big sky. So I'm just wondering what your concern is in relation to that.
Yeah, so the thing is, it's about, like, you come into this incredible rural landscape and you look around and you look at the ranges, the various sort of ranges around there, and then you get in a vehicle. Here is this industrial scale farm. It's right beside the road, and it's right in the face, and it's out of keeping with this particular area. Yeah.
And just to be clear, your view is that would detract, genuinely affect people's willingness or interest in coming to the region to come and cycle the rail trail?
I mean, that would be absolute supposition, yeah. But it is.
Well, that's what you're telling us.
Yeah,
so I'm just testing that with you.
So sure, yes, no, absolutely, because I think what you do, well, particularly because there are potential cumulative effects for this. Okay, so if this is established, it becomes a beachhead, in which case then it becomes much easier, for example, for them to establish down in the Ida Valley. And so from those spots in the Ida Valley, absolutely, you'll be looking out on solar panels that have destroyed that incredible view where Graham Sydney has painted it. Turner, the poet, has written poetry about it. Okay, so
just on that, what makes you think that if this was granted, it would be easier to get consent for a solar farm in the Ida Valley?
Because it's that sort of, well, look, you see this, like with regards to other planning sort of things, that if your business can establish a beach in a particular location, then it becomes the norm, and so therefore the arguments become easier as far as things go. The concept of expansion becomes easier. This is obviously from my reading. I'm sure that you're much more experienced in this.
I'm just wanting to know what you think about it. No, that's very helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Goodless. In the first page of your talking notes here, you're talking about the inappropriate use of highly productive land.
Yes, yeah.
And I'm not sure that you've been here for the whole day today, but we've heard earlier today from a couple of submitters who have spoken about the dryland nature of the existing site and the limited production that is currently occurring.
Yeah.
Did you have any particular knowledge about this site in terms of its productivity,
So-
or was it more of a generic
So it
statement?
was a generic thing as far as I understand. Looking at the applicant submission, it is still in that band. What's it, 1 to 3 or 2 to 3 or yeah. So, you know, and that's one of those sort of like criteria that you have to assess things.
Okay.
Final question, going back to the visual effects, I think you answered the question by saying it's in your face, or it will be in the face of the cyclist.
Yes.
I'm just trying to understand what you mean by that, because the evidence is that it'll be pretty well screened. So do you have doubts about the screening?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And look, if you want to talk about the screening,
Yeah.
okay, so we live in this environment where it always blows. Okay.
Right, okay.
That's a given. It's an always stuff. Okay.
Okay.
So as I understand it, we have the roadway, and we have a marginal strip, and then we have the fence line. Okay. And the intention is to plant the screening
Yeah.
on between the roadway and the fence line.
Yeah.
Okay. Those plants will not survive unless you have windbreak.
Okay.
So unless you sort of like then go, okay, well, we're going to put up a windbreak fence, that at some point in time you will take it down, then those plants are not going to survive. If you look at windbreaks around here, they are patchy.
All right. So
Okay, and that is because of this environment, incredibly harsh, wickedly high winds, terribly dry, unbelievable sort of like cold and that sort of thing. So establishment or something like that. And I think it's like in the RMA, you know, it has some sort of important points about that whole thing around mitigation. So what happens if in 5 years it hasn't established?
Yeah.
How is that?
Okay.
What is the effect for that on the people?
I understand. I'm going to make a note that you have doubts about the ability of the planting to be established.
Yeah, I mean, it was fearsome to learn that that there is no established sort of concept or plan for irrigation, and the whole sort of concept of putting electricity in place. I mean,
Okay.
this is the
Okay,
Anyway, well
That's
answered.
great.
Thank you.
thank you.
No more questions.
Thank you very much. Really appreciate your local knowledge and your taking the time to come. Thank you. No, thank you. Sure. Okay, we'll have Rose voice in terms of the Real Dog Company. Do you?
Jacob, someone.
You've sent us some sort of document. Are you planning to read from that?
So I was thinking notes I've got to refer to, but these ones are just for you to.
That you've pre-circulated, okay.
Yes, yeah.
That's in the
So I'm
portal.
not going to
Yeah,
read
yeah.
from ones.
You're not gonna read from what you've said, you're gonna read something else.
I'm reading from here, but the other things I've printed, these things are
Yeah,
just.
we've got that here, so that what you are going to read from,
Yeah,
Yeah.
well, some of it I'm
just,
reading.
just to let you know
Because
that,
it's been covered.
yeah, if it's been covered, we've heard it,
Yeah.
that'd be great, thank you very much. In your hand.
Thank you for having me again. First of all, before I go on to just more about our business, I'd just like to give you my thoughts on the failures on the report in relation to our business. There is no evidence that Planner sought information about our business model, daily operations, or our reliance on amenity values. Without this, the assessment on effects is incomplete and fails to meet the RMA's requirements to consider actual and potential effects on people, businesses, and communities. The report treats our property as if it's an empty lifestyle block. It ignores that we run an active, established, award-winning business that depends on environment and character of this location. In failing to identify or even acknowledge these issues, the RMA process, the planner has
left you without full facts, then that you need to make a big decision. This is not an oversight, I believe it's a serious failure. I have, on the paperwork I've given you, I have an applicable case from the High Court in Auckland that the planning officer failed to identify affected persons properly under the 95E RMA, produced a report based on inadequate information, rendering his assessment of environmental and economic effects legally flawed. I argue that this illustrates judicial expectation that planners must do more than rely on incomplete data. They need to investigate, identify affected parties and access actual and potential effects. And there's a couple of relevant legal principles there. And failing to do this undermines the integrity of the entire resource consent process. The affected persons test section 95E RMA that comes to considering whether effects on individuals or intended entities are more than minor. Procedural fairness in section 42A reports the planner's duty is to present a balanced, informed summary to commissioners. Omitting businesses that will clearly be materially affected as a serious procedural failure. These cases show a precedent that courts expect planners to properly identify all affected parties, including businesses, and assessing social, economic, and environmental, not just those that are obvious and or benign. This is, I believe, not a technical oversight, but a breach of fundamental duties. Now that I've said that, I would like to just give you a brief outline on our business, what we do and how we're affected.
Okay, but before you do that, just so I'm clear, you've referred to some sections of the Resource Management Act and some case law. From what I understand, you're referring to provisions that relate to identification of affected parties.
Yes.
This application was publicly notified.
Yes.
And therefore those provisions are not relevant to our consideration because everyone's had the opportunity to submit. So as you have, and that's why you're here and that's why we're listening to you. So just to clarify that.
I saw it more as the fact that we weren't considered notified personally like other neighbours were. And in this report, I've never once mentioned about us. So that was more perhaps.
I see. Thank you. Yeah.
Sorry.
Tell us about your business. Yeah. No, that's fine. Thank you.
We brought Real Dog to Manitoto along with over 20 Alaskan elements and 3 children. We operate as Real Dog Equipment, Real Dog Boarding Kennels and Real Dog Adventures. Since operating out of our current location, we've won national and regional awards, overall winner Enterprise and Rural Woman, overall winner Central Table Business Excellence Awards, overall winner the David Awards, Heroes in Small Business. On site, we've got on the property, we have our workshop, retail area, visitor information area and outdoor dog boarding kennel facility. Our brand is heavily seated in the open, honest rural amenity that is the Manitoto. Understandably, this place has shaped who we are and what we do. We are a proud partner of Central Otago World of Difference. CIDC Tourism run Central Otago World of Difference identity brand. We had to go through a quite lengthy application process to qualify as an identity partner. We are a license holder and legally can use their brand. Real Dog Adventures, along with our boarding kennels, we also run Real Dog Adventures in an unusual and much loved part of our business. We regularly host large groups, bus tours and school groups who come here to learn about what we do, how we came to develop such a unique business so far from the world, spend time with the dogs and experience a way of life that is rare in New Zealand. Visitors often remark that the journey to our place is an experience in itself. Comments like, wow, even the drive here through your landscape is breathtaking. The setting is an essential part of our story, adding to the sense of discovery and uniqueness. We believe this makes us an asset to the area. Real Dog has been warmly embraced by the community, adding value, having something so distinctive, authentic and connected to our landscape right here in Central Otago. Real Dog Boarding Kennels. We've deliberately held back from expanding our boarding kennels for the past 2 years despite demand, because if this industrial facility proceeds, we will be forced to close them entirely. We take the responsibility of looking after other people's dogs incredibly seriously. It's not a job for the faint-hearted. Our role is to provide them with security, exercise, play, affection, and above all, a safe, calm, stress-free environment.
that level of care cannot be delivered if our kennels is overshadowed by an industrial solar facility. The constant noise, especially construction, creates stress for animals in our care, undermining the very foundation of our business. The kennel is not just about fencing and food, it's about an environment that promotes well-being. This means the proposal does not just affect our family, it removes a much-needed service for dog owners across the region and renders our business non-viable. We've board many long-term dogs over 12 months. Clients recognise our environment is conducive to long-term care. We also have the ability to walk them safely all across our property to importantly avoid long-term kennel exposure. And the rationale behind this is dog hearing sensitivity. Dogs can hear frequencies up to 65,000 hertz and easily detect sounds at volume as low as 0 to 15 decibels, virtually silent to us. Humans typically detect only up to 20,000 hertz and struggle to hear anything below 0 to 10 decibels. They can also detect sounds easily 4 times further away than humans with good hearing. Dogs exposed to noise show clear signs of elevated cortisol, stress, repetitive pacing, agitation. And they are particularly sensitive to sudden high-pitched percussive noises like metal striking, drilling, pole driving. Hammering 2.5 to 3 metre poles into the ground produces sharp percussive bangs and vibration. For dogs, these are perceived as threatening, similar to fireworks or thunder. Construction will involve constant vehicle movements, reversing alarms, generators, grinding metal, all of which will produce irregular and unpredictable noises that cause canine stress. A 2-year, conservatively, construction phase will effectively permanent in dogs' perception. Chronic exposure means ongoing anxiety, not short-term adjustment. Stress behaviours, barking, pacing, refusal to eat, and worse for us, aggression. Physiological stress, elevated heart rate, digestive upset, loss of trust in environment. Dogs would normally settle in the kennels will not. Thus will be a major problem in the kennels. We are directly downwind from the entire site. Kennels have sensitive receptors. In planning terms, certain land uses are recognised as sensitive receptors, places where people are entitled to a high level of protection from noise, vibration, dust and industrial effects. These usually include homes, schools and hospitals. Dog boarding facilities are no different. But by their very nature, kennels house animals that are highly sensitive to sound and disruption. If we accept that residents are sensitive receptors, then so too are boarding kennels. It's not just our family, but for the wider community who rely on the facility to care for their dogs in a stress-free setting. Our quality of care will be compromised, reputation risk for the business, distressed dogs, unhappy owners, operational viability with noise and vibration. For 2 years conservatively, our kennels effectively unusable. Permanent loss. Even once construction ends, dogs would, even if it had been around the area, would be associate the site with stress. If a school next door would be unacceptable because children are sensitive receptors, then kennels must be unacceptable because dogs are equally vulnerable. The repulsive high-intensity construction noise is so disruptive, it would be treated as animal welfare issue. In light of this, we'd have no choice but to close the kennels. It is important to be transparent. Operating a care facility in a subpar environment does not sit with our past or future business ethos. Also, the ongoing expectation that lithium batteries will be installed and current and future fire risk gas release, there is no way we could evacuate a large number of dogs safely. This is an existing business, our livelihood. When eventually the property might be sold in our older years, we would have expected to be able to sell the kennels as a major part of an ongoing successful business. In light of this, the kennels would be closed if the project's consented. Our rural communities need small businesses to survive. This is real diversity and will be lost. Given the scale of effects on the amenity, health, business viability and generational security, I respectfully request that the application be declined on the grounds that adverse effects on us, an existing business and immediate neighbour are more than minor and cannot be adequately mitigated. Thank you.
question?
No, I don't have any particular question.
Thank you, Ms. Willis. I do have a question for you. So what I'm hearing is that your prime concern around the kennels that you're running, that's your key concern in relation to your understanding of noise and how it might impact your dogs, but also the dogs that you keep for others in your commercial
Or
operation.
the boarding dogs.
The boarding dogs.
People paying for that service and, well, it's all dogs, but yes, that's a business. Yeah.
And so we discussed earlier that you were thinking that that boundary of your property would be around 600 metres from the site. How do you have any experience with dogs kind of responding to kind of general rural machinery on surrounding farms at all?
Well, that's not really that percussive, repetitive bang noise.
Right.
But we do have, even local people around us will always give us a heads up if there's a helicopter spraying or if there's something happening. They let us know. If it's for a short term, that's fine. But yeah, we definitely do have, but any other noises, fireworks, anything like that, we have over that time, duck shooting. It's a serious time that we may not take dogs in that time because they're so badly affected.
Sure. Okay. So it's the percussive, repetitive nature of the piles that you're in particularly.
Probably mostly, yes.
Okay. Right. Okay. So I note in your submission, your written submission, or actually it was your personal submission, I think they're the same.
Most of it.
Your key concern there around the dogs was the emission of toxic fumes.
Yes, well, that was an evacuation consideration of the batteries.
Yes, right. So you're less concerned about that aspect now.
We're concerned because we believe the batteries will come. And yeah.
Okay, and I see from some of the information that was supplied in the application that you've had meetings with Mr. Schlichten and with Ms. Brooks.
No meetings with them, just email. We meet them at the drop-in session.
The drop-in session.
Yes.
Right, so no one-to-one.
No.
I've read somewhere that had occurred.
No.
Okay. Right. So so this is the first time that you're airing this particular concern. Thanks so much.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your presentation today.
We'll just move along with it.
Open some windows and things. Jill Wolf and Neil Ralph, are they here?
Yeah.
One of you, fantastic. Come on up.
It's a bit extreme. That's right.
Welcome. Thank you. We'll just get our papers up. And did you, sorry, Mrs. Brooks, the last written statement that you just read to us.
Yes.
Would be very helpful if you could provide that to Taryn. Would you mind sharing that?
We've got that. We did that.
Was it, I thought that was in addition to the paper that you'd already. No, so that was part of the material you've already.
Yes.
Okay, that's fine. No, I see now. Yes, it is all there. Thank you. No, that's great. Really good. And have you provided any?
No,
I see you've.
But I can.
If you could provide those, that's very helpful.
Yeah.
Great. Thanks very much. So we're in your hands. Thank you.
Okay. I am only looking at one tiny bit on my written submission because everybody else has covered everything pretty much on my expertise. So thank you for the chance to speak. I am Jill Wall from Naseby. My partner couldn't make it, Neil, but we have lived in Naseby for approximately 11 years. And I just wanted to share very briefly my concerns about the proposed solar farm. One of the treasures of this region is the Menby photo landscape, as we've heard. And the main access to Naseby is via the Ranfurly Naseby Road. And that we see that as the beginning of the Naseby experience. It's a beautiful 10-kilometre drive, which helps set the scene when visitors arrive in Naseby with a sense of stepping into the historic little village, tucked into a striking, largely untouched environment. And this development, we believe, will change that. The plan is to plant trees to hide the panels.
And as has been said by them before, trees die, they blow over, they grow unevenly, and the gaps will always show. Worse in winter, those trees will actually shade the road if they do get to the height they need to be. We all know what that means to the locals here. It means more ice, more danger, and more accidents waiting to happen. I've also seen claims that they've said that in 2 to 5 years, those trees will start to block the view. With respect, and I think everyone else has said it, not in any total conditions. It's just not going to be a happening thing in 5 years. We will still be seeing solar panels quite clearly. I think I encourage people to talk to many more of the locals to get a perspective on that. For the last 10 years, our community in Naseby has been working toward a dark sky accreditation for Naseby. That work's been about protecting our environment and celebrating the beauty of the Maniatoto. And it's the kind of project that brings people here, travellers, astronomers, families, creating real economic benefits for Naseby whilst preserving what makes our town really special. I want to be clear, I'm not against solar panels. We have solar on our house. We all know the importance of renewable energy, but we believe this is the wrong place. A large solar farm belongs in a less travelled area, not on the approach to a historic town whose future relies partly on its landscape and its character. So I just really ask to encourage that you encourage and support projects that protect and strengthen what we already have, projects like the Dark Sky Initiative, rather than the ones that we see as undermining it. Once we lose the character of an Naseby Maniatoto landscape, we don't get it back. I know they say it's only really for 20 years, but it's not going to be the same landscape. And I would question what we end up with after 30 years. I think my end comment is that I believe Naseby's economic future will be affected. Thank you. I've got to say.
Thanks very much.
Short and sweet.
No, that's great. And I don't have any questions for you. That was really clear. I think your points are very clear. I'll just check with my commissioners.
Very clear. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks very much. Coming along. Right.
Now I've got some call here.
We've got Tracy Crossan, please. There's some photos tabled. You provided some photos.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. We have those.
Visual storyteller.
Brilliant. That's a nice interest for us, so I appreciate that. We'll just bring up your submission.
Here's two documents.
Yeah, so one's the PowerPoint and the other's are written, so we'll have the PowerPoint up here. And so if you have your written up, we can take you through the PowerPoint up here.
Thank you. I'm over it. It's a multimedia presentation. Brilliant. Thank you very much.
Okay, so we can just bring up the. Okay, so hello, I'm Tracy Crossan. I'm here today representing the 4 generations of the Crossan family that have been farming the land along the south and southeast border of the Helios proposed solar industrial complex for close to 75 years. My husband Gavin and I and our 2 teenage sons, Hamish and Ryan, are the current occupiers of dwelling 4, as we're referred to in this Helios application. My husband's father, a former occupier of dwelling 4, also resides on Gough Road. So we bring up the next picture and you can see where our place is in relation. So that's us
Down the
bottom right-hand corner there.
Thank you.
I don't think anyone can argue that we are the most effective party in this application. Who in this room would be happy about going from a view of farmland to the view across 5 kilometres of glass? So if you bring up the next slide, you'll see what our view looks like. So that's our house in the bottom corner. Every negative aspect of this proposal, which there are many, will affect our family throughout the entire lifespan of this project, and there is absolutely no benefit in it to us. This is why we as a family strongly oppose this development, not only for the impact this will have on our lives, but also the lives of those in the whole Maniatoto community, a community that we care about.
Today, I want to highlight the concerns I raised in my submission under a few headings. Inappropriate land use and industrialisation of the rural zone. This development would bring large-scale industrial infrastructure into a productive, quiet rural area with significant landscape and amenity values. This development is incompatible with the values that make the Maniatoto unique and would result in widespread and irreversible damage to our environment, community and local economy. The development has unacceptable impacts beyond the site boundaries, which have not been effectively mitigated. This proposal is an inappropriate land use and is the industrialisation of a rural zone. The proposed solar industrial complex represents a major land use change. What is currently open dryland farming country, part of a working rural landscape, would become a highly engineered industrial energy site, including but not limited to vast solar panel arrays, perimeter fencing, security infrastructure, access roads, substations, and inverters. This is not rural character or function. It is industrial development being imposed on farmland. This change undermines the purpose of rural zoning, displaces food production, fragments farmland, and erodes the rural working landscape that is essential to both our economy and sense of place. Loss of productive soils and rural viability. The land, so we've put up another picture. So the land proposed for development includes productive soils that are still actively farmed, some of which is highly productive. We farm a very similar sized land parcel to this proposal right next door. We support 2 families on our land, and land is what you make it. More fertiliser, better grass species equals more productive land. We are very concerned that once taken out of food production, this land is unlikely to ever be restored to how it is now. This is short-term economic return at the expense of long-term rural resilience. This proposal has been promoted as having the ability to continue the sheep farming operation that is currently being undertaken on this land. Yet the first job is to remove all the internal fencing. How many sheep are you going to run in this one big paddock? The developers have been asked on more than one occasion what the stocking numbers will be compared to what they are now, and I've yet to hear an answer. Funnily enough, I've spent much time researching the farming of sheep under solar panels, and I can't find any studies that concentrate on anything other than shade for sheep. There is not one study that has been done using normal farming practices on a large scale. For example, the studies I have read have applied fertiliser by hand, presumably because they cannot spin fertiliser on by a bulky or apply it by air. This is not normal farming practice. It's like applying fertiliser by hand to 660 hectares. Yeah, right. Mr. Morris, in his evidence, stated yesterday that there would be no tractors, no mowing and no baling. Again, not normal farming practice. What are the regrassing plans when the grass species run out, which they do very quickly in the Maniatoto? How are you going to work up and re-sow the farm? I don't believe that any thought has been put into this kind of stuff that us real farmers deal with and consider on a daily basis. Sheep farming under solar panels is just a fanciful idea to appease those with little knowledge of real farming. Mr. Schlichting states that he has only witnessed sheep farming under solar panels in Australia. Well, here's a big kicker. Meat and Livestock Australia's Integrity Systems Company, LPA, which is the Livestock Production Assurance, have a national on-farm assurance program, which is the same as our New Zealand Farm Assured program here in New Zealand, something that is very important to us. This program in both countries permits livestock producers to sell their animals for food consumption and needs to be continually monitored and renewed. The Australian version of this program has just been amended to include a new section, Food Safety on Your Property. Question 2.8 asks, do livestock have access to leaking electrical transformers, capacitors, hydraulic equipment, solar panels, wind turbines, coal seam gas structures, or coal mine waste? If you answer yes to this question, you then have to state that you are making plans to restrict access. So,
no sheep under solar panels then, if you want to comply with the Farm Assured program. So then the sheep are gone. Who will maintain the pasture under the panels then? How long is it going to take until this is included into New Zealand's Farm Assured program? Let's learn from what is happening around the world and put a stop to the poisoning of the farmland and animals from renewable energy. Let's learn from what's happening around the world in the inadequacies of these companies building and maintaining these industrial sites. Grab the next slide. Solar farms being shut down in Australia en masse due to non-compliance of their safety obligations, a lack of adequate vegetation management, insufficient fire breaks, and vegetation that was simply too high. A fire that started due to an electrical equipment failure on one solar industrial complex quickly spread due to long unmaintained grass, which then led to the shutdown of others until the vegetation was managed and the risk of fire spread was better managed. Developers not fulfilling their consent requirements. Should we also mention the Helios Edgecombe solar farm in the Bay of Plenty that resource consent was granted for and then was very quickly on-sold by Helios to Genesis. Helios really cared about that community long-term, not. I wonder what happened to the landowner agreements in that situation. This land use change application is just that, a total change in the current use of that land. Landscape degradation and amenity loss. The Manitoto is treasured for its open skies, expansive plains, natural light, and long views to the surrounding mountains. The proposed solar complex would introduce visibly intrusive industrial-scale infrastructure. It would create large areas of glare, fencing, and metal that are completely out of place in this landscape. Mitigation planting has been proposed, but many of the species chosen are unlikely to survive the local climate. I've looked over the planting schedule. I have a large garden. I've tried to grow many of those proposed species over the last 25 years on the neighbouring property, and they just don't survive. The proposal totally underestimates the slow growth of plants in our area. Ms. McManaway may have sought advice on this, but I have first-hand experience. E-screening mitigation will take years. I actually doubt that the mitigation planting will ever be effective within the lifespan of the project. And you don't want to start planting until the construction has commenced. Obviously, there will be absolutely no mitigation to the construction phase. No one yet has answered the question as to where the water was going to come from to establish and maintain these plantings. I found that a commonly used formula suggests 38 litres of water is required per week per 1 inch of trunk diameter for new plantings. No one yet has answered the question about the number of plants, and therefore no one has worked out the amount of water required. And who said that we want to look at trees? Screening itself would block the valued views across the land. This is not visual enhancement. It is a permanent scar on the Manitoto landscape. So this is the current view from our house. Ms. McManaway's mitigation plan for us includes us erecting a 1.8 to 2.4 metre hedge along our front fence. Here is what that would look like. Who thinks that this is okay? After decades of admiring the mountains, our farmland, our animals, and the peace and serenity of our current view, you think it's okay for us to lose that. Ms. McManaway's report also states that due to lower contour level at the southeast boundary, planting will need to reach 8 to 12 metres to begin to screen panels from our view. Amenity and wellbeing impacts. This proposal would severely degrade the rural amenity values we enjoy, including tranquility and peace, rural sounds and rhythms, open outlook across working land, and a strong sense of identity and place. Construction and operation would bring noise, dust, traffic, and transformer hum, affecting both our physical environment and mental wellbeing of both ourselves and our animals. The development also raises serious health and safety concerns, including fire risk, toxic plume from fires, potential for water contamination, heat island effects, electromagnetic radiation effects, most of which has been lightly glossed over in this application. There is no clear evacuation or emergency response plan, which just highlights the inadequacy of the application, the lack of care or concern by the applicants. Social, ethical and economic concerns. This project has no social licence. The local community receives very little benefit, a token cash gesture, which equates to approximately 1 day's generation. Instead, we face increased fire insurance premiums, reduced property values and difficulty selling property near the industrial site. Increased pressure on our infrastructure, accommodation options, doctors and hospitals, all of which are already stretched. There are no assurances about energy price reductions or local job creation. Mr. Schlichting states in his evidence that this project will help to enable a carbon zero future. Has anyone worked out how much carbon is emitted in the construction of this project and all its componentry, the panels, inverters, and so on? But because of all this carbon is emitted in other countries of manufacture, does that make it okay? Or do they have a different atmosphere in China maybe? Mr. Schlichting also says that this project is needed to secure the future of energy generation in New Zealand. Yet the Transpower has a number of energy proposals already consented, with many of these being in areas closer to where the generation is needed. This project is in no way essential. The people of Central Otago have nothing to prove with regards to power generation. We are well and truly doing our part already. Mr. Schlichting may also wish to elaborate why his proposal is currently on hold with Transpower. Is it in the too hard basket for now, or are you leaving that problem to whomever you sell this consent to if granted? Planning and legal framework, RMA provisions. Landscapes which contribute to amenity and the quality of the environment are required to be given special recognition under various sections of the RMA. Therefore, the proposal is inconsistent with key principles of the Resource Management Act of 1991. Under Section 5 of the RMA, Sustainable Management, this development does not sustain the potential of rural land for future generations. This development does not safeguard the life-supporting capacity of soils and water. It fails to avoid or mitigate adverse environmental and social effects. Under Section 6 of the RMA, Matters of National Importance, 6A, this development does not preserve the natural character of the land. 6B, the development allows inappropriate development in a landscape with significant visual and cultural values. Under Section 7 of the RMA, 7C, this proposal fails to maintain and enhance amenity values. 7F, this proposal fails to protect the quality of the environment. 7B, this proposal fails to use land resources efficiently, especially where soils and landscapes are finite and irreplaceable. 7G. Decommissioning and long-term risks. This proposal lacks a clear decommissioning plan. There are no financial guarantees to council or to the community that the land will be restored. There is no evidence that the site could ever be farmed again as it is now. This places the burden of risk on future generations, not the developer. Given Helios's history of selling off these consents once granted, we have no idea who will be our neighbours when this project comes to the end of its life, or if sales have nullified agreements with landowners and consent applications. There is currently nowhere in New Zealand that can recycle all of the components of solar panels. What is going to happen to any solar panels that are broken during construction or panels that are identified as being damaged over the coming years? Where is all the rubbish created by construction going to go? Just more landfill. Central Otago District Plan. This proposal is also inconsistent with the Central Otago District Plan, which seeks to protect rural character, open landscape values, amenity for residents and visitors, and productive land use. This application was lodged with the Central Otago District Council, and from the council's website, a council made up of members of the public who are elected to represent you and your community. The council is entrusted with managing the Central Otago region. Our community board members that we vote for, again from the website, their role is to represent and act as advocates for the interest of their respective communities. Well, this community has spoken and overwhelmingly has said that they don't want this thing. We are the ratepayers here, the ones who have to live here and carry on with our lives. Who is going to look after and monitor the water that flows underneath and over this land, that then carries on through and over our land and heads down to the Renfrew Township? The same water that runs through a creek in the township that periodically floods our show and sports ground, it's the same water. There's another slide there. Oh, no, not that one. Oh, I've missed a few. Yeah, that one. Our sheep, my horses, drink this water that can clearly be seen here. So next slide. Running off the proposed solar complex land under the road and onto our land, which is the next photo. Another example of water coming down from the proposed site beyond the tree line and onto our land. Next one. And another example. Next one. There is plenty of evidence online of aging solar panels leaching out harmful and toxic chemicals. How much of our money has already been spent by both the Regional Council and the Central Otago District Council on capping bores at the end of Ranfurly Back Road when searching for a future town water supply? All of the water that is running into those four sites would have come down underneath this proposed industrial complex. Any chemicals leached at this complex will be in that supply. So next one, so that's those bore sites. There is absolutely no consideration to our family by Helios or the landowners, none of whom have visited us, the greatest affected by this proposal, to discuss any of the implications we will experience with this bill or show us empathy given that our lives have and will be changed forever. We've been lied to and led along the garden path since the very first communication with Helios, as outlined in my submission. It took months for us to get the Glint and Glare report, which was promised to us at the golf club meeting. And as Mr. Logan said yesterday, in his evidence or opinion, Glint and Glare cannot be truly assessed until this thing is built. Mr. Logan also stated that in his opinion, there will be no yellow glare being the glare equivalent to looking directly at the sun, if screening is achieved. Helios is pinning this whole application on Ms. McManaway's planting proposal, which I have already pointed out has many flaws. Mr. Logan also yesterday summarised that there would be very little glare. Why should we be party to any glare? Very little is still glare. We will have to endure this every day, from our house, our road, our garden, and during our daily farming duties. We will get to experience the full noise during construction, the driving of metal stakes being hammered into the hard Central Otago ground. Mr. Ibbotson reported on this yesterday and told us what level of sound we could expect from the driving of piles by the machine that he assumed they would be using. We will have to experience the extra traffic when trying to run our farming business. We will get all the dust coming our way, given that we're in the path from the complex and the prevailing wind. We will have to listen to inverters humming for approximately the next 30 years, along with transformer noise that Mr. Ibbotson modelled from an internet search of a similar transformer. We will get glare as we travel up our road, but you say that's okay, because it's not a very busy road anyway. It's still a road that we have to travel on every day. It's a road that our teenage sons use daily. Not so experienced drivers who may or may not get glare, but it could be actually catastrophic if they do. And that goes for all road users who will experience glint and glare on the roads until the mitigation planting is established. We will have to live with the fear of fire day and night for the entirety of this project. My family, our stock, my internationally recognised herd of Irish draft horses are at risk. And solar panels do go on fire. Oh, next one. And so do inverters. Next one. We are now stuck here with no choices. Nobody will want to buy a farm that is within proximity of this proposal or with this proposal hanging over its head. And certainly no one will want to buy it during construction or operation. We will have to endure increases in insurance premiums. We've already spoken to our insurer, FMG, and they have confirmed this. There is no road line between us and the property on the southern boundary, and on that boundary, we have a lucerne paddock that we harvest hay from. And yes, we will be using a tractor and baler. We will have to endure decreases in our land value. All around the world, neighbours have reported drop in land values where they are beside a solar complex. I don't believe that anyone in this room would want to be in the position that the Crossan family are. Our visual amenity will be gone. The view that we know and love will be gone. Next slide. Mr. Schlichting may be able to employ every kind of consultant to say the right thing or have the right opinion on his behalf, but what he can't disprove is how we as neighbours feel about this project and how it will affect us. He doesn't have to live beside it, nor do any of his consultants. So therefore he or they have no way of knowing how this is and will impact our lives. This cannot be quantified by any of your experts. I hate what this whole thing has done to our little community. Families and friendships divided and lost. Helios, you have caused this. You have turned us into people that we never wanted to be. I don't want to be here speaking at a hearing. I want to be farming, riding my horse and enjoying the beautiful, peaceful area that I live in. But you've given me no choice. I need to stand up for my family. We ask that this application is rejected on the basis that it is an inappropriate industrial development on a rural zone. It is a threat to productive land and local farming livelihoods. It is damaging to the unique and irreplaceable Maniatoto landscape. It is harmful to amenity, well-being and community cohesion. It is inconsistent with the Resource Management Act and the District Plan. We oppose placing industrial scale developments in the wrong place, and the Maniatoto is the wrong place. I am asking the commissioners to please protect this land, our community and our future. Central Otago, protect our world of difference. Decline this proposal in its entirety. Ngā mihi nui, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. It's very comprehensive, and I really appreciate you sharing with us your very clear feelings on this proposal. You are one of the close neighbours, and thank you for coming along and sharing that with us. I've got a few questions. Are you happy to answer those? You're okay? If someone got a tissue, there's some tissues up there. So in terms of your property, you're dwelling in terms of as you mentioned, and you talked a little bit about the landscape mitigation plan that's been proposed by the applicant's landscape architect.
Yep.
And so that's this plan here. You're sort of familiar with that generally? Great, thank you. Does your farm extend over to this side of the road as well? So are you right up along this boundary here?
No, not quite to that boundary. We're a little bit further down.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right, it'd be useful.
Well, I mean, we boundary that land.
Yes.
But the solar panels aren't coming right to the southern boundary of that land parcel.
So you think this line here is your?
No, that's the boundary of the solar panel.
Oh, I see. And where's the property boundary? It would be quite useful if someone could give us a plan that shows where the property boundary is in relation to this line. Thank you. So you mentioned that the recommendation from Ms. McManaway was to plant hedging effectively, or plants along on your property.
Yes, right. So this is our house and our fence along the front.
So that would be over on the other side of the road on your property.
Yeah.
So that's not something that's part of this application in front of us.
Well, it's in their planting schedule.
So
that in their Ms. McManaway's report, she is suggesting that we plant a 1.8 to 2.4 metre hedge along our front fence.
Okay. And so I think possibly and we can check, but I think possibly it's a suggestion rather than part of the proposal, because the proposal work is only on
That's
the
her
side.
suggestion, being the only way that is going to mitigate our view.
I see your point, thank you. And the other question I had was, you talked about your concerns about if there was a fire or some other emergency, and you're concerned that there wasn't an emergency response plan or anything. Did you, I don't know if you were here yesterday, were you here?
Yep, I was.
You were, great. Was there anything that you heard from the experts yesterday that gives you some comfort around that in terms of the fire emergency response plan that they're proposing, the work they've done with FENS and things? Does any of that alleviate any of your
No,
concerns?
not at all. You know, a fire in this complex would be a very complex issue for firefighters. Our firefighters here are volunteers. You know, who's going to let us know that there's a fire and that we may have to evacuate, you know, 12 horses, everything else. I can't see any kind of plan to do that.
Okay, and that's all I had actually. Do you have anything?
Thank you, Mr. President. So there was on one of your images, you had the location of your house and then a line in terms of the view across the site.
Yep.
And we've also seen the view directly across from your site into the where you demonstrated where the hedging might go. So we've also heard from submitters and also some of the applicant team around the undulating nature of the site. What's your impression of the undulation and how that might impact on the extent of your view across the entirety of the site? Like, is there a limited
I think
distance that you would see?
I've asked for you to come for a site visit, and I think once you come to our house and see how elevated our house is in comparison to the site, you'll see that we get a fairly good view of most of.
Yes. So when we're on your site, because we do intend to visit your site, where do you suggest we prioritise our visit?
Well, I mean, you need to stand out at that front.
At that front fence, that's the best spot?
Yep.
Yeah, thank you.
And I think I think from memory when we had a look around, your house is sort of up quite a long driveway, is that right? Is it okay with you if we drive up there and have a wander around?
Yep.
Brilliant, thank you.
No question. Just commend you on the presentation and the work you've put into this and the passion you've shown. So it's not lost on us. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Hey, we've got David Brady. Come on up.
This one is.
Just one moment. I'm just putting your. Thank you for providing your notes to us. Right, got that up now. Thank you.
Sure, thank you. My name is Dave Charles Brady. I hold a Bachelor of Commerce degree from Otago University. I'm an independent consultant with expertise in commercial development of large scale assets and in particular property and screen production facilities. I do not purport to be an expert in resource management law nor solar generation development. I do have experience with the electricity generation industry, as I spent 8 years from 1992 to 2000 with Contact Energy in Clyde and Wellington, where some of my role was assessing commercial viability of new or increased capacity generation projects. I'm here on my own behalf, and while I'm a member of many community groups and not-for-profits, I do not have their authority to talk. This is this is my own opinions.
Thank you.
My family has a strong connection with Central Otago and the Maniatoto. I have children living in both Naseby, where I live, and Ranfurly, and grandchildren living in Ranfurly. My wife's family first settled in Ophir, where her great-great-grandfather was a stonemason who worked on many of the notable buildings in the area. The family then turned to dairy farming. Her father and his parents were Ranfurly residents, and when her parents married, they settled in Ranfurly. She has grandparents and parents in the Ranfurly Cemetery and earlier ancestors in the Omakau Cemetery. I tell you this so that you will understand that I have a deep connection with the area despite having grown up elsewhere in Otago and South Canterbury. But my opinion to this proposed solar generation installation is not because I'm not of my backyard NIMBY, but because it is in my front yard and because I do not believe that the benefits outweigh the costs to the community and the environment. I also question the economic impact that has been suggested in the proposal. In preparing for today, I've reviewed the assessment for environmental effects lodged with the application for the resource consent and subsequent revisions and the Section 42A report. There are 6 elements that I would like to discuss today: size and scale, industrial versus rural, location impact, job creation numbers and impact locally, transmission constraints, and the impact on the dark sky during construction. First, size and scale. The industrial development will be the largest built form on the Maniatoto. It will be over twice the size of Ranfurly. Ranfurly is not built to the capacity yet, and there is still room for development within the town. So that's just trying to build the scale for understanding. But this industrial development will be over twice the size of the largest built environment on the Maniatoto. I question why this is not a plan change, and as the extent of the change to the use of land is so great that it cannot be ignored. Yes, sheep may still graze underneath and around this new industrial form of development, but that is like saying a person who has 6 laying hens and sells eggs at their front gate is an egg farmer. This will no longer be farmland. It will be an electricity generation site. The district plan deals with large-scale electricity generation. The district has large-scale electricity generation at Roxburgh and Clyde power stations. Roxburgh Power Station, which is 320 megawatts of installed capacity, so similar scale, was commissioned in 1956. One must wonder if the Roxburgh Dam was proposed today, what the planning processes would be. This thereby extends the solar generation proposal. This is not a small change of use. This is a significant change from rural to industrial use, and as such needs to grow through a proper plan change process. Industrial versus rural, Section 42A report in paragraphs 118 through 121 considers the question of the effect of rural character. However, it does not deal with the concept that this is a change of use. It implies that the predominant activity will remain rural. I do not agree with this implication. Rather, this is a significant change of character and use of the land. Despite the best efforts of the developer to screen and with the use of planting and other measures, the land will change from rural to industrial. With such change of use, commissioners must require that plan change process be undertaken. Location impact. This proposal may not lie within the natural outstanding landscape zones within the district plan. However, it is visible from major roads to Naseby and Ranfurly. I question whether this is consistent with the current and desired future look and feel of the Maniatoto. Do we as a community want our front door to be an industrial corridor? I do not. If the location was not on the main entry point to the main town and the main tourism location of Naseby, then I believe there would be not such large oppositional response from the community. Secondly, the South Island is the right place for additional renewable energy generation. There is currently no non-renewable generation in the South Island. The predominant load centres are all in the North Island, and I suggest the North Island location would provide a much better siting for the proposed development. Job creations and numbers and impact locally. The 24-month proposed build program suggests a peak workload of 200 jobs. It is likely that these workers will not be drawn from the Manitoto, but rather imported from somewhere else due to their numbers and specialty. Certainly, there is some potential for additional work for locals in areas of civil and general construction. If these workers are to come to the Manitoto, are they to come daily? Are they to come and stay on the Manitoto? The Manitoto currently has approximately 150 beds available for visitors. These are generally all used during the summer months for tourism visitors. Would the developer propose that tourism activities cease while construction is going on? I do hope not. Tourism is a critical industry for the Manitoto, and many businesses and workers are reliant on these tourists for income. Transmission constraints. I remain concerned that there is insufficient transmission capacity for the region. A lot of renewable energy is transferred north. A lot of this via the Naseby-Livingston transmission lines. There is also the HVDC link between Benmore and Tony to consider. The HVDC has been at capacity for many years with little alternative for the export of renewable hydropower. Secondly, the peak period for solar generation is during summer months when the wholesale price of South Island hydro tends towards $0 per megawatt hour. This must put in question the viability of adding more capacity to an already foolish South Island renewable generation platform. Impact on the dark sky during construction. The latest glare report suggests that there will be no impact on light spill and pollution during the night hours post-construction. I'm worried about this. The report is not conservative enough to protect our dark skies. The Naseby community has been working for the last 10 years on certification as a dark sky community. The end is in sight for the certification. It would be a woeful oversight to compromise this after the Naseby community and council have been so actively working on it. There is little discussion on the impact of the dark sky through the construction period. I note the hours of construction are to be within the hours of 0700 and 1800 hours each day. While there is no proposed conditions to limit hours of construction to these times, if the development was to proceed, these hours must be codified and therefore, and further, no lighting that does not comply with the lighting rules under Plan Change 22 should be allowed. In conclusion, I maintain that the process for assessing the development needs to be revisited, and I would like to see that a plan change process be required before this development can go ahead. This is due to the size and scale of the development. This is not a short-term activity, and the impacts will be long and far-reaching and need due consideration that a plan change be given. This is a change of use from rural to industrial. There's no question about that. This should not be allowed to go ahead without a due process of a plan change. The location is not suitable for an industrial development, and the proposal should therefore be rejected. The construction jobs will have a significantly detrimental effect on tourism, and the developers should be required to bring in temporary housing to cope with the influx. Such temporary housing would need its own resource consent, and it would likely have a detrimental effect on the fragile waters infrastructure of the Manitoto. The transmission constraints should be overcome before the development proceeds, and the potential impact on Naseby's dark sky should not be overlooked, and appropriate controls must be put in place.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Question. Sorry, I've lost my question, so I'll come back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Brady. Your comments around the impact on dark sky during construction, and you've said that the latest glare report suggests that there will be no impact on the light spill and pollution during the night hours post-construction. What in particular do you think is absent or deficient in the GLIA report?
Well, I think it's an understanding of what the lighting during construction will be. If they erect lighting towers to affect work during low light hours, that will have a light spill effect on the dark sky environment.
Right.
And the council implemented Plan Change 22 last year to ensure that light spill was mitigated during that, but I don't see any reference to controlling light during construction.
Thank you. So it's more focused on construction lighting effects rather than reflection of moonlight off the solar panels.
Well, the GLIA report deals with moonlight reflection and sort of suggests that that's not a thing.
Yes.
But it's a suggestion, not a definitive in my understanding of it. And such a large area of glass is, could have an unintended consequence. And I'm very scared that we've invested thousands of hours in creating a dark sky community, all to have it being thrown out because it's a full moon tonight.
Thank you for clarifying. Questions.
I found my question. So you've talked a lot about that you feel that this should be a plan change and not a resource consent, and that's something that the planners can address off on if they think that's necessary. What I'm interested in though is where you've said it's a change of use from rural to industrial, and this should not be allowed to go ahead without due process of a plan change. So and that is a thing for a number of submitters that they've considered this as sort of an industrial activity. I don't know, were you here yesterday to hear some of you've obviously read quite a bit of the application though, and the evidence that we've been given is that there are parameters where a solar farm would need to meet to be able to be functionally and operationally appropriate in a location. So do you sort of accept that if you were going to, just in general, you're going to establish a solar farm, it would need to be in some sort of rural location rather than a already zoned industrial area in an urban setting?
No, I think
you accept that or not?
I think there's some confusion. I don't think it should be called a solar farm, because it's not a farming activity. It's an industrial activity. And generally industrial activities, while they may be permitted within a rural zone, are normally very small in scale. This is so large that it's not just, we're going to stick up a few solar panels, or we're going to build a new hay shed, or we're going to build a new dairy shed, or a wool shed, or whatever it is. This is going to be the singly largest built form on the plain. And as such, it's effectively turning the corner between small industrial facility to support the rural activity of being an industrial activity in itself. And that's why I referenced talking about large scale generation needing its own zone, needing its own controls, as opposed to small scale industrial activity, a beef and acres processing shed, fairly small scale, despite the amount of product that they put out. This is 660 something hectares of industrial activity, and we run a very real risk that as a community that that peri-urban development takes away our rural character, and this, in my mind, will take away that rural character.
Thank you. That's answered my question. Thank you.
And just on that, if it was following the plan change process, what would you see would be the benefits of that?
I think with the plan change process, it's much more engagement with the community and the neighbours.
Yeah. Okay.
You've probably heard a lot of submitters saying, "Oh, this is all a shock on us," and to be fair to those people, while there were notifications and there were some public meetings and so forth, most of these people don't follow the planning pages, and they get on with business of farming or whatever they do with it.
Okay. Yeah, I understand.
And you're not looking out for these big signals. The council's not at fault at all for not notifying. You've done a great job with notification to publication and scheduling and so forth. It's not that, it's the expectation that these people are planners and watching out for these types of things. Oh, that's going to happen on my road.
So you would see it as a more rigorous process that involves more.
Yeah, I believe the plan check is a much more rigorous process. There's
Yeah.
much more
Right.
weight required on the
Yeah.
proposer or the applicant to provide further evidence. You know, the evidence that we've seen is largely been commissioned by the applicant.
Yeah, okay.
Whereas with a plan change, the council has a responsibility to sort of dig in with their experts a little bit deeper.
Yeah, thank you for that. And just finally, you mentioned the north versus south, you know, it should be in the North Island. Would you accept that it's not really it's not our role to determine where it should be located in that sense, but we've got an application for this district and it's a discretionary activity in the zone, so we need to assess it on its merits.
Yeah, no,
Would you accept that?
I do understand that.
All right.
You know, generation should, you know, the closer it is to load point, you know, that was the whole reason why presumably they originally had a battery form so that they could harvest during the day and then sell it at night.
Sure, I understand the point you're making. Yeah.
During peak times and so forth.
Okay, no, thank you.
But no, I do understand that your constraints are bounded by the district.
What's on the table here? Yes, that's right. Yeah. Okay, thank you for that.
Thank you very much. Really appreciate your time and answering our questions.
Right.
I think we'll take an afternoon tea break now. I'll just like to check the last submitters we have that we'll hear from this afternoon. So I've got Richard Healy, Eric Swinburne, Ian Drummett, Marilyn Swinburne, and Michelle Bissett. Is that correct? There's nobody else who's expecting to be heard? No, great, excellent. Okay, we'll adjourn and we'll be back at 3:30 for those submitted. Thank you. Okay, thank you, everybody. I just wanted to let you know our plan for the rest of the day and into tomorrow. So we will hear from the rest of the submitters this afternoon. We'll just keep going until they're finished. We'll then adjourn for the day. And we'll reconvene tomorrow at 9 a.m. We will then like to hear from council staff. We have some questions for them and no doubt they have some things they'd like to say to us just in response to what they've heard over the course of the hearing. Are you thinking you'll have a written statement for us by that stage or what's your plan? Just put you entirely on the spot. You can come back to me on that.
It was a question.
Yeah. Just see how.
Just see.
See how my notes are looking.
Okay, thank you. But at the very least, you'll be able to address upon a few things. Yeah, okay, great. And I assume, Mr. Manhinnick, you'd like to do your reply in writing?
I think given some of the updated condition matters and things that it would make sense to do that, it would be good to, I expect to be able to briefly address you orally at the close, but then to assist you to have those updated conditions and any other comments in writing, and hopefully that should be sort of by the end of next week that we can do that.
Okay, that's helpful. We've got a bit of a running list of things that we would like you to cover. I'm sure you've got one as well. So we'll go through that with you at the end of, when we finish tomorrow.
That sounds good.
Great. Okay, thank you. All right, I'd like to hear from Richard Healy, please.
Good afternoon.
Beautiful.
It is a beautiful, beautiful day, isn't it?
So my name's Richard Healy. I've spent my entire life working in the electricity industry in one form or another. It doesn't make me any good at turning laptops on, apparently.
Always when you need it in a hurry, isn't it?
Hopefully not as sad as Tracy and Rose, but still very sad to be here. And the reason I'm very sad to be here is because I find myself in a position where I have to explain some things which are essentially going to come across as extremely negative. They're also going to come across as extremely technical in nature. As you can see from my submission, it's pretty wide-ranging. I tried to back that up with appropriate references to papers from, peer-reviewed papers from well-established bodies.
Thank you.
Unfortunately, the fact that the submissions closed right on Christmas made that less comprehensive than I would have liked. So I'm assuming that you've all read that submission, so I'm not going to go over that in detail. I'm thinking that there will be some questions there from that submission, so I'll let you get on with that. But I do have a rather long list of things that I need to talk about concerning matters that have arisen over the last 2 days.
So you've provided a written statement today.
Yes.
You'll read your way through that?
Yes.
Great.
So
We've got that in front of us, so.
okay, so yesterday we heard many things from Helios. Many of those things lack context or misquoted as plain wrong. Helios led yesterday with the suggestion that this project would inject $400 million into the Manioto economy. This seems unlikely. The only references I've seen to the nominated sum relate to the total project cost, the bulk of which will flow into the economies of Guangdong and Jiangsu, but not to Ranpili. So the bulk of materials for the bill will not come from this region or indeed this company. The economic benefit to this area would appear to be wildly overstated. And indeed, if this bill follows the path of many others in Australasia, even the labour content will be largely sourced from offshore. So if you're wondering where that comes from, I'm in the industry, I see these people on a regular basis. In Australia, there's an ongoing problem. Okay, unfair to categorise it as a problem. There's an ongoing issue where the bulk of the labour on solar farm bills are people working on visitors visas with the rural extension. So they're allowed to stay because it's working in a rural area. So that's caused quite a lot of problems with bills in Australia. Mr. Schlittling informed us that Transpower has predicted that we will need to generate 83% more electricity by 2050. I think he's probably referring to the NB electricity and generation scenario document, which does indeed predict that we will need such an increase, but only as the highest of 5 possible scenarios. So this is a case of lack of context. The lowest scenario predicts a load growth of 34%, and the reference scenario predicts a little over 50% more generation than we have now. So this is pretty important because we've heard today a number of things and yesterday about national policy statements and how we meet those. And so we need to know what those targets are realistically if we're going to talk about the importance of meeting. So here's the problem. As I said in my original submission, predicting electricity use in New Zealand is a bit like picking the lotto numbers. We simply don't know what net immigration is going to be. We don't know what industry we're going to gain, what industry we're going to lose, what new technology. I've been doing this for more than 40 years, and I can tell you it's fraught. It is absolutely fraught. So lowest is 34%, midpoint is 50%, so I'm going to run with 50%, acknowledging that 83% is in their projected scenarios with their innovation pathway, the highest growth use. For context, solar, according to MB in the Q1 2025 figures, represents 1.3% of New Zealand's installed generation. Let me correct myself there, 1.3% of New Zealand's generation, not the installed base. Since 1998, while contract connection counts have increased, the average electricity use per connection has dropped by 24%. This is one of those things which it's counterintuitive. People get $700 bills and they don't believe that their electricity use has dropped by 24% over that time, but it has. So this is electricity. ICP is individual consumer. So this is the amount of electricity used by an individual consumer. So it's dropped by 24%. So even when we're talking about electrifying parts of our industry, and let me tell you now, this morning when Mr. Jardine was rattling off all those projects at meatworks and dairy companies, I was surprised to find that I've actually been involved in all of those projects, every last one of them. So when it comes to knowing what increased load is, where it's appearing, how it's appearing in load curves, time of day, all those things. Well, I think I'm pretty much an expert because I have been involved in every one of those projects I mentioned and many others. Transpower maintains a database of all connection requests. So New Zealand has around 10.349 gigawatt of generation capacity. A 50% increase in that would require generation capacity, given the same mix of generation is an important caveat, of around 5 gigawatts. So we need 5 gigawatts by 2050, 5 gigawatts of increased capacity. Yesterday was a question around the scale of the Helios proposal. 300 megawatts would increase our current installed base of solar of all types, rooftop and utility, by 50% in 1 month. 50% in 1 month. So here we go. So a 50% increase in output would require 5 gigawatts. Transpower maintains a database of all connection requests. The database shows that this is easy if you need a reference to this, I'll have it applied. The database shows that Transpower has already approved 2.2 gigawatts of new generation. That is approved. So it's through the planning stage, and some of it's already in construction, some of it's at 98%. It's there. So yeah, 2.2 gigawatts. So that's halfway to the mid-scenario goal for 2050 today. Halfway today. It's also lists 7.93 gigawatts of new generations where applications have been received and investigation has started. Naseby falls into this category, although investigation has been stopped at the applicant's request, which seems incongruous when you consider that yesterday we were told that Transpower's approval takes a very long time, which indeed it does if you suspend the application process. Still in the queue sits a further 6.17 gigawatt of applications, a total of 16. So very briefly, you rock up to Transpower, they say, show me your check for $70,000. They give you a heads up. Yeah, we think this is possible, yeah. And then it goes to detailed engineering studies. So the next tranche that I'm talking about now are the people who have rocked up, presented their 70K, but haven't received any feedback yet. So the total comes to 16 gigawatts of planned new generation. 16 gigawatts on top of the 10.349 gigawatts that, and up here I rely on the Electricity Authority, who are the Electricity Authority. 10.349 gigawatts is what our current generation capacity is. And on the books coming up through the door, we have 16 more gigawatts. But Transpower, according to Schlichting, but probably MB, you can correct me if I'm wrong, their requirement by 2050 is a 50% increase in generation. So we are not looking, what we're looking at here is a gold rush. We're not looking at a group of people who are altruistic and wanting to decarbonise our economy, although I absolutely accept that there are people who, you know, could be fairly described as being in that category. What we're looking at is a gold rush where people are looking to get in on the generation of renewables. Okay, Helios was described yesterday as a leading solar developer. Helios lists 5 New Zealand projects on its website, none of which has yet resulted in a single panel being installed. Although I do believe they were involved in a joint venture. One of those projects, Edgecombe, was sold to Genesis Energy in August last year before any work was started on the site. In fact, no investment decision has yet been made by Genesis. That's due at the end of this year. So they took it to consent, gained consent, and then on-sold it to Genesis. I'm sure you're all aware who Genesis is. Helios is just, Helios was described yesterday as a 100% New Zealand company, but at launch in 2022, it was described as a joint US-New Zealand power company with much emphasis on the involvement of a Google executive, Urs Hogsel. Ownership of the company is far from transparent. Helios claimed yesterday that the Naseby location was capable of a higher solar output than most of New Zealand. Now, I'd like you to stop and reflect for a moment on what that really means, because most of New Zealand merely means that it's at the median point. Just has to be above median to be a higher level of generation. In fact, I don't know if you can see the map there, but I've included a map of solar insolence and horizontal solar gain And I have a more detailed map in my original submission, and effectively everything north of Kaikoura has as good or better solar radiation levels than Naseby. So, and actually, if you're going to look for a map, the other one I've produced is probably better for taking the calculator. Mr. Schlittling compared the output from proposed Naseby installed applied dam, claiming that it produced about a third as much electricity as that asset. This seems likely wrong because Clyde has a capacity of 464 megawatt. To a casual observer, that would make Naseby a peak out with a peak output of 300 megawatts, well over half of Clyde's capacity. Unhelpfully, the applicant does not list a modelled output from their proposal. I mean, this is my opinion, but my opinion is that this is an application to build a thing, a very poorly defined thing that lacks in very important details that need to be present to make a smart decision about the proposal. One of those things that would be very helpful, instead of saying we can supply 70,000 homes, is to show us the modelling of the projected output from this site. That would be helpful. That's a number you can work with. So they do tell us that it's expected to supply 70,000 homes. The standard calculation for this unregulated metric uses a load of 0.8 kilowatt for a home. A little under half for electric kettle on it. It's thing called yes, it's about the load after diversity. So you really don't need to know the technical details. But it means on average, each house at for every hour of day will draw 0.8 kilowatt. From this, it's possible to calculate that Helios expected the mean output from Naseby to be close to 56 megawatts. I'll just change that. Close to 56 megawatts, 13% of the, so when I say 56 megawatts, what I'm saying is 56 megawatts averaged over 24, over a period. So 13% of the output applied at full load. Clyde generates 2,100 gigawatt hours of energy annually. Naseby will generate under 0.5 of a gigawatt, perhaps 23% of the output applied. So I mean, this isn't a huge discrepancy. I'm saying 23%, he's saying 33%. But it goes to the impression the applicant is trying to give, is what I'm trying to say here. We've moved a long way from Helios contending that there is, and I quote from their application, there is no increased risk of fire with a solar farm. Solar panels are not flammable. The components are encapsulated in glass and cannot support fire. All major electrical components, such as inverters and transformers, will be containerized. Electrical wiring from panels to inverters is underground. None of these statements is true. There's a demonstrable and quantifiable risk of fires associated with solar farms. I can go into that in great detail. Solar panels are flammable. I've already provided references to documents where they are tested in a good engineering environment that shows that that is in fact exactly the case. There is an international standard that rates the flammability of panels. Gauge, there's A, B, or C, depending on just how flammable they are. Yeah. The panels are encapsulated in many things, but I'm unaware of any with a glass encapsulation layer. Generally, yeah, they have a glass sheet on each side. The encapsulant, as one of the previous said, it's likely TPU or some other polymer. Inverters may be containerized, but not in a way that prevents the spread of fire. It's a bit disingenuous here. Inverters they dissipate a hell of a lot of energy in their operation. So they need an awful lot of cooling, and that means that they have to have an awfully large flow of air over their surface, which is exactly counterproductive in maintaining a flame or a fireproof environment. I've yet to see that several hundred tons of transformer in a container. The transformers which are projected for this site are truly enormous. They are several hundred tons each. So they are not going into a container. Approximately 700 kilometres of wiring will be run above ground. A tiny fraction of the install from the ends of the strings to the inverters will be buried. So perhaps we can consider that for a moment. The applicants told us that the wiring will be buried. Strictly speaking, they're absolutely correct with what they're saying, but it lacks context. So from the end of the string to the inverters, perhaps 50 metres will be buried, but 700 kilometres will be above ground. And when you look at the data for failures in solar installs, yeah, independent wiring and connections is a major component of those failures. So, where are we? Mr. Denise seemed to imply that solar panel failures could be avoided by good component choice and careful installation. Those things will reduce failure rates, but I'd point out that the studies I listed in my submission came from jurisdictions that have strict controls over both things, but the failure rates are what the failure rates are. So Mr. Denise seemed to be implying to me, perhaps this is unfair to him, but he seemed to be implying to me that the risks could be mitigated beyond what they would otherwise be by careful attention to installation and component selection. The data that I'm presenting comes from jurisdictions where careful attention is paid to component selection and regulation around installation. The failure rates are what the failure rates are. Yesterday, Mr. Schlitting told us that he expected that between 5% of all panels, 1 and 5% of all panels will be replaced over the life of the install. Stop and think about that. We're talking 5 to 25,000 panels failing during the life of this install. Now, I absolutely accept that not all of those failures, not every mode of failure would have involved the possibility of a fire. So with solar panels, there are many modes of failure. They may now simply fail to generate at the expected level, so that is a failure. But many of those 5,000 to 25,000 panels will fail in a mode that's likely to lead to, or possible to lead to, fire. So we're talking about a very real and very quantifiable risk here. This is from a company who told us that solar panels don't burn and don't cause fires. To express that differently, Mr. Schlitting expects a panel failure, one panel failure every 2 days, or 2 panels a day, is what we're talking about. So this is just the panels. So we talk about a thing called BOS, balance of system. So the panels are a component, but the balance of system is actually the higher fire risk generally, and that is independent wiring, independent connection systems, junction boxes. If you class the diodes on the back of the panels as a different component, which most people do for the purpose of studies, then that's another mode of failure that's not covered by the term panel. And then you've got inverter failure and, failures as you get out towards the transmission component of the install. You have a number of other components which can fail. I refer in my submission to the lotto effect. The principle, this is very important that everyone gets their head around this. I referred in my submission to the lotto effect, the principle that even facing very low odds, buying enough tickets will certainly make you a winner. Helios proposed to buy 550,000 tickets in this lottery. So I've referenced several reputable studies which seek to quantify failure rates by failure mode and solar panels. These are by people like TUV and Fraunhofer Institute. They are internationally well-recognised, competent, well-regarded bodies. Sticking only to the panels themselves, sticking only to the panels themselves, PV module failure rates, and I need to clarify here, a module is not a panel. So within a panel, there will be perhaps 100 modules. Those modules are linked to a common bus, a common set of wires, and that's a connection point. Every module will have 2 connection points. Within a single panel, there'll be up to 200 electrical connection points before we get out there. So multiply 550,000 by 200, and you can see the number of electrical connections we have that are potential points of failure. So sticking to the panels themselves, PV failure rates are listed as between 0.0152 times 10 to the minus 6. So that's a fraction of a billion. And 0.065 times 10 to the minus 6 module hours between failures. So what we're saying is we can expect a failure there about 1 in every 20 billion hours. 1 in every 20 billion hours. So most people would look at that and go, that is an incredibly low rate of failure, and I feel comfortable with those numbers. That's incredibly low. Unfortunately, it doesn't quite work like that. if you have 10 panels on your roof, you can expect a failure every several thousand years, and that will be most people's experience. If you've got 10 or 50 panels on your roof, they're well installed, then the risk of failure will be extremely low. But we're not discussing 10 panels on your roof, we're discussing 550,000 panels in a field. It takes 75 days for this proposal to clock over 1 billion panel hours. Anyway, that's 75 days and we have 1 billion panel hours. Then you've got to multiply that out. So within the panels, 100 solar modules. So the installer will clock over more than 1 billion module hours each day. Suddenly, those failure rates don't seem so good. And they do tie in pretty well with a 1 to 5% failure rate over 20 years. So, yeah, module failure is only one of the many possible failure modes for this installation. Fire suppression in solar farms represents a myriad of problems. My God, it's unbelievable. None of which FENS have any experience mitigating. I'm really supportive of FENS as an organisation, and particularly the volunteer guys. They do not have the skills and experience to cope with solar panel fires. And I say that having talked to, I've known Bobby Lamont for 25 years, having talked to many FENS staff off the record, I can tell you now their level of understanding is low. During a fire, FENS must, by definition, deal with a failed electrical installation that cannot be turned off. Here is something that's incredibly important to understand about fire risk in solar panels. If we're dealing with a, say, any other generator, hydro generator, got a hydro generator somewhere over here, and downstream from it there's a fault. That hydro will try and pump as much energy into that fault as possible. Things called protection relays will look at that amount of energy and say, that's abnormal, that's aberrant. I'm out of here, and turn them off. Once they turn them off, which is at source, so they turn off the generator, there is no more flow of energy. That is a perfectly safe environment. Solar panels are not like that. When there's a failure in a string of a solar panel, the solar panel's upstream of the failure will try and still push energy into that string, because they only have a finite amount of energy they can push, the amount of energy they've got from the sun. And to any control device, there is no difference, it can see no difference between the string's attempt to feed energy into a fault and the string's attempt to feed energy into an inverter. The protection device, it looks exactly the same. Protecting DC solar strings is an incredibly difficult task. Now, I've gone into more detail on this in my original submission, and yeah, this is not contentious. It is an incredibly difficult task. So if we have a solar fire, people tend to think of solar panels as being 24 volt, 48 volt, 56 volt devices. We're talking here 1,000 to 1,500 volts. That's lethal voltages, depending on who you talk to, 35 to 50 volts. 1,500 is well and truly into the lethal range. It's 6 times the voltage of sticking your finger into a socket here. So it's an extremely high level of voltage, and with that comes a number of risks. You do not point your fire hose at a electrical installation running at 1,500 volts and hope to survive. So, so how is this dealt with in most jurisdictions? It's really, I'm not an expert in fighting practices around the world, but I have tried to establish what they do. And it seems that the German fire service, as you would expect from the Germans, have an extremely well documented process around solar panels, which includes, I might add, a limitation on the amount of spotlights they can use at night to fight solar fires. So their guidelines are very simple. Their staff are not allowed to fight the fire until it extends beyond the panels. They can stop the spread of the fire, but they cannot attempt to contain, they can attempt to contain the fire, but they cannot move into the panels in order to and anyone who's worked in this industry will tell you, if you've worked with fire crews, you'll know that if there's a burning house, they'll let it burn if you can't isolate the power.
Mr. Healy, I would like to move on.
Okay.
I think you're getting into some of the detail and you're losing the value.
Okay.
We're losing the value of your presentation.
Okay. So, just bear with me one moment here. So there's a very important thing here, and that is, if you cannot fight a fire from within the panel mass, and you have to wait for it to get to the outside, then the natural fan effect of the fire spread is going to make the fire front extremely large by the time it gets to the fire break. 4 meters, as Rose Voice has indicated, is not a fire break. Anyway, fire suppression and so on fire, very good problems. Firefighting is therefore limited to the area outside the panels. Firefighters begin to fight the fire, which started within a panel array. The fire front has already been measured in kilometres rather than hundreds of metres. So there's a recent example of how this works out. Northside substation in London. The firefighters got there in 6 minutes. They couldn't start fighting the fire for 6.5 hours until electrical isolation was achieved. That is what will happen here. Council must seek the advice of a competent fire engineer. Chit-chat between friends and the applicant do not constitute a robust risk assessment on a matter that involves fatal risk. A 4-metre farm track is unlikely to form an effective fire break for a fire front measured in kilometres. When questioned, Mr. Schlichting suggested that economics, I believe that was your question, the question suggested the economics meant that an install of Maysby needed to be 300 megawatt peak. What the commissioners might have asked is, what was the proposed connection size for Helios's other solar proposals? Carriaway is 100 megawatts peak, so a third of the peak here. Warner and Edgecombe are also 100, so a third of the size here. So apparently they're economic, a third of the size here. And the Helios proposal, which is now sold to Genesis, was 114. So none of their other proposals get much above a third the size of this one, but apparently they're economic. Even better, the commissioners.
So I'll stop you there. We've got a question.
Yeah, I want to ask it now if I can, because otherwise I'll forget it.
Yeah.
I did ask a question, and I understood the 300 megawatt AC, and you'll know that better. That's what it's called.
300 megawatt peak. They like it 250 AC.
Yeah, and what Mr. Schlichting said, I understood him to say, was that the viability to connect to the Naseby substation demanded that it be 300, and yeah, that was the answer I took. Are you questioning that, or are you saying that?
Absolutely,
yeah,
absolutely, but on two fronts.
Okay.
So the first one is they have shown that in other areas they're quite prepared to accept a connection value of 100 megawatts peak.
To that station, or does it not matter? Does it not matter?
This is the other.
Oh, sorry. Okay. Yeah.
So here, what they're intending to do is connect to a thing called a GXP, which is a 220,000 volt line that runs between Roxburgh and Livingston.
Okay.
There are many ways to skin this cat. One of them is to inject onto the local low voltage network. We could inject out here perhaps 20 megawatts straight onto the local lines and then run it back through the transformers. Yeah. There are many ways to skin the cat. And Mr. Schlichting didn't answer, said he was unaware of the connection proposal for the other. That was a low voltage connection through the local network.
Okay.
So,
I think that's a useful answer. Thank you for that.
We did make progress on glare from the applicant's expert, who was at pains to point out that the real world may well not match the modelling. His predictions relied on 100% opacity of the screen planting. He also confirmed up here that his modelling used height data obtained from Google Maps. Mentioned in my submission, no serious engineering investigation would have proceeded without much more accurate LiDAR data. I acknowledge there are other forms of data. No one has yet addressed my concerns about the number of points modelled, not listed during the assessment. This is important because it turns out that building and glare issue is a major one for many of the submitters. And if we're to believe the modelling, we really need to know what criteria we used in that. One of the criteria that wasn't mentioned at all until yesterday, so I was very thankful that Helios' expert mentioned this, was backtracking. do you understand how backtracking works? It is actually quite an important issue.
In general principle, but yeah.
Okay, here it goes. So here's the solar panel. I'm pointing straight at the sun. There is no reflection off to anyone else. It's reflecting straight back to the sun. So where do we get a problem? We get the problem that the panel is tracking east and west and staying perpendicular to the sun on that axis. It is not tracking up and down, so we do have some variation in height. This generally isn't problematic because the sun will tend to reflect above or down to other panels. Most of the real glare problems with solar panels come from backtracking. So if I have a row of solar panels and another row of solar panels, I do not want this row shading that row. We're not talking about shading 5%, losing 5% of output. It's not a linear relationship. If we allow shading on that panel, we will lose a large chunk of our output. So the tracking algorithm, if the sun's very low, would dictate it would be closer to perpendicular with the ground because that's where the sun is. But then we'd shade the panel behind it. We can't do that. We don't want to do that. That's not in our best economic interest. So what we do is we deviate from the tracking algorithm, but now the panel is no longer perpendicular to the sun in an east-west direction. Now the sun is going to glance off. And when the sun glances off, we're going to get serious glint and glare issues. So when we're talking about glint and glare studies, understanding the criteria that have been used to define the tracking principles, and it gets quite complicated, but we need to understand those criteria to understand whether or not we're going to get realistic results out of the model. Now, yesterday we did hear that the criteria that had been adopted was no more than 10 degrees of backtracking. I actually don't understand what that refers to. There could be a number of interpretations to that, so I'm not absolutely certain what that refers to, but at least the applicant's expert did try and quantify that. It could be, and in my view should be, a condition of consent to limit that backtracking deviation. And I would prefer that is expressed not in terms of degrees deviation from the perfect algorithm, but as, for instance, backtracking must not proceed where it would engender any glare, for a receiver at a defined place. And I'd suggest you don't bother looking for places where that's been implemented in the past in New Zealand, because this is poorly understood ground. And as far as I've been able to find, no one's ever had a consent that's involved backtracking, but it's incredibly important.
Yes, can I ask another question?
Yeah.
I'm just trying to understand. The applicant is called an expert in glint and glare.
Yeah.
Are you saying that he's fundamentally got something wrong in his methodology?
I'm saying there's a very good possibility he's fundamentally got something wrong.
Right.
He has listed very helpfully the 10% limit on backtracking.
Yeah.
So that gives us something to hold the applicant to later. Did they deviate from the assumptions that we used in the modelling? With modelling, it's incredibly, you understand, it's incredibly important that you understand the criteria that we use to create the model. Otherwise, what are we looking at? And the other thing that really worries me is, as I pointed out in my original submission, when you talk about point receptors, elevation becomes very important. And Google Maps is not a engineering level source of data on elevation. So the Crosslands property is a classic example. They're elevated a little above the plane of the panels. For them, that's going to be very important. I've been dealing with some people in Amberley who are in a similar situation. In their case, they're in a 2-story house, and in fact, the big glare figures weren't relevant at all because they're actually considerably higher than the assumptions that were made in the modelling. Modelling has value. To his intense credit, the expert who presented yesterday pointed out that modelling was an approximation, and that actually no one would know what the reality of the situation was until it's built and we see what happens. And that's very often okay. Okay, so, yeah. I'm very distressed about the metrics used in the consent conditions to try and nail down how effective the vegetation management will be in terms of screening. I'd suggest that 80% of plants surviving means essentially nothing if those plants fail to achieve the growth rates that we are told to expect. The landscape expert told us that the most significant visual effects will start at the build stage, while the applicants tell us they don't want to start any planting until the stage has begun. Just let that sink in. What does that tell you about the applicant's concern?
We're sort of on to that. Can I ask you just to move on a little bit? If you can stick with the things that are particularly important to you that perhaps others haven't raised, would be very helpful to us.
So this is an industrial scale project with a gross income of at least $150,000 a day. That income is guaranteed by forward-facing purchase agreements. Not far from here, the Hawkswood gold mine at Miller's Flat. I'd encourage you to go and have a look on your way back from Leiden. The applicants were made to install several kilometres of 4-metre high earth bunds to mitigate the visual effects of noise. This is multi-layer bunding, 3 layers within the site, stretching several kilometres for 3 bunds. At Miller's Flat, there's no danger of sun-blinded teenagers leaving the road in fast-moving vehicles, nor is there any guaranteed forward purchase agreement. It is entirely reasonable and consistent with this example to make earth bunding a consent condition for Helios in place of the proposed planting. Such a condition guarantees opacity and also helps to mitigate noise. It is in fact the only way to meet the conditions outlined in the Helios glare expert. And I say that for obvious reasons. Well, the glare expert was refreshingly honest about the likely accuracy of his predictions. The presenter on noise effects was not. I've listed many of this, so I've covered this. I won't bore you with this. I covered this extensively in my original submissions. I have extensive experience with noise complaints from transformers. I'm sure you all know a classic 50-cycle hum from a transformer. It's a tonal noise which people find very irritating. And one of the most difficult to deal with aspects of this is, even when you mitigate that noise down to a very low level, once it's become a nuisance for people, it is always a nuisance for people. You could mitigate that noise down to a tiny fraction of its original volume, they will still be irritated by that noise.
Is that taken into account with special audible characteristics in your experience? In other words, there's an allowance mode for...
Yeah, so I mentioned that in my original submission, so there is a 5 decibel penalty here for tonal noise.
Right.
I did acknowledge that actually the highest level of noise will come from the fans, which tend to be atonal. However, transformers are available in many configurations, and the noise output from those configurations varies dramatically. And the cost of a low noise transformer will be at least double a normal transformer. I won't go into the details, but it's an extremely complex thing. And in this case, we're talking millions of extra dollars to have a low noise transformer. Now, in fact, he may be exactly right with his contention that the noise will not be objectionable at the notional boundaries of the surrounding houses. What I'm saying is, I have real doubts about that. And I really have doubts when an expert presents and couches this as an exact science, which it absolutely is not. So, and when an expert presents and gives opinion in a way that makes people believe that this is a cast iron fact, and then says, in fact, it's so low, I don't think we should audit this during the life of the install, I really worry.
Yeah. Sorry to ask you again. I asked a lot of questions of that witness, Mr. Ibbotson, and I asked him if he was framing it in terms of the district plan limits as a sort of a guide, and then I questioned whether that was appropriate for construction noise, but his evidence was quite consistent that it comfortably, I think his words, comfortably meets all of those limits. So
So here's a couple of things about that. At the Miller's Flat Gold Mine Hawkswood hearing, pretty much I think you'll find they set aside the district plan limits.
Can I just let you know that Commissioner Dave Stephen and I were on that panel.
Okay.
So you don't need to tell us
Okay,
about
okay,
that,
great.
that,
So,
yeah,
so
I
there,
chaired that hearing as well. So.
yeah, so there, of course, the limits were, that the projected acceptable limits were lower than here.
Okay.
And of course, you need to remember that 3 decibels is effectively halving the noise energy. So
Yeah.
it's a logarithmic scale. So it's a small difference in the number again means a big difference in noise.
So could we just summarise if I've got it right, that you're asking us not to rely on district plan limits necessarily because some noises are more annoying than others and can cause anxiety for people. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
Okay.
I'm saying that we absolutely need to audit this during the construction phase and the process phase to determine that. And I suggest that the audits need to be random. I don't do that lightly or without reason. They need to be random because Mr. Anderson anticipated that the build would be done using Vermeer hammers, as pretty much an industry standard thing. They can be manipulated in a number of ways. So the recommended mode of use of those involves using a polymer slug between the pile and the driving head. And that really lowers the received noise, bringing one around it. However, if you walk away, the guys will take that out and throw it away because it falls to bits at about 10 piles and it slows down the work. So auditing something where they know that you're going to turn up is not as, I would suggest, is not of as much value as random auditing where you can actually see what's happening in the real world.
Let's talk about bonds.
Bond, yeah. So there are a number of, we're not the first people in the world to look at this. Decommissioning solar farms is a problem worldwide. I believe it was the chair's question yesterday about whether there were examples of people who had gone bankrupt and solar proposals had collapsed. In the Iberian Peninsula, so Spain, Portugal, the government there guaranteed a certain level of income of solar panels, and that resulted in many thousands of people ending in extreme financial hardship, and many of them bankrupt, and I've said a fairly credible figure of 62,000 people. So around the world, we have many examples. In North Africa, there was a proposal, an EU proposal, I think the total build cost was something like 4 billion euros to put solar in North Africa and run across the straits to Tarifa. There's already a subsea cable to Tarifa, but with 4 billion in total, completely kicks up. That's simply sitting as waste in the North African desert. So around the world, there are many examples where solar proposals have collapsed. When the Iberian Peninsula went dark a couple of months ago, the price of electricity was negative €1 a megawatt, sorry. So they had to pay to generate electricity onto the network. So the oversupply of solar at that time of the day meant that electricity pricing was in the negative. They had to pay to generate. People find their heads hard to get around that. Same thing happens in New Zealand, 4 o'clock in the morning, North Island wind, pricing's 0 or negative. It's close to nothing.
So bonds?
Yeah, so many people have tools which allow you to estimate what the cost of decommissioning a solar installation will be. NREL is a US government agency. They have a very coarse data set around this. NREL, if you look at their data, you'd say that they're predicting that decommissioning Naseby will cost 150 million New Zealand dollars. The New South Wales government have a much better, much more granular tool for calculating decommissioning costs. That cost calculator allows you to put in many factors that alter the output, and it also takes into account the potential that you'll receive some return for the decommissioned assets. In that case, making my best guess at what the numbers would be, that came out to be somewhere north of 100 million New Zealand dollars.
You said 150 million in your statement. Do you mean 150 or do you mean?
No, 150 for the US tool.
Right.
100 million using the New South Wales tool.
Okay.
Round figures, so I wouldn't get too carried away with the exact dollar numbers. I got a couple of notes here because they came up in the discussion today. Envision GIS's transpouse tool for allowing you to see using the GIS system what capacity is on any given line to allow for a generator to connect. Helios are the beneficiary of the upgrade of the Roxburgh Livingston line. And now there are only 2 of the 6 conditions that Transpower model where they wouldn't be able to generate the full load from the installation. And those 2 scenarios, they'd be limited to, I think, 40 and 50 megawatts. So a small fraction of what they'd otherwise be able to. And the other question that came up was the export of electricity to the North Island. We had some brief discussion on marginal costs. Marginal costs are important because Helios has asserted that this install will lower the cost of electricity. It will not lower the cost of electricity. And that is because it doesn't matter what they produce electricity as, the price is fixed by the most expensive generator in the stack. If Huntly is generating, everyone gets the price that Huntly gets. End of story. So that's marginal pricing. It happens here, it happens in the UK. And that means that, yeah, it doesn't matter how cheap you are. If there's someone more expensive generating, you get the price that they've been in the market at, basically.
But presumably if the overall supply increases across the country,
Yeah.
then price will drop compared to demand. Supply is more than demand.
At the point where you knock the most expensive generator completely off the list, then you're going to get some reduction in the cost. Then it will drop to the cost of the next most expensive generator on the list.
That's what it's saying.
Yeah. So, and in terms of the question of whether this electricity is going to the North Island, we can't put a tag on an electron and tell you where it's going from the generator. That's not possible. But what we can say that is over the last 5 years, according to the Electricity Authority, the South Island has exported 270 megawatts every second to the North Island consistently. So, you know, that goes up and down, and sometimes they export to us. I provide the graph in my original submission. But the South Island exports 270 megawatts. This will be marginal generation. Any generation in excess of what we've got now must go to the North Island because we don't have a use for it.
I think, as I said earlier to another submitter, the north-south thing's probably not a consideration for us because we're considering site suitability. Is this a good site for this?
Well,
you know, that's our main consideration.
If you indulge me for about 5 seconds.
Well,
so the reason that that's important is
We've actually indulged you for quite some time already. And I'm just really mindful of your community who have been sitting here all day.
5 seconds.
5 seconds, all right, you've got 5 seconds.
So it works like this. If you're interested in decarbonising, then we need to have renewable resources.
Yeah.
No problem. But we also need to have low line losses because every kilowatt of energy we lose in line losses, and we lose about 5% in New Zealand in line losses at the moment, every kilowatt we lose is potentially more carbon that we need to burn to get to
the amount
we need. That's one aspect. The second aspect is if we need to transmit electricity long distances, we need lots of thick wires. And there is an immense amount of embedded carbon in those structures.
Yeah.
And cost.
I understand. But again, we're talking about whether this site is suitable for this development.
Yeah, but we're also talking about national policy documents and whether this is good for the country. And actually,
okay.
Yeah, there was an argument to be made there that this is not good from a country-wide system.
Okay, I would like to thank you very much for your presentation. It's very detailed and we answered our questions all the way through. I'll do the final question.
Mr. Healy, I just wanted to understand your background.
Yeah.
Just very quickly.
Yeah.
Could you succinctly describe to me?
Yeah. So
what just wait.
Yeah.
You've obviously had involvement. You said your experience in the industry.
Yeah.
You have been involved in many of the projects mentioned by some of the submitters to us.
Yeah.
In a very short statement, could you just please describe to me what your role is and your area of expertise?
Yeah, okay. So everything from digging a hole in the ground to running design teams. And
what is the discipline that you work in?
Just, I guess you'd say electrical distribution.
Electrical distribution.
Distribution. And my latest job, which I got last week, was an extremely appropriate solar project, putting solar on the roof of a very large commercial iwi-owned enterprise in the North Island.
You work as a consultant, is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Thank you
Lovely.
very much.
Thank you for confirming that.
Thank you.
All right, we have Eric Swinburne. Thank you for your patience. We have a written statement for you that you've provided. So if you'd like to read through that, that'd be great.
A lot of what I'm going to say is no doubt already been covered, but still I'd like to have my say. Hello, my name is Eric Swinmore and I am a permanent resident of Nairn. For many years I ran an automotive garage and light engineering business in Naseby. I'm speaking to my submission today because I am opposed to the proposed Helios solar electricity development for many reasons. For some time now, I've feared the arrival of a large-scale, well-funded developer that lacks sensitivity to the wishes of this community, which have been made abundantly clear in this submission process. This is a relatively small, 120 people in Naseby, 1,800 in the Maniatoda, but stable and contented community that hasn't previously had to contend with a political issue of this scale, and this will cause rifts that will take a long time to heal. My responsibility is first for the well-being of my community and what is appropriate for my home area. Where to start? Solar generation is undoubtedly a lower emission process than coal, oil or gas generation, but not as efficient, stable or clean as hydro. According to InfoLink Consulting and Mason Solar, the life cycle carbon footprint of a solar PV system is between 20 to 100 grams CO2 per kilowatt hour, while hydro is between 1 and 30 grams CO2 per kilowatt hour. The median values from the Intergovernment Panel on Climate Change is 24 versus 41 grams of CO2 per kilowatt hour. This area is already well served by hydro generation and there is potential for considerably more. Hayrout and Falls Dam alone between them generate 67 gigawatt hours per year, enough at the nationally accepted per capita consumption of 7.9 megawatt hours per year to support 8,480 people. If you add Waipori and Deep Stream, this adds another 212 gigawatt hours per year, bringing the total to 35,320 people. This is only the local small-scale hydro, which, while it may have changed the local landscape, has in most cases added benefits such as recreational areas, e.g. boating and fishing, also water flow control and tourist attractions. These are long-lasting facilities. Waipori has been generating for 117 years and Payrau for 40 years and will still be generating long after this proposal is consigned to the tip. Trying to compare this with Roxburgh on the basis that the output will be similar is spurious. Roxburgh has been generating for 70 years and continues to employ local people. The total employed between Roxburgh and Clyde is 87 people. If we accept their figure on power output, it will support the needs of 79,000 people. This is not required here. Power will be exported along with the benefits. On the 17th of August 2025, this is a real situation. According to Transpower, the south transfer of power occurred for 6 hours, peaking at 131 megawatts. But the north transfer was for 18 hours, peaking at 465 megawatts. By far the bulk of the power goes north, so why not build it further north and save the considerable transmission losses? Some of my issues with this particular application are visual impact. The impact of this scale of development on a much admired rural landscape will be far-reaching for those living adjacent to or travelling regularly past the site, both during construction and after. Planting will eventually hide some of it, but also remove much of the view. This may seem minor to people writing reports from other places, but it's very real to the local people who live amongst this landscape, not to mention the tourists who come to experience the open spaces in a world of difference. I have often seen people stop on the side of the Naseby Road photographing the Kakanuis, Goodness knows how many people gaze in wonderment at the sight of the clouds rolling over the mountains beyond the fields as they approach Naseby. These are not just opinions. The beauty of the landscape is real to us. Noise. This is hard to quantify, as what annoys some people does not bother others so much. The limits set by regulation do not appear to have had 24/7 operation in mind. In a setting where the normal noise has been birds, stock, and the occasional passing vehicle, any continuous industrial hum will be annoying. We don't know how far this noise will carry on a still night, but I wouldn't want to live close to it. The original application mentioned up to 70 decibels all day. Who will police this and how? What will be the consequences of non-compliance? Glint and glare. We have read reports that state the risk from glint and glare will not be dangerous, but I have seen no mention of the strobe effect of glint or glare through growing trees along the edge of the road. There have been instances where the trees have been removed because this effect has been so dangerous. Of even more concern to me is the amount of reflected light into our night sky. This does not seem to be adequately addressed in the application. Apparently, the best case scenario is that 3% of light received is reflected. What is the cumulative effect of this over 550,000 panels? Is it equal to 100% of the light received being reflected off 16,500 panels? What will be the total lumens value of the reflected light on a moonlit night? Where is this information? The community of Naseby has spent many years trying to gain international dark skies accreditation, and after several years, the CODC have introduced a lighting ordinance in the district plan prohibiting upward-facing exterior lighting, and they've also introduced shielded low Kelvin street lighting in Naseby. Where do we stand with this? This facility will affect several of our viewing sites. It is not just a matter of how much light is reflected, but the perception that we didn't do everything in our power to protect the dark skies as promised in our application. Traffic. The application stated there were 24 vehicle movements per day and the traffic wouldn't use Gough Road. I noticed that this has been changed and they will now use Gough Road. What can we rely on here? The number of vehicle movements doesn't stack up. Many of these will be heavy vehicles, and how do the numerous proposed construction workers get to and from the site? We're talking about 550,810 panels, 5,819 tracker motors, 25,044 cubic metres of gravel, 9,274 cubic metres of thermal sand, 73 container-sized inverters, transformers, thousands of posts, hundreds of kilometres of cabling, kilometres of trees from an unknown source, construction machines, building materials, and portable buildings for a construction base being transported. For example, even 100 workers working a full day on site will create about 1,300 litres of sewage per day, or one full sucker truck there and back every 3 days. What about water tankers for dust suppression? Even if every worker came and went by bus, 40 per bus, and the bus is parked on site all day, there would still be 10 or 12 vehicle movements per day for buses alone. This has clearly been understated. Even when the road use is light in the experts' estimation, the CODC struggles to keep the Ranfurly-Naseby Road in good condition. While we are talking traffic, has any consideration been given to the shading of the road by additional planting and the likelihood of frost or ice on the road? Trees have already been removed from beside this road for this reason. Battery. As the original application was clearly lacking in protective measures against the risk posed by grid-scale battery energy storage systems, the installation of batteries has been removed from the application. This has removed one of our areas of concern. But what assurance do we have they won't be allowed in the future via a non-notified consent? If there is no such assurance, then our objection to the risks associated with BESS still stands. Community. The benefits to the community are hard to quantify. The bulk of the employment will be for people outside this community, and there seems to be virtually no long-term employment. The bulk of the expenditure on equipment and materials will be for items manufactured overseas. We've previously had groups of 40 or 50 people in the area for 2 to 3 months for film projects, and this has had short-term financial benefits for some, but also put considerable strain on our infrastructure and services. This doesn't even begin to touch on our concerns for end-of-life restoration. It is hard to see long-term benefit to our communities. There are so many areas of concern that I don't have time to address them all. I would just like to finish with this thought. A quote from Central Otago or World of Difference website. But for many, what they love about the Maniatoto is the space to wonder. Here nature is at its finest. The wide skies of purest blue, the intrigue of Santa's beard and the Reatari pet, unique cloud formations that cling to the hillsides and mountain ranges, the craggy splendour and stillness, the dry as a bone sweep of the plain drifting towards distant ranges. This is the Maniatoto. No mention of a convenient place to stick a large-scale industrial plant. I don't expect people who don't live here to understand this, but we do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Swinburne. A very, very clear and well presented submission. Thank you. Did you have the benefit of being here yesterday?
Yes.
Right. Did you hear Mr. Logan talking about the glint and the glare evidence?
I did.
So in his written evidence, he addressed your concerns about strobe effects and talked about the backtracking limit, in his view, would mitigate much of the yellow glare, which I understood to also address your concerns about the strobing effect.
Provided the vegetation grows as they tell it it's going to.
Yes, yes.
And while it's growing, it will be causing strobe effect, not mitigating it.
The plant, the trees themselves.
The trees themselves while they're growing.
So whilst they're growing, you're concerned, and yes, and subject to that mitigation being able to be achieved. Thank you.
Will need to be achieved to address the problem.
Yes, thank you for that. That's great.
No further questions, but thank you.
No, I don't have any questions. Your submission was very clear. I appreciate your time today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jenny Grimmett.
Good afternoon. Everyone.
Okay, we have a written statement from you. Yes, we've got that and then in front of us. What I would ask, if there are things that have been covered by others, that we have heard a lot about some topics, if you are able to sort of limit it down a little bit to the things that perhaps we haven't heard as much about or you think is very important to be aware of. You've got quite a long statement.
Yeah.
And I suspect it will go over the 10 minutes. So if you could just try and keep that
down 3 seconds under 10.
Oh, did you? All right. I can be proved wrong. Excellent. Very good.
But
Start on.
I did put my qualifications in because I'm actually speaking as an individual today, but I just, for the record, I am a planning consultant with 34 years experience. I live locally. The Maniatoto's been part of my life since 1964. And I work here and I love this place. And so where it's coming from is that experience. So I can cut the first 4 paragraphs if you like.
So just to be clear, you're not presenting as a planning expert, you're presenting as a local with
but
that
with some
background knowledge.
experience working locally in the planning world. So some of my experience dealing with these things. So if I say much of my recent local work has been for development in the rural, much of my recent local work has been, for development in the rural resource area in Central Otago. I've also assisted Naseby Vision with the now operative private plan change to protect the dark skies in the area. I've walked and cycled a lot in the area, including the ridgeline on parts of the Hawkton Range and Rough Ridge, which is that way, where it's possible to look down towards the application site. I've also flown in light aircraft through the area, and this experience is relevant to my statement and my understanding of the local area and its issues and my familiarity with the local community. One of the things I thought, because it's not in my statement, but I always tell people how much I love this place because I've been here all my life, and it's one of the few places I can go in New Zealand which isn't really changed. So this is a huge, huge dock. This idea of 660 something hectares or something that is in the foreground of those majestic mountains. And I've heard lots of people today talk about that we shouldn't delineate the significant bit on the map with the foreground. Part of this environment is that open space, the big open skies. So to date, I've found the council to be, so I'm on the second page now, very particular about controlling the colour and location of buildings in the rural zone. And it's quite difficult to convince officers to approve individual black structures in the rural zone as black doesn't comply with the district plan colour palette. And paraphrasing rural zone subdivision land use standards, one house per hectare is an acceptable development density, but more buildings may not be in many circumstances as this adversely impacts on rural character and amenity values. And so the appearance of 660 plus hectares largely covered with solid black structures will adversely affect rural character and amenity values if not mitigated effectively. And I suppose to summarise it, if you don't want to read all of this, I just really struggle with the landscape mitigation. It hangs on no information about water supply. It hangs on no expert evidence on whether the actual plants are suitable for this area or the method of planting is by someone that actually, I know Ms. McManaway talked about some consultants that she dealt with, but there's nobody turned up at the hearing to actually say how this could actually happen. And she didn't know. And the local people, I'm a gardener, I've been planting things here for the since 2009, trying to get things to grow, and native plants just die. Doesn't matter what you do, the wind blows them, the water, there isn't water. We actually can't get water. Even when you've got water, it doesn't work because of clay and there's all sorts of other things. And that idea of putting crystals in, you've got to get them wet before they even work, before they suck it up. And I'm starting to wonder, is that actually an environmentally sound thing to put into the ground? You're going to have to fence off all of those trees to stop the sheep eating them. So the extra fencing hasn't been talked about, I don't think, in terms of visual and landscape effects. Then you've got the barrier of all the planting. I'm actually winging this, it's not in my special. The barrier of all the planting on boundaries is actually going to be like not colders because it's not building walls, but you've got huge amounts of solid, like the shelter belts, there's bits of them, and then you get a view of the hills, and then there's some more bits and you get a view. But this is going to be in order to mitigate the visual effects of the solar panels, which the applicant has acknowledged has a visual effect that needs to be mitigated. Therefore, the planting has to happen to mitigate it. We're going to end up with something that might not even be suitable for this environment because one, it doesn't grow or it won't grow. It might take 10 years to get there below the table. And it may look wrong. It'll look like a straight line along the fence boundary, which is, it's not soft, it's not natural, it's not, and one of the other things in my statement, I've talked about flying through here, climbing up the hills, looking down. You see this wonderful carpet of colours and wiggly lines of roads, but it's soft greens and browns and greys. You're going to end up with this dark black mass that it won't even look like a lake because it's going to have straight edges. It won't look natural. And people come here from all over the world to come to this beautiful place and take photographs and look at the night sky through telescopes and see things that isn't. Well, they might not want to come anymore. And the little businesses in this area, a lot of people add on like a B&B or something to their farming business. And the cafes rely on the cyclists that cycle through, stay at the B&B. Everybody's kind of relying on everybody else, but it's very seasonal. And for almost like 4 months during the year, we don't get a lot of business. It just goes really, really quiet and it's hard. And farmers are depressed. And I don't blame farmers taking money from big developers because it's really hard to make money as a farmer. Hearing is you actually pay money to take a lot of sheep that you can't sell. Hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of shearing if you can't afford it. So the situation is we've got really unhappy people trying really hard, really wonderful community, trying to support each other. And a big company comes along and says, hey, let's do this. And we don't have the expertise. We've got some amazingly articulate people here speaking, who have incredible local knowledge and love this area. And we sell this place as the big skies, the big hills. Come and see this. It isn't untouched because it's farmed, but that doesn't mean it's bad. That's the way it's been portrayed in the application. Heavily modified farmland, therefore low value, therefore let's trash it with. They haven't used this, but that's a cynical approach. That's how it feels. And it feels like we're being bullied into this. None of the views have really talked about views. One of them said that you wouldn't see it from flying over. Well, I've definitely seen sight. I've definitely flown through in small planes. That's what people do here. They do beautiful scenic flights from the Alexandra, from Marama. People cycle over the hills. They come from all directions in cars, planes, everything. And they come here because it's not touched. So I've covered all that with the dry, harsh climate, high winds, no water, plants can't grow, reliance on. Yeah, so one of the points I thought was several statements of, oh, my mouth's gone dry. Sorry. Several statements of expert evidence presented on behalf of the applicant to date seem to rely on one another. The traffic effects assessment relies on the Glint and Blair assessment conclusions, which rely on the planting visual landscape assessment conclusions. So proposed planting, once it's been established in the specified 5 years, is intended to screen the development and mitigate Glint and Blair effects and hence alleviate traffic safety concerns. Sorry, I should bite my tongue because my mouth comes so dry. However, nothing has been stated that gives me confidence that these findings will survive. So I'm repeating myself again. I just think if you can't mitigate it, the applicant's already said it has a visual effect that needs to be mitigated. They've said it. And they're offering mitigation, but is the mitigation appropriate? Will it work? And how the heck can they make it work? It hasn't been provided. Jumping into lithium batteries, they've been removed, that's great. But what happens in the future? How, like, if they're in a container, is it the same size container as the ones that have inverters? Could you just swatch them out and nobody would know? It looks like if there's an existing consented solar farm, according to the district plan chapter, that new buildings for an existing one, they could be permitted, but are limited to something like 20 square metres. There's some standards on them, but so potentially they could be put in with an unlimited number in a small amount. I just don't know. I just feel like it needs to be addressed now because there's this whole fire hazard, the risk of what happens when there's a fire and the plume, the pollution, that people are going to have to shut their doors and windows if that fire happens. And we've heard about how hard it is to put fires out here. The grass control. There's lots of talk about grazing, but there's no consent conditions that require grazing to happen. That's the only way the grass is going to be controlled because you can't mow it because you can't get things in there. You shouldn't spray it because 600 hectares of spray is probably not a good idea for the environment. And then if you're rehabilitating it at the end, it's not really a very good piece of soil at the end of it. So, and is it actually even really as viable as they say to put sheep on it? Panel cleaning. I don't think anyone's really talked about that. It sounds like there'll be some regular cleaning process. I don't know what the method is, but I can only assume it would require water. Where's the water coming from? How often? How much water is required? Does anyone actually realise how much dust actually lands on things here? It's almost daily on my car. I've given up trying to clean my car. We don't have that sort of water to just spray and clean and spray and clean and spray and clean. So again, where's the water supply? There isn't one. And is it appropriate to use it for that 600 and something hectares with the panels? So the biggest thing is the effects on local business. I just feel this place sells itself as a landscape, it's not untouched. It's not, the 100% pure that we try to think it is, but it is largely the same as it has been for 61 of my years. And that's what people come, their breath is taken away when they come here. And at different times of day, the light on the mountains, it changes and you get different coloured sky, you get the clouds coming over the top. And the foreground is this beautiful bucolic thing with the sheep or a bit of grass or a fence line or the different colours of the trees. If there's going to be a solid line around the boundary and then you're gonna have to put wind fencing up, because they mentioned that somewhere in one of the landscape reports. What colour wind fencing? How high? Is it deer fence height, security fence height? What does it need to be? What will that look like? There's been no visual assessment of that. Yeah, I think I'm moving there, sorry. Yes. So just while you're talking about the landscape, I did note a comment earlier here on your written summary where you've acknowledged that it's not listed as a significant outstanding natural landscape, significant landscape, but you state that it is an internationally significant landscape.
Yes.
What do you mean by that?
That was actually from Ms. McManaway's original statement, which is why I was concerned, because I felt that she actually thought that it was important as a whole, because that's what people come for to see. They see it's the whole picture they come to see.
So the context of the landscape. So
and then
you're not referring to like any kind of planning.
No, not SNA, not SAL, none of those ONL, whatever they're called these days.
Yeah.
All of those.
I'll take a look at that original.
Yeah. So I remember reading that and thinking, oh, so she actually does think it's internationally important. And then it sort of went on to sort of imply that farmland was highly modified land, which it is, but it's been like that for over 100 years. It hasn't really changed. And by implication that was bad, and therefore it was okay to add the whole 550,000 solar panels to it, because it was already highly modified and this wouldn't make it worse. That's how it came across to me. And I just felt like we actually should be valuing the farmland in its own right as a landscape. That's what people do when they come here. It's the foreground, the majestic mountains behind it. And not big solid land with planting. So I've got fencing, sorry, I'm just up to conditions. I think there needs to be a bond. I think there needs to be one for landscaping as well as the decommissioning. I didn't actually write landscaping in my statement, sorry, but I did. But that's typical of most land development, you do bonds for things. Why? Is it 2.5 times the value or something, over time the value of whatever that is? There needs to be a water supply. I'm really conscious that ORC consents are not in place. The activity can't proceed without, it sounds like those consents are integral to the proposal. The things that they need to do, that those consents are triggered by.
Can I just ask you about that? So my understanding from the evidence yesterday was that there's potentially a consent from ORC required for a reduction in the setback to a wetland, or the smaller wetlands, but otherwise, and possibly dewatering during construction, but otherwise other consents haven't been identified. Are you aware of any others?
No, but I wasn't sure what they meant by dewatering, because sometimes that's like piping and stream like a lemon wetland. So I wasn't sure what they meant by that.
Well, that's not what my understanding of what dewatering is, but
draining.
It'll be hitting groundwater during construction.
Okay. Yeah, I didn't know, because I've had dewatering where it's literally taking water out of something that, and not being allowed to do that. But it sounded like they have to do that work in that wetland area. Therefore, they need the consent. And if they didn't do the work, they wouldn't need the consent. But
no, it's the setback.
Yeah.
So it's not in the wetland.
Yeah,
no.
with the setback from the wetland. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. Okay. No, that's useful. Yeah. Thank you. You had one more thing there, I think, around conditions.
Oh, so I had fencing and planting from sheep when they added in. I'm looking at that. Need please cover it now. They're essentially just like summing up what I waffled about before. I hope you can read what I've written. Just
we certainly will.
Yeah.
Yep. No, absolutely will. Thank you very much.
Couple of quick ones. Yes, thank you. Just take advantage of the fact you know the area very well. In terms of the point you made about the shelter belts, there's generally gaps so that you can get a view of the hills as you're driving along the road. And as I understand this proposal, it'll essentially have planting all the way along certainly the road boundaries, but possibly in different species, not always the same. But are you aware of any other properties of the scale that would have continuous shelter along the whole boundary, even though?
Yeah, I've got a little bit at my place with Mac Harper and mine's hopeless as it doesn't, my
Right.
neighbour's irrigated theirs and mine's not, so they're different sizes.
Yeah.
And different people grow them for different reasons, like sometimes they're for firewood. They just happen to also be a shelter belt, and then they can get out of hand and then you've got to cut them all down, so there's quite a lot getting cut down in this area now, there's poplars and things like that that are actually dangerous, so while they look like they might be permanent plantings, they're not, and lots of stuff's come out from pivots and things.
So your point was you value the gaps to be able
I
to
like
get that appreciation.
and I don't like there's been a lot of forestry trees come out lately, which will help the road, but it's a very RC road.
Yeah.
I know that it's all that side of the road, and as the light comes that way, there's definitely, it's a sunrise, there's still a shade on the road, so the more, some councils have setback requirements for trees from roads to stop that frost. It's really bad black ice here, like really bad in winter.
Okay, one more quick one.
Yeah.
The planting and landscaping mitigation is, in your view, critical. I think you've said that, and you've talked about some of the constraints about water and the like. One of the conditions being offered is if there's failure, if some trees die or get eaten by rabbits or whatever, but to be replaced. Do you think that's a practical sort of condition if there's mass failure or large scale failure?
So I've worked in many subdivisions around Wellington region and Tasman and Marlborough in the last few years, and they've had a Softener Regional Council have a condition that they require that 80% cover by a certain time.
Yeah.
And so that means 20% might not. But they also require dead and dying species to be replaced within the next planting season.
Right.
And I mean, that's probably quite expensive, given the area.
In your experience, would that mean if a tree suddenly is 3 years old and it dies, it gets replaced with a 3-year-old tree or a 1-year-old tree?
I don't know. I mean, you potentially could put a small one back in. The big ones don't grow.
All right. Okay.
You have to start with small ones. I've tried it. I've spent many thousands of dollars on garden plants.
All right. Thank you. No, that's useful.
I just have one final question. In your submission, you're saying you neither support or oppose the application. And so you're neutral. But from what I'm hearing,
I'm more negative.
you sound like you're more opposition.
I think I've heard more from people that's maybe going.
Okay, so
it's more to do with the wider community thing that was commented on.
Yeah, so just the question I've got is, you've suggested some areas that the conditions could be improved. If they were, would that change your view? Would you be comfortable?
I think I'm probably still sitting on the fence, but more, I don't really like the idea of this. The more I've heard from what other people are saying, the more I realise how badly this is going to affect our community with little benefit.
Thank you.
Thank you. So can I change it to oppose? Would that make it easier?
Oh, it's probably not neither here nor there. We'll just note it as opposed.
But what I wanted to do is why I offered was to say, if it goes ahead, then at least.
No, I really appreciate that. Yes. Thank you very much for your statements and for answering my question. No, you don't. Sorry. All right, we have Marilyn Swinburne, please. What are that? Right. Could you just wait one moment? I'm just wondering if I can get some.
I don't think we can move any further. Can we move that one?
Further over, it's like missing an entire curtain.
What I'm going to do is close that window.
It's all right. Okay.
Yeah, just a bit. Okay. Just that one.
Okay. Okay, and Mr. Swinburne, we've got your written statement that you've provided, and that's in front of us. So thank you for that.
Abbreviate that because it's been covered already.
That's fine. No, that's great. Thank you very much.
Aware of the time.
I'm sure everyone's running out of steam, but we're really interested in what you have to know.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak here today. I'm Marilyn Swinburne. I've been a resident of Maniapoto for nearly 19 years. I was born, raised and educated far from here and consider myself fortunate to live, work and spend my retirement years in Daisy. It's a delightful spot in so many ways, full of good people with good hearts. I love living here. I'm saddened by the fact that I'm in here in this room at all. This is not personal, and I fully understand the rationale for diversification in farming and the stand the landowners have taken. But I'm saddened because this application has created a division in our community that will be difficult to overcome.
I feel this project is completely out of context in our rural landscape and should be built closer to its customers. And while the area may not technically be classed as an area of outstanding landscape, it's very visible in the foreground of the vista of the Kapparees. I love it. It's a spectacular view that brings joy. I'll just cut this short. I don't have clever words to counter the expert opinions on mitigation planting work, but it's unlikely the site will be effectively screened in my lifetime. I've gardened for over 65 years now, including nearly 19 years in Naseby and many other and harsh and unpredictable climates. Growing native plants from locally gathered seed as recommended by the local Runaka would need to be underway now to be effective. The chosen species list could use some peer review from someone with strong local knowledge. Have any kind of success, weeding, constant pest control and protection would be needed. How is watering to be done and where does the water come from? These are valid questions in a dry area. And I have addressed the bit about planting not starting until construction starts. I have misgivings about the success of any of that. Also, the dark skies has been addressed by other people, so I'll skim over that. While I will not be around to see this project reach maturity and be decommissioned, it's not the sort of legacy I want to leave for my children and grandchildren. We're leaving enough environmental issues already, issues created by lack of knowledge and foresight. I personally have lived through the rise and fall of DBT, fluorocarbons depleting the ozone layer, lead in paint, I can add asbestos in there, and I'm currently watching the demise of pyralid and other pyralide herbicides that started out as a good thing until they weren't. We didn't know any better back then, now we do. We're aware of issues with the methods of construction of solar panels, materials used, the vast quantities needed, and with shipping them great distances. They then have a limited life, especially in this climate, and no way of disposing them appropriately. We don't have the excuse of ignorance. We know what's involved. Is it fair to leave this legacy to our children? Or a short-term solution to a problem that is not relevant locally? Please, Helios, build your solar farm closer to where the energy is needed. It makes far more sense. Please, CODC, you're tasked with making good decisions that will be of benefit to the region and protect our world of difference.
Thank you very much. I don't have any questions for you, but I want to thank you for that statement. It was heartfelt and very, very clear. Have you got any questions?
No questions, but yes, I echo that very clear. And we really value the input from people who know and live.
Whichever way I look in this room, I see people who are part of my everyday life.
Yes,
it's tough.
I appreciate how difficult that is for everybody involved. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And we have Michelle Bissett, please. Lucky last.
You sent a link?
Yes. You open it? Hi, thank you very much for allowing me to speak. I am late to the table because I only decided yesterday that I was going to speak today. So I've been writing my submission while listening to everybody.
Well done. Can I just double check? So I'll pull your submission up. 167. Computers are on the go, so
Yeah.
End of the day.
Thank you.
And you've given us a table, sort of an image to have a look at.
Yes.
Yeah. And that's what is this what? Yeah.
So I only want to address one aspect of my submission.
Oh, okay.
Around consultation.
Yes, thank you.
So I'm coming from soft sciences and not the hard sciences, so I hope not to take up very much of your time.
No, that's quite all right. Thank you very much.
Okay, so my name is Michelle Bissett, and although I no longer work in the field, I have a background as a policy advisor and analyst with around 20 years experience in consultation processes in local and central government and community. There's no requirement to undertake consultation in the RMA. However, Helios has chosen to do this, referenced its process and its application, and reminded us of this several times in meetings yesterday. I gave my opinion in my original submission about the standard and quality of their consultation process.
in talking to you today, I want to address more the scope of the consultation undertaken, an issue which has been touched on today by other submitters. Because I've written this on the fly, I'm going to have to ask the commissioners to use their imagination because I don't have a pretty graphic to go with this. So I'd like you to imagine, if you could, a series of circles going outward from the site and then going progressively outward. Even in the most basic consultation process or practice, the first mention to be consulted on is the affected parties. So the affected parties in this case would be the near neighbours. From their evidence, it would seem that Helios have not met the most basic element of good consultation practice, having been consulted. So going from the actual site itself out to the neighbours, the affected parties, and then going from the affected parties out to the wider community. The wider community, via an information session, according to Helios, attracted around 40 people, of which many were Helios staff, the landowners and the affected parties, so not very many other members of the community. Although the applicant stated that most were in favour of the project, no evidence of this was provided, no feedback was provided to the community. So what I've got up there is what is considered to be best practice consultation. It's the IO2 spectrum consultation. And so when you're looking at what was delivered by Helios was basically an information session, and you can see that's the very first rung of this spectrum.
And we have that in front of us as well.
Oh, do you?
You know, that's why that I am looking at.
That's good.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'll do it from my imagination.
No.
So you're looking at the very bottom, the very minimum standard that would be accepted. And was only when the community organised a community meeting was the scale and impact of the project realised. Ms. Pont and Mrs. Voice have referred to this in their submission. Subsequent submissions facilitated and enlarged by social media push from the community were made, and they were largely not in support of the project. So you're going from the small information sphere where support was greater. When you take it out, support lessens. So just carrying on from that, my concern around the scope arises as we continue to go outwards in light of the dearth of information around issues that were raised by the applicant yesterday around the labour force supply. Helios's evidence now talks about transporting workers in from Alex. Labour will not be sourced by Helios but by a contracted company. Many submitters, including Mr. Brady this afternoon, have spoken to this. If workers are sourced from Alex and Cromwell, did Helios consult with these communities and determine how their need for labour will impact them at the height of their growing and tourism sectors? Mr. Brady also referred to the impact on accommodation in Ranfurly, its scarcity and competition with tourism needs. Mr. Healy spoke to the use of RSE workers in Australia, and Mr. Swinburne spoke about the importation of workers and their impact on our sewage system. So at this point, as you go out and out and out from the site, you start to gain information that really should indicate that social and economic impact assessment would have been needed to have been made to give you a picture of the actual impacts on this community of those elements. We're moving into a space in which unknowns outweigh knowns. Mr. Carr spoke to what I would consider to be that last circle. So he took it much wider than I ever would, and he went from the district out to the whole of New Zealand, and that brought in other voices that may or may not have been heard. Is this practical or desirable? For the applicant, probably not. But to the people who have appeared here today, quite likely. Consultation processes in New Zealand are becoming the greenwashing of policy space. Cynical timing of public notification of consultation processes has been predictable. just before Christmas is usually when they all come out. And I will bet my money that the RMA will be put before Christmas so we can all go away on holiday and consider this huge change that's going to affect all of our lives. Mr. Brady made comment on how members of the public who have no particular everyday lived or professional experience of a given issue often miss the opportunities to take part. While he was not inclined to lay blame for this in the quarter, I am prepared to say that council bears some responsibility to get the message out. Ms Crossan spoke to the avenues through which council governance and staff both have a part to play in ensuring their communities are informed in how they can participate. It has been my experience, rather than improving practice over time, it is becoming a tick-the-box exercise, cynically used and ineffective at getting to the heart of the wider effects of reducing citizens. Mr. Carr asserted that such issues are legislative and policy challenges for another time. But my question is, what time might that be, and how many voices will be lost if we do not take and exercise the opportunities available to us now? I, for one, appreciate the richness of information given by submitters in the oral part of this process. They breathe life and reality into the wider implications of this project. And I think that if applicants choose to consult, they need to do it well.
Thank you very much. In terms of, just so I understand what you're saying around process, so I've got two sort of thoughts there. One, you've said, you've acknowledged that under the RMA consultation is not mandatory. And you've, and no, I just want to test with you, this is correct, that what you're saying, but that Helios did decide to consult, and given that you feel they could have done a better job, is that essentially what you're saying? Yeah. And then the other part, I just wanted to check with you, you're saying that you think there would have been value in a social impact assessment.
Yeah.
So that's different from consultation, isn't it? Given your experience, you'll understand those
but
differences.
it's kind of stepping on from it, because it's clear to me in the room today that what the submitters have been saying have been impacts, social impacts on their lives, economic impacts on their lives, and yet that in comparison to the wealth of information that's been given on plant species and birds and bugs and water and everything else, the actual economic and social impacts of this project are just seem to be silent almost.
Thank you. And so I've got two more thoughts. One is you've suggested that perhaps the council has a role around the consultation. Are you suggesting that the statutory process hasn't been met, or are you more saying, again, it would have been beneficial if there'd been a broader council role somehow in the consultation?
No, I'm not suggesting that the statutory obligations haven't been met.
Okay,
what I'm suggesting is this whole communication of council to its communities.
Yes.
So you have this huge group of people that don't even basically know that they can take part, or are not aware that they can take part. Now, I don't agree that is actually right. I think the council does have a role in ensuring that people are adequately notified. And this isn't just your process here, but it's a whole range of other things. I think it's just actually.
Thank you. Yeah. And finally, I just wanted to acknowledge that certainly we do appreciate as well the local flavour that's been brought to the hearing, particularly today, and the lived experience of people that live here. And I just wanted to be clear that we're really valuing that input, as well as everything else in this process. So
I kind of just wanted to see, as I'm at the end, I wanted to bring that.
Well, it's quite a nice
So if you take that away and have a better look at it, and you can see how very low level what the process here was. So you're at that informed stage when, in fact, you would have got a richer picture had the consultation been carried out.
Just one quick question, sorry, if we go. It's just a clarification. In your submission, you talk about the ORC advising Helios that they need some consents, and
there was a whole lot of changes going on in the policy space And I was trying to make sense out of those in a changing environment.
Yeah, I'm just going to ask you, did you get that information from the application, or is that have you got that information from somewhere else? Oh, no, sorry, the statement you made about the types of consent they'll need, you've said that. Where'd you get that from?
Sent me an email.
Okay, because that refers to the types of consent they might need, and it might be useful for us to know that. So if you can find that email, can you forward that on? I mean, it might not be a secret because I think the applicant has addressed what consents they need, but it might be useful for us to see that anyway. Yeah. Okay. All right. Thanks for that. Cheers.
Thanks for answering it.
Karen, do you want my notes rather than me having to type them up?
Yep, that's perfect. She can take some photos of them in there. Thank you. All right, so we will adjourn for the day. I'd like to thank everybody for their participation today. As I say, it does add to the it helps our understanding of the complexities of an application like this. So thank you very much to everyone who has participated. Tomorrow morning we'll start at 9 a.m. Is that an issue for anybody? No, great. And we'll look to hear from you, Mr. Vincent. We'll have Mr. SB available. Is he available for questions tomorrow morning? Yes, fantastic. And we'll have Mr. Wells available as well. Yes, oh, that's you there. I didn't realise. You've been in the back the whole time. Excellent. And just checking, have you got any updates for us on how you want to address us in the morning?
Reply.
Will you have a paid statement, or are you just going to talk to some notes, or how do you want to do that?
The trial, I think might just speak to the notes and provide you with.
Okay. Yeah, sounds good. Well, that's fine by us. What was nice? Site visit. Yes. So site visit. So we'll obviously finish. Hope mid-morning. One would guess. Probably what we'd like to do is obviously get changed and then head out to the site reasonably soon after that. Is that going to be okay?
I'm sure that would be okay.
Yeah.
Ms. Brooks just liaise with the landowner as far as making sure that there is access and someone to take the ground.
So if you just let us know where we need to meet them and all of that stuff. I think we checked health and safety and there wasn't too many issues there, but it'll be great. And we'll also, as part of that, we'll visit the possums around Suhi, yes. So we'll be sort of late morning probably around your property if that's okay with you. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. We were just discussing, Miss Voice, whether we might be able to go onto your property as well. Would you be comfortable with that?
Yes, I would. You mean I'd be thinking rather be doing the purchases, so yeah.
Yes, so it's whether we would need to go further than your, just the buildings around the site, the closest to the road. Would that be okay if we just came on and had a wander around? And yeah, thank you. That sounds perfect. Excellent. All right, thank you. We'll adjourn and back tomorrow morning at 9. Thank you.
Thank you.